The first thing I did after becoming a beastmaster was dig open the grave of the beast god, Xiao Xingyu, all because I awakened the divine tomb system, which allows me to contract all the beasts of those buried in the tombs I excavate, and with just a glance, I can uncover their hidden evolution paths. Yet, even with such talent, I couldn't escape my fate of an early death. It turns out this world is cursed with the Doom's Curse, where all necromancer beastmasters die violently before the age of 20. To defy this fate, I directly unearthed the grave of the beast god Xiao Xingyu and chose the phoenix as my first target because its power of rebirth can nullify all life-based curses. At this moment, in the awakening square of Tianyu City in the Flame Summer Empire, the national exam was just 3 days away. May my late third uncle bless me from the heavens and grant me an S-rank beastmaster talent. Dude, your third uncle hasn't even passed his 7th day memorial yet. Isn't it too soon to ask for favors? I awakened a D-rank talent. Weak magic, I'm doomed. Hey, Mom, hurry up and give me a little brother as a backup plan. It's urgent. Just then, I opened my eyes to the clamor around me. The surroundings completely unfamiliar. Wait, where did they send me? It hurts. As Pei Xingye's soul memories gradually merged with mine, the background and structure of this world unfolded in my mind. This body was weak, malnourished, starved for years, and subjected to beatings and humiliation. That's why it was in such poor condition. Soon, the memories of 2 lifetimes fused perfectly. My gaze swept past the crowd and locked onto an arrogant young man basking in worship and admiration, his eyes brimming with conceit. As expected of the eldest young master of the Pei family, he actually awakened an A-rank talent, Blood Demon, which can drain an enemy's HP to replenish his own beast's health. With such talent, young Master Pei is destined to become the head of the Pei family and the leader of the Crimson Guild. Congratulations, young Master Pei, Pei Donglai, my cousin. I murmured his name under my breath, recalling the newly merged memories. And this frail, sickly body? It was all thanks to Pei Donglai's family. Sensing my gaze, Pei Donglai's eyes flashed with malice and amusement. Oh, my dear little brother, you came for the awakening ceremony too? I remained expressionless and replied coldly, every adult in the nation who's turned 18 is eligible to participate. Does my presence bother you? Hearing this, Pei Donglai froze. Did this trash take the wrong medicine today? How dare he talk to me like that? After a brief pause, he reverted to his usual demeanor, eager to humiliate me publicly. With a mocking tone, he sneered, Pei Xingye, don't forget, in this world, talents are usually inherited through bloodlines. So, just like your dead mother, you'll only awaken the lowest, most obscure, and most useless talent among the top 100, the necromancer class. Hearing this, the young men and women participating in the awakening ceremony around nodded in agreement. Young Master Pei's words may be crude, but they're not wrong. Pei Xingye's mother was a necromancer beastmaster, so it's highly likely Pei Xingye will also awaken a necromantic talent. If it were 18 years ago, awakening a necromantic talent would have been glorious. But times have changed, it's no longer 18 years ago. Just then, the teacher's voice came from the podium. Next student, Pei Xingye, it's your turn to awaken. Hearing this, I ignored the crowd's criticism and walked to the center of the awakening plaza to undergo the ceremony. Before long, the awakening result was announced. Pei Xingye awakened the E-rank talent, Necrotic Slayer. As the result was revealed, the expected sighs and mockery erupted across the venue. Just as expected, he inherited his mother's necromantic talent, the lowest tier 1. Ha ha ha. This short-lived wretch is bound to be plagued by a cursed fate and will likely die violently within 2 years. Seeing this, Pei Donglai's eyes burned with fervor, secretly rejoicing. Pei Xingye, it won't be long before you reunite with your mother in hell. Everything in the Pei family will be mine. At that moment, I suddenly felt the world spin. After the dizziness passed, a game panel visible only to me appeared before my eyes. Ding! System awakening detected. System successfully bound to host. Divine Tomb system activated. Newcomer login reward package distributed. Rewards obtained. Death God's domain. Grave digging hand. Underworld King's blood shadow. Death God's domain. The hosts can summon graveyards of varying ranks for undead, and grants immunity to necrotic damage. Grave digging hand. The host's left arm can unearth coffins and tombs to form contracts with the undead. Nether King's blood shadow. The host switches to shadow form, significantly boosting soul power for a period while forcibly elevating beast mastery levels. The moment the voice faded, my rigid body burned with fervor. This familiar formula. Then I sighed again. Mother died in battle. Father went missing. Cursed from birth, a textbook catastrophic start. Seems the god of time has issued me an ultimatum, demanding I overturn this utterly disastrous situation in the shortest time possible. Simultaneously, piercing mockery rang in my ears. Ah, little bro, you really did awaken a necromancy talent. Just like your dead mom. Necrotic execution instantly kills enemies below 10% HP. Sounds impressive. Ha, but tell me, with the curse of doom gnawing at you, how many years do you have left? Don't worry, Our Pei clan will keep you fed these 2 years. It's no trouble. Really, feeding you is as easy as feeding a dog. Cold-faced, I retorted. Pei Donglai. Mark my words, the Pei clan's status today. The Crimson Guild's rise to the nation's top 100. All came from my mother's solitary struggle. Without her, the Peis would be nothing. As Pei Donglai tried to interrupt, I cut in. What you? Isn't this the truth? My mother bled for the Yanxia Empire, while you and your father are just blood-sucking ingrates. Remember well, the Pei and Pei clan stands for Pei Chuzhuang. My mother, everything she left me, I'll reclaim. With that, I turned and left. Did this bastard take the wrong pills today? Pei Donglai glared venomously at my retreating figure. Just you wait, Pei Xingye. Once I enter Chaos Academy, you'll pay. Right after, as dusk faded into night, I arrived at the abandoned Pei family mansion in the suburbs of Tianyu City. Standing before the rusted, barely there iron gate of the estate, I let out a cold laugh. A discarded heir like me is a perfect match for this derelict Pei family mansion. The first step in turning the tables is to cultivate a positive and optimistic mindset. With only 3 days left until the national exam, I urgently needed to contract an undead-type spirit beast. Without delay, I stepped into the icy, desolate living room, sat cross-legged on the spot, closed my eyes, and murmured, Reaper's Domain. This was my first time activating the Reaper's Domain. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in my consciousness sea, where an ancient, decaying divine tomb had appeared. Inside the tomb, 9 eerie green candle flames illuminated 9 pitch-black vertical coffins. Though they looked identical at first glance, the runes and totems carved on their surfaces varied, especially the blood-written incantations on the coffin lids. Just then, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Reaper's Domain for the first time and summoning the Divine King-class Ancient Tomb, Great Baron Divine Tomb. With your current soul power reserves, you may use the Hand of Dominion to open one of the 9 black coffins and contract the undead within. Hearing this, I raised my left hand, my entire arm shimmering with a violet gold glow, resembling a demonic claw. I then selected the leftmost coffin among the 9. With a roar, the Hand of Dominion unleashed tremendous force, violently prying open the coffin. As the black coffin trembled violently, my vision went temporarily dark, and a sharp, mournful phoenix cry pierced my ears. When my sight returned, I looked up to see a majestic and strikingly beautiful phoenix phantom hovering above the shattered coffin, its body wreathed in searing undead flames. Overcome with excitement, I lifted my trembling Hand of Dominion and gently touched the phoenix's tail feathers with my fingertips. Instantly, a dense stream of data appeared before my eyes. This was a genuine ancient mythical bloodline, a purebred phoenix gene, the Black Eclipse Phoenix King. Touching the phoenix with the Hand of Dominion not only allowed me to read its basic stats but also glimpse into its memories and battle records from its past life. A 99.99% lifetime win rate was your glory, and your defeat in the final battle was your regret. From now on, follow me in this undead form as my spirit beast. I promise that under my command, your record will be flawless, 100% victories, no losses. Pei Xingye bit his finger and a drop of blood penetrated the black bone of the phoenix. The blood contract was successfully concluded, and Pei Xingye possessed his first imperial beast, restricted by Pei Xingye's current strength. After the contract was successful, the Black Jedi Phoenix King's rank temporarily dropped from the Heavenly King body back to the juvenile body. Black Phoenix undead form. After all, it is a brand new imperial beast of the Undead plus Phoenix system, which is an unprecedented evolutionary route that requires Pei Xingye to cultivate it from scratch. The big national test in 3 days will be a smash hit with a descending blow. The corner of the teenager's mouth hooked up in an evil arc, about to start a hot-blooded journey. Chapter 3, Cousin Pei Yin grew. Closing the Reaper's Domain, Pei Xingye's consciousness exited the great desolate god's tomb and returned to the real world. Gollum. It was getting late and Pei Xingye was hungry. Pei Xingye found that in the old refrigerator, there was only some expired milk, and the box of instant noodles in the corner had been divided up by a few little Jerrys, leaving only, the rats here are quite moralistic. They ate the pasty and left me the seasoning packet. Thanks Anon. Pei Xingye smiled to himself. Facing such a dilemma, he realized that it was a luxury for him to eat a full meal, and it was no wonder that this body was suffering from malnutrition. Clattering sound. Just then, there was the sound of light footsteps outside the door. Pei Xingye was instinctively wary, but the one who pushed the door in was actually a beautiful woman of the imperial family with a great figure. This beauty is around 175 in height and has a nice, smooth plate, black shoulder-length hair, wrapped in a standard and delicate melon face, skin whiter and smoother than the first snow of the winter solstice, temperament gentle and intellectual. Little knight, you haven't eaten yet, have you? sister has brought you roasted chicken from Copper Alley. Oh yeah, and some changes of clothes and bedding. The woman acted as if she had entered her own home and picked up a broom to clean. Little knight, what are you waiting for? You have to eat the roasted chicken while it's still hot. Every time you saw it before, you gobbled it up. Pei Xingye froze for a moment, knowing the identity of the beautiful woman in front of him based on the new memories he had fused. Pei Ingru, height 175, age 25, 6th rank Imperial Beast Master, currently working as a gold medal instructor at the Chaos Academy, one of the 4 major academies in the Yanxia Empire. At the same time, she was also the adopted daughter of Pei Shan, the head of the Pei family. This woman was nominally Pei Xingye's cousin, but in reality, there was no blood relationship between the two. 25 years ago, Pei Ingru was saved by Pei Shan on the battlefield as an abandoned baby. In fact, Pei Shan has always favored sons over daughters, and if it wasn't for the purpose of creating a fraternal and great persona in front of the public, with his coolness, I'm afraid that he would have seen death and saved the abandoned baby Pei Ingro, not to mention kindly accepting Pei Ingro as a righteous daughter. And after Pei Shan took in Pei Ingro, he almost always ignored it. It was Pei Chuzhang who gave Pei Ingro a warm childhood, so Pei Ingro's concern for Pei Xingye was also repaying Pei Chuzhang's kindness of raising her. Sayaka, why are you acting weird today? Pei Ingro walked up to her brother, and only then did she realize that Pei Xingye wasn't quite the same as usual, especially in her eyes. In the past, Pei Xingye, because he was often bullied, his eyes were always downcast and evasive, and his timid appearance was heartbreaking. And today's Pei Xingye, in the dimly lit room, a pair of red pupils shone extraordinarily brightly, just like the stars in the sky, dipped in blood in general attention. Next, Pei Xingye enjoys the remaining warm roast chicken while listening to her cousin's recitation. By the way, Sayaka, I heard that you participated in the awakening ceremony today and awakened the undead department talent, Undead Decimation. Aha, take after my mom after all. Pei Ingro rested her cheek on one hand and looked at her brother with loving eyes. Ugh, if only it were 18 years ago. Everyone knew that 18 years ago, the Undead Department talent was the strongest Imperial Beastmaster talent in the world, and it had forged the splendor of being the number 1 in the fault. Looking at Pei Xingye who was feasting, Pei Ingru once again recalled Pei Chuzhan's voice and smile. It was a stunning woman who combined beauty, grace, elegance and wildness, a short life of splendor and brilliance in war. Even after the fall, many mysteries were left behind, as well as unanswered questions about the profession of undead imperialist. Little knight, next month, it's the anniversary of Pei's mom's death. Let's sweep her grave together. Good, cousin. In our Pei family, besides me, you're the only one who's taken an interest in the anniversary of my mother's death. Thank you, humph bastard. You're so formal and polite with your sister. You're begging for a beating. In Pei Ingro's eyes, although the person who adopted her is Pei Shan, the nominal righteous father, she has always regarded Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, as her real mother. So she's the only person in the entire Pei family that's good to Pei Xingye. After finishing the roasted chicken, Pei Xingye said with a straight face, cousin, I would like to ask, your Chaos Academy, how many enrollment quotas do you have for our Tianyu city this year? Pei Ingru answered truthfully, 4. Immediately after that, he added, actually, Chaos Academy's enrollment is basically examined in advance. The ones in our Tianyu city that meet the Chaos Academy's enrollment standards are nothing more than Situ Shui of the Situ family, Huangfu Boyi of the Huangfu family, Qin Yanlin of the Qin family, and our Pei families. The words have come to an abrupt end. A flash of guilt flashed across Pei Ingro's eyes. I know, the 4th one who meets the Chaos Academy's enrollment criteria is my big cousin, Pei Donglai. The flatter Pei Xingye's tone was, the less Pei Ingru felt inside. In fact, Pei Ingru is clear that everything the Pei family owns now is the family business that Pei Chuzhang fought for. And after Pei Chuzhang's death, Pei Xingye had been reduced to an outcast in this family, and those so-called relatives, only thinking about how to dominate Pei Chuzhang down the mountain. At the same time, Pei Chuzhang only son Pei Xingye, as a hidden danger, so everywhere against, everywhere suppression, and even thought of getting rid of directly. If there was no Pei Ingru protecting her explicitly and secretly, whether Pei Xingye could have survived to the age of 18 would have been an unknown. So from childhood to adulthood, all the benefits and resources, the Pei family would unconditionally tilt towards Pei Donglai's body. Even the imperial beast that Pei Donglai contracted was an epic bloodline that relied on the resources and connections that Pei Chuzhang had left behind to replace it. If there were no variables, Pei Donglai's admission to Chaos Academy would be the nail in the coffin, and abandonment Pei Starry Night. Throughout the past and present, history has given a cruel answer. The fate of every family outcast cannot escape this misery. The only thing in the fridge is expired milk. There's not even air conditioning in the middle of summer, and the beds are so hard. It's so hard for this kid. How can I not feel heartbroken every time I see him in this frail body? Mrs. Pei, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't take care of Xiao Yu. After all, I'm just the Pei family's adopted daughter. What I can do to help Seo is too little. Just as Pei Yingruo was silently blaming herself, Pei Xingye suddenly revealed a simple and naive smile. Cousin, if I can get into the Chaos Academy for the national exam in 3 days, won't I be able to see you every day? Ha, what are you talking about? You said you wanted to take the Chaos Academy? Pei Yingru looked at her brother with stunned eyes. Cousin, you heard right. I'm going to take the Chaos Academy. If it was the Pei Xingye of the past who had uttered these words, then she must have had her brain fried. Little knight, it's good that you have ambition. Sister is very pleased, but there are only 4 places. With your talent in the undead department, I'm afraid. Pei Yingru had already said it euphemistically. Cousin, I'm serious. I will squeeze out Pei Donglai and enter the Chaos Academy at the national exam in 3 days. Do you have a problem with that? At this moment, Pei Yingru couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, sighing in her heart, little knight's eyes, how come they suddenly carry such strong aggression? It actually made my cheeks burn. This confidence, I've never seen it before in the eyes of those Imperial City celestial pride. Is this still the Pei Xingye I know? Times have changed. Your cousin is still your cousin, but your cousin isn't your cousin anymore. At this moment, in this Pei family's ruined mansion, there was no younger brother, only a future manipulation emperor. Chapter 4, The National Exam, The Genius Build-Up. Late at night, a fierce storm kicks up outside the window, banishing the sweltering heat and anxiety of a summer night. Pei Yingru had already left, and only Pei Xingye was left alone in the large and silent Pei family's ruined mansion. Lying on the bed, Pei Xingye looked at the membership gold card left behind by Pei Yingru and recalled the scene just now. 5 minutes ago. Cousin, which Imperial Beast Shop's membership card is this? In this era of all the people's beasts, all the industries of the 7 kingdoms of the human race revolve around the profession of Beast Master. In order to provide a place for Imperial Beast Masters from all over the world to buy, sell, and trade all kinds of Imperial beasts, materials, and equipment, the Imperial Beast Shops were located in every city of the 7 empires. This is the gold card for the membership of Hearing Rain Cuisine. You know, I know the owner there very well. According to the fused new memories, Pei Xingye's mind conjured up a sexy beauty who was alluring and beautiful and wore only cheongsams all year round. Blue Listening Rain, the owner of the 3-star Imperial Beast Store, Listening Rain Xian, also Pei Yingruo's best friend, Sayaka. In this era, the undead talent has completely fallen out of favor. That's why most of the Imperial Beast Shops across the country have long since given up on business related to undead Imperial Beast Masters. I was the one who asked Listen to the Rain to get you an undead Imperial Beast with a bloodline quality of rare, with great difficulty. There are still 3 days before the national exam, so when you have time, go to the Rain Listening Cuisine, use this card, purchase the Imperial Beast, and then contract it to become a true undead Imperial Beast Master. At that time, Pei Yingruo's voice was as gentle as it could be, and even though Pei Xingye had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had a mature and calm mind, his eyes were red with gratitude. At this moment, Pei Xingye adjusted her mind and looked out the window at the curtain of rain. Cousin is so kind to me. She must owe Sister Listening Rain a big favor when she asked her to get me an undead lineage Imperial Beast of rare bloodline. Although the undead department talent has fallen, with the rare bloodline of the undead department Imperial Beasts, it won't be a problem to take a 3rd-rate Imperial Beastmaster Academy. But I, Pei Xingye, will only take the Chaos Academy, one of the 4 top academies. Within the Yanxia Empire, the top 4 Imperial Beastmaster Academies are Taotai Academy, Chaos Academy, Poor Man's College, Legendary Academy. The 4 great Imperial Beastmaster Academies were named after the 4 great ferocious beasts, according to the ranking of faculty strength. Among them, Taotai Academy was the first of the 4 great academies. Chaos Academy was in 2nd place. So why was Pei Xingye clinging to the 2nd-ranked Chaos Academy? This was because the academy Pei Donglai wanted to enroll in was the Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye's goal was not to go to the best academy, but to squeeze out Pei Donglai's place, to avenge the injustice he had suffered in this frail body of his and in the Pei family over the past 18 years. Cousin, I'll just have to live up to your good intentions. Pei Xingye put the gold card of the membership of Listening to the Rain Cafe, put it in the drawer, and on this to collect dust. He wasn't going to listen to Pei Yingruo's arrangements, and he didn't need a rare bloodline Imperial Beast, because in Pei Xingye's eyes, a rare bloodline Imperial Beast was too mediocre. After all, at this moment, he had contracted the Black Phoenix of the ancient mythical bloodline. The White Horse passed by. 3 days passed by, and the Yanxia Empire ushered in the most important day of the year with the most important day, National Exam Day. Latest report. The Yanxia Empire welcomes the annual national examination. The nation's millions of candidates will soon walk into the examination centers around the country to open the Imperial Beast Master examination. I wonder how many genius Imperial Beast Masters will emerge from this year's examination hall. Let's wait and see. Tianyu City, the great exam examiner. Early in the morning, the examination room is crowded. A young face, written with nervousness and anticipation. With my B-grade talent and my imperial beast, the Fire Soul Silver Fox, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the Tsonglan Academy. As long as I play normally, I'll definitely be able to get an acceptance letter from Tianju Academy. What's the situation? How did my imperial beast scurry thin at this time? The key moment to drop the chain. Big brother, I beg you, don't pull it first. With the test just around the corner, some imperial beasts are holding back a big one, and some are pulling a big one. That's the way it is with the big national exams, with all the oxymorons, one more abstract than the other. For most of the candidates within Tianyu City, their goal was to get into a third-rate or second-rate Imperial Beastmaster Academy in the country. As for the 4 top Imperial Beastmaster Academies, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. The large examination room was divided into different examination areas according to the different Imperial Beastmaster Academies. The examination areas of the second and third-rate academies were crowded and bustling. As for the examination area of the 4 Imperial Beastmaster Academies, there were only scattered figures. This is a time when the word talent is being tossed around. Chaos Academy, examination area. The invigilator in charge of invigilating the exam was none other than Chaos Academy's gold medal beauty tutor, Pei Ingru. At this moment, her delicate and beautiful face was filled with heartfelt thoughts. As long as Little Knife follows what I said and contracts a rare bloodline undead lineage imperial beast from listening to the rain, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to get into a third-rate academy like Kanglin or Tianju. Just then, a frivolous voice came. Pei Donglai put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Pei Ingru. Sis, do I, an internalized genius, still need to take the test? Pei Ingru froze, resumed her usual seriousness, and said with a straight face, now I'm not your sister. I'm the invigilator. Pay attention to your words. Pei Donglai student. Well, honorable invigilator. Although I am a genius who has been internalized by the Chaos Academy, I am willing to go through the process in order to convince the public, and I will participate in the examination next and prove myself with my strength. With a haughty face, Pei Donglai opened his royal seal and summoned a fierce tiger beast with lightning wrapped around its body and fangs like sharp swords. Thunder sword biting tiger. Epic bloodline. Rank juvenile body. This imperial beast quickly became the center of attention in the room, drawing envy and bragging from the other candidates. Just as Pei Donglai was preparing to show off his skills, the examination room was set off by a wave of mocking fervor due to the arrival of a red-pupiled teenager. Yo, isn't this that punk from the Pei family? A short-lived ghost, to be precise. A short-lived ghost who has awakened the talent of the undead department still has the nerve to come to the national examination? White hair, red pupils, these were the most notable features on Pei Xingye. He ignored the surrounding taunts and stepped straight into the Chaos Academy's examination area, a pair of red pupils accumulating the fire of the undead that was about to boil. Wait, I'm not mistaken. This guy actually walked into the Chaos Academy's examination area. He's going to enroll in the Chaos Academy? No way. Unless he's crazy. Pei Ingru's eyes lit up when she saw Pei Xingye, while revealing a confused expression. Saya, you, invigilator, I want to apply for Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye shocked the entire audience with these words. This punk actually really enrolled in the Chaos Academy. Crazy, really crazy. The crowd looked at Pei Xingye as if they were looking at a psychopath. Pei Donglai froze for a moment, raised his hand and put it on Pei Xingye's shoulder, sneering and ridiculing with a cold smile. My dear old brother, has your head not been kicked by a donkey? You've awakened the lowest tier of undead talent, and you still dare to speak up and enroll in the Chaos Academy? You're not worthy. Pei Xingye faced Pei Donglai straight on, his icy afterglow skimming over the Thunder Sword Biting Tiger. Epic Bloodlines Thunder Sword Biting Tiger. All stats are quite reasonable. Pei Donglai, this imperial beast, that's you and your father. Utilizing the connections of the resources my mom left behind. Displacing it, right? Pei Xingye hit the nail on the head. Pei Donglai was instinctively weak, stuttering in panic. Who nonsense? I contracted the imperial beasts by my ability. It has nothing to do with your dead mom. Pei Ingru shouted down. Pei Donglai student, watch your words. After glaring at Pei Donglai, Pei Ingru looked at Pei Xingye and repeated her confirmation. Student Pei Xingye, are you really sure about enrolling in Chaos Academy? I'm sure. Beforehand, applying for the 4 top colleges. If you fail the test, there will be no opportunity for transfer and you can't be admitted to other colleges. You really? Pei Xingye stopped talking nonsense and directly pressed his handprint to confirm his application to Chaos Academy. Seeing this, Pei Donglai couldn't help but let out a wild laugh of triumph. Pei Xingye, you crazy person, How could an Academy of Chaos Academy's caliber admit a short-lived ghost who won't live long? You're suffering from the curse of doom now, and you're just a corpse 2 years from now in everyone's eyes. Who would admit you except for the third-rate colleges? Those trash colleges that need to make up the numbers. Pei Donglai told the brutal truth with filthy, dirty humiliation. Most of the undead Imperial Beastmasters who awakened the talent of the undead lineage would not live past the age of 20. Therefore, no High Imperial Beastmaster Academy would choose to admit a dying person who carries a curse on his back. The corners of Pei Xingye's lips rose slightly, smiling without saying anything. He didn't bother to say another word before summoning the Black Phoenix. Pei Yingro took a deep breath. Her heart was in turmoil right now, but she had to do her job. The current candidate, student Pei Donglai, begins the examination. The next candidate, Mr. Pei Xingye, please get ready. Pei Donglai glanced at Pei Xingye with a scornful look. Next I'll make you understand the gap between you and me. Chapter 5, The Gates of Hades, Open, Chaos Academy Examination Area. Pei Donglai began the formal examination. The national examination adopts a unified assessment standard, which is to compete in the number of beginning devils hunted. Beginning devil is the collective name for the lowest level magical beasts. The ranking of magical beasts was divided into 9 sequences, as was the ranking of imperial beasts, with the ranks sorted from low to high: juvenile body, mature body, complete body, metamorphosis body, overlord body, monarch body, heavenly king body, emperor body, star god body. In the center of the assessment area, the cage opened, releasing the first beginning demon, an iron-armored lizard with a chilling light all over its body, its face hideous, its posture twisted, and its ear-piercing howl. The iron-armored lizard belonged to the juvenile body magical beasts, which was considered to be the weakest category of attribute-less magical beasts in the world, and was also the first hurdle that every budding royal beast master needed to face. Pei Donglai displayed a condescending stance, releasing his soul power and harnessing his thunder sword-biting tiger to launch a swift attack towards the iron-armored lizard. Forward lunge, thunder wrap, thunderstorm thunderbolt. In the examination area, the power of thunder rolled around recklessly, and the first iron-armored lizard was miserably roasted and fell to the ground. Gagging, the crowd of onlookers marveled. Thunder sword-biting tiger, worthy of being a royal beast of epic bloodline. The strength of its bloodline is not bad, and Pei Donglai's talent is blood demon. When the thunder sword-biting tiger attacks the iron-armored lizard, it can absorb the iron-armored lizard's blood and convert it into its own blood. Blood demon provides a strong combat endurance. I'm afraid Pei Donglai can kill 20 iron-armored lizards without blowing smoke. There was one thing to say: Pei Donglai did have a bit of talent, and as the test went deeper, he had already killed 13 iron-armored lizards in a row. Double-digit kills is a great accomplishment. This was due to his talent, Blood Demon, as well as the strength of the Thunder Sword-biting Tiger's bloodline. The Imperial Beast bloodline, like the Imperial Beast rank, was also divided into 9 major sequences: Common, Extraordinary, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Demigod, Mythic, Ancient Mythic, Ultra-Ancient Mythic. The Iron-Armored Lizard's bloodline was only of ordinary quality, while the Thunder Sword-biting Tiger's bloodline reached epic quality. Under the bloodline suppression, Pei Donglai's examination process was smooth. Gradually, Pei Donglai was breathing heavily as the soul power in his body was depleted. The Thunder Sword-biting Tiger was also too tired and panting to continue fighting. Plop! The 25th ironclad lizard fell in a pool of blood. At this point, the sweaty Pei Donglai ended the assessment and the results were finalized. Pei Yingru announced, "Student Pei Donglai, kill 25 iron-armored lizards. This is the limit of Pei Donglai." At the same time, the large screen behind Pei Yingru typed out the results of all the candidates who had participated in the Chaos Academy's examination as of now. Stuart Snow, 41 kills. Huangfu Boyi, 33 kills. Qin Yanlin, 30 kills. Pei Donglai, 25 kills. Those are the top 4 on the list so far. According to the Chaos Academy's enrollment system, only the top 4 from the Tianyu City examination area would be admitted. So this list, which is not at all different from what people have been guessing, everyone knew that these 4 geniuses, before the examination, had almost been internalized by the Chaos Academy, and participating in the examination was just a process. Most of the other candidates with mediocre credentials had kills that fluctuated around 1 to 8. That's the talent gap. Pei Donglai revealed a confident smile and walked over to Pei Xingye's face to show off. How did I do, old buddy? This is the effect of a strong combination of an epic level bloodline and an A-rank talent. Thunder Sword-biting Tiger, epic bloodline, Blood Demon, A-rank talent. Undeniably, Pei Donglai has a little something, but not much. In the eyes of the crowd, the jig is up. Pei Donglai had gotten his acceptance letter from Chaos Academy, and it was a done deal. After all, no one believed that Pei Xingye, a waste of space who had awakened his undead talent, would be able to squeeze Pei Donglai out of the top 4 list. Next candidate, Mr. Pei Xingyi. Pei Yingruo's eyes showed worry and nervousness as she watched Pei Xingyi face the first ferocious and bloodthirsty iron-armored lizard. She couldn't help but sweat for Pei Xingyi. Everyone didn't think highly of Pei Xingyi simply because the undead talent was the worst talent in this era. Bar none, the Beastmaster talents, from low to high, are divided into 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The undead decimation that Pei Xingyi had awakened belonged to the lowest tier of E-rank talents. The reason for this is well known, as the undead talent is accompanied by a short-lived curse of doom. As long as Pei Xingyi summons the imperial beasts for battle, the curse effect will intensify, accelerating the consumption of his lifespan and eating away at his vitality. TSK, I'm really afraid that this guy will die in the examination hall before he even succeeds in hunting an iron-armored lizard. It's bad luck to think about it. I really can't figure it out. Knowing that I'm a short timer, I'm still naive enough to enroll in the Chaos Academy. It's just a daydream. The cynicism of the crowd wasn't just belittling Pei Xingyi, it was also belittling the undead department talent. Pei Xingyi raised her scarlet eyes, her deathly cold gaze locking onto the iron-armored lizard in front of her. The only thing that stays the same in this world is change. Times have changed. Then I'll start proving from this moment that the undead talent is the world's #1 talent. Pei Xingyi drank low in a deep voice, his undead aura spreading wildly. Gate of the underworld, open. On Pei Xingyi's right wrist, the imperial seal flashed with scarlet light, opening the imperial beast summoning. In an instant, behind Pei Xingyi, space twisted and shattered. An ancient and heavy stone door opens in the black fog that pours in like a tidal wave. Surrounding the stone door was an unrecognizable ghostly face, and lava from hell spewed and splashed outward from the door. In an instant, the breathtaking aura of the undead enveloped the entire examination room. It's cold. This what's going on here? How did Pei Xingyi summon a door? This door, that's his royal beast? I think it's called something like Gate to the Underworld? The uninitiated crowd, who had seen little, looked at each other in astonishment, and people who have seen the world. Pei Yingruo's pupils quaked and she couldn't help but let out an excited exclamation. The gates of Hades, it really is the gate of the underworld. Only when an undead imperial beast master summons an undead-type imperial beast with a bloodline level of mythic quality will the gate of the underworld be opened. For ordinary imperial beast masters, summoning imperial beasts, the ones that were opened were summoning spell formations. Summoning spells were much the same, nothing more than just pentagram totems and the like. The gate to the underworld is the exclusive summoning special effect of the undead grimoire master. At the same time, the conditions for opening the gate of the underworld were extremely harsh, and the bloodline of the imperial beast that was summoned had to be of mythic quality. The crowd was astonished and hotly debated. Could it be that Pei Xingyi contracted an undead-type royal beast of mythic bloodline? It can't be. Nowadays, in this era, even the demigod bloodline undead lineage imperial beasts are on the verge of extinction. Pei Xingyi, a short-lived ghost, how can he be so lucky? At this moment, Pei Donglai looked up at the towering and grandiose gate of the underworld. His face was pale and he gritted his teeth. That's right, how could he be so lucky? He couldn't have contracted an undead lineage royal beast of mythic bloodline. Never. In an instant, behind the gate of the underworld, a heaven-shattering phoenix roar came out, destroying the sky and tearing apart the heavens of Tianyu City. This is the Phoenix song? Phoenix, a huge black shadow burning with the fire of the undead rushed out of the gate of the underworld and hovered above Pei Xingyi's head. When the fog cleared, the imperial beast revealed its magnificent figure, bringing the world an incomparable visual impact. Black bones, like ink stains, the power of nirvana surged. The death side like phoenix wings flapped with ripples of killing, and a mournful and ferocious phoenix roar collided with the earth and sky to create an echo of extermination of all things. The huge and handsome body was covered with phoenix feathers woven from the fire of the undead, and within the eye sockets were a pair of deep scarlet phoenix eyes. The moment the black phoenix made its appearance, the suppressive power of the ancient mythological bloodline directly caused the iron-armored lizard in front of Pei Xingyi's eyes to bleed from all 7 of its orifices, convulse and spasm all over its body, and even become incontinent. This pressure, purebred phoenix. The phoenix, one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire? It turns out that what Pei Xingyi contracted wasn't a mythic bloodline, but a higher-level ancient mythic bloodline. Pei Yingru was shocked. A current flashed through her mind, and she analyzed it in an impassioned tone. I got it. Purebred phoenix bloodline with the deep power of nirvana. The power of nirvana is immune to all life-based curses. In other words, Pei Xingyi-san, who contracted the black phoenix, is immune to the curse of doom. Then his talent, undead decimation, will be. Yes, That's right. When the curse of the undead system's talent is ineffective against Pei Xingyi, the undead talent is bound to return to the top and reclaim the throne of the world's strongest talent. Pei Donglai kept shaking his head and subconsciously stepped back. He didn't want to believe the facts that were happening in front of him, but the facts couldn't be avoided. Impossible. How can he, a loser, contract a purebred phoenix of ancient mythological bloodline? Pei Xingye's icy afterglow was like a judgment of ruminants as it swept over the trembling and dull Pei Donglai. After all these years of calling you cousin, you really think of me as an old brother? Chapter 6, Genius? Just the threshold to see him. Above the exam room, Pei Xingye, who had summoned the Black Phoenix, became the center of attention. Those who had once looked down on Pei Xingye were dumbstruck at the moment, and inwardly, in addition to the deep shock, the scorching heat of jealousy, scorn, and even admiration gradually surfaced in their eyes. In this era, the strong are honored. When Pei Xingye displayed an extreme talent that no one had ever seen before or since, who would dare to look down on him? The appraisal begins. Pei Xingye activated his soul power, and the master and servant were connected, their souls resonating. Kill! The Black Phoenix flapped its wings. An array of undead fire mixed in the blistering wind descended from the sky, like the judgment of the god of death, killing the terrified iron-armored lizards in an instant, and even the bones of the corpses annihilated in the depths of the undead fire, leaving not a trace of ashes behind. Seeing this, Pei Yingru couldn't help but gush. The Black Phoenix's attack value was so high that against the iron-armored lizard, it won't even trigger the undead decimation effect. Undead decimation, when an enemy unit has 10% blood remaining, the next attack will ignore any shields and defenses, triggering a 100% second kill to complete the harvest. This was Pei Xingyi's awakened undead talent. However, in this actual battle, the Black Phoenix of the ancient mythological bloodline did not need to release any skills at all, just plain and simple ordinary attacks. The iron-armored lizard was unable to fight back, the blood bar was instantly cleared, and it was too late for even undead decimation to be triggered. Next, Pei Xingyi transformed into a royal beast artist, riding the Black Phoenix and killing one iron-armored lizard after another, conquering the entire audience with his strength and talent. Phoenix bloodline, when it's really as terrifying as this. What is this? Bloodstained disappearance. Seconds again? Too fast. Pei Xingye has already killed 25 iron-armored lizards in a row. The emerald green fire of the undead burned brightly, and Pei Xingye's red pupils were the only splash of scarlet amidst the sea of fire. How overbearing is this scarlet red? How brutal! This splash of scarlet red exuded the oppressive and murderous intent of a god of death descending. This scarlet red color, the so-called pride of heaven around the pressure to raise their heads, obliterated by the crowd. This moment, genius? It's just the threshold to see him. Pei Donglai's face was a shade of iron and a shade of pale as he fiercely clenched his fists filled with cold sweat, his heartbeat becoming jumbled. This guy, he's already killed 25 iron-armored lizards. If he continues, the crowd exclaimed. 26th, 27, 28, 29, 30, Cthulhu, it's the 50th one already. Situ Shue's score is 41, so Pei Xingye is already number 1. In a flash of lightning, Pei Xingye harnessed the Black Phoenix and powerfully killed the 50th iron-armored lizard. This dazzling result had asked for the first place in the Tianyu City examination area. Among the crowd, a purple-haired girl whose appearance was more exquisite than a work of art raised her deep eyes, her gaze landing on Pei Xingye's body. It was only before that she was the first-place winner in the Tianyu City examination area. She was one of the 4 great families of Tianyu City, the leader of the younger generation of the Situ family, Situ Shui. During the test, she killed 41 iron-armored lizards, which was enough to wow the audience. If it wasn't for the appearance of Pei Xingye, this monster, she would have gotten the acceptance letter from Chaos Academy as the top student of Tianyu City. Situ Shui gazed at Pei Xingye, and no one was able to speculate on what was going on inside her mind. It is certain that this proud daughter of heaven is now reduced to a supporting role under Pei Xingye's super god heavenly show. Pei Xingye didn't stop, and the Black Phoenix was still slaughtering. This meant that Pei Xingye's test scores were still rising. The 60th, 70, liar, this is so fake, 80 only. The gazes of the crowd, from the initial shock, gradually turned into stagnation. The picture in front of them was so unreal, like an illusory dream. Although Pei Yingru was agitated, she also kept her sensible thoughts. No, bloodline suppression is bloodline suppression. What's with his soul power reserves? When an Imperial Beast Master harnessed an Imperial Beast to fight, he would consume his own soul power, even if the strength of the Black Phoenix bloodline was over the top. Killing 80 iron-armored lizards in a row was nothing short of a huge drain on Pei Xingye's soul power. However, at this moment, Pei Xingye was breathing evenly and looking calm, without even a trace of fatigue on his face. It simply doesn't make sense. Pei Donglai had supervised the exams for so many years, and had never seen a genius with such a high concentration of soul power like Pei Xingyi in the exam room of the National Grand Examination. In fact, Pei Xingyi's soul power was twice that of his peers. Soul power can be explained as the power of one's soul. This power increases with the age and experience of the Imperial Beastmaster in battle. Pei Xingyi is a traveler, 2 lifetimes, 1 body, 2 souls, naturally possessing double the soul power. So theoretically speaking, in terms of sustained combat ability, any Imperial Beastmaster of the same segment would be reduced to scum by Pei Xingyi in seconds. Under the support of double soul power, Pei Xingyi maneuvered the Black Phoenix as if it were a bloodthirsty and merciless killing machine, unleashing a feast of carnage in the examination room. Each district of the National Grand Entrance Examination, NGE, has its own webcast room. At this moment, 99% of the nation's netizens, with a surging and whistling momentum, crowded into the live broadcasting room of the Tianyu City examination area, just to catch a glimpse of this talented youngster. The pop-ups went wild. Purebred Phoenix bloodline? It's hard to see in 100 years. This score is horrible. We've already killed 90 iron-armored lizards, not far from breaking the all-time record. This Akatsuki kid, he shouldn't really be breaking records, right? The highest record, since the National Grand Examination was held, was 99 consecutive kills of iron-armored lizards. And at the moment, Pei Xingyi is getting closer to breaking the all-time record. The entire country was paying attention to this young man, Pei Xingyi, which also included the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, the imperial city of Yanxia, the palace of the dragon's soul. This is the highest temple of power in the country and the residence of the head of a nation. The woman on top of the throne was graceful and elegant, absolutely beautiful, with a jade-like glossy dragon reverse scale growing out of the center of her forehead, a long golden dress as thin as a cicada's wings dragged on the ground, and the beautiful legs folded under the dress were hidden. But the majesty she emanated made any man not dare to have blasphemous lecherous thoughts about it. Report, Lord State Lord. The latest news is that a monster genius has emerged from Tianyu City for this year's national examination. Tianyu City? Long Jun Ning's eyebrows rose, the depths of her beautiful eyes evoking the color of memories. Lord of the nation, as of now, that young man has broken the all-time record for the National Grand Examination, killing the number of iron-armored lizards, reaching 100. Pei Xingyi, the creator of the latest historical record of the National Grand Entrance Examination. This record has been held for a long time, and there is actually someone. So that young man is? Reporting back to the Lord of the Kingdom, his name is Pei Xingyi. Bei, that's right, it's the son left behind by Lord Pei's fallback then. You held him once when he was a baby. Long Jun Ning subconsciously opened his black and white dragon pupils and fell into reminiscence as a baby born with white hair and red pupils emerged in his mind. Times are changing, yet the son of the deceased, no less. This big shot was the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, the so-called Yanxia Empress, Long Jun Ning, Pei Xingyi's emergence. After all, let the Phoenix clan, after 18 years, once again exposed in the field of vision of the Dragon clan. What's coming will always come. The Great War of 18 years ago is actually far from over. Or maybe that's just the beginning. Chapter 7, the strongest national scholar in history. Incredible, 100 of them. This guy really broke the all-time record. Pei Xingyi is a monster. The world likes to use the word genius to define those gifted young people, and monster is what geniuses use to describe Pei Xingyi, who is beyond their reach. Up to this point, Pei Xingyi had consecutively killed 100 iron-armored lizards, and the examination hall boiled with it, destined to be a scene that would go down in history. Pei Yingru, as the invigilator, was shocked and looked at her brother in the center of the examination room. In her eyes, this brother had suddenly become so strange and so powerful. 3 digits. Pei Xingyi, my brother, he took the highest score on the national exam and raised it to triple digits. Before Pei Xingyi came out of nowhere, the highest scores in the national exams had been fixed at double digits. The number 99 has, for many years, been regarded as the limit of genius. And at this moment, Pei Xingyi broke this limit, but he had only broken the limits of those geniuses of the past, and he had not yet reached his own. Because, in plain sight, this white-haired, red-pupiled teenager had stopped and voluntarily fixed his score. But the rhythm of his breathing showed no sign of disruption. The upright standing posture is elegant and calm, and not even a single bead of sweat can be seen on the green but handsome face under the capture and trial of the tricky lens of the media reporters. The crowd frequently marveled, and speculation issued from the crowd. 100 of them. Is that really his limit? No. You guys, look at his face. It doesn't look red warm or sweaty yet. Is it possible that he still has remaining soul power? Pei Xingyi, is he still human? When people even began to question whether Pei Xingyi was a human bloodline, it meant that the shock Pei Xingyi brought to the world had already surpassed the shackles of human genetics. Among the crowd, Situ Shui lifted her hand and gathered the messy purple hair at her temples behind her ears, revealing a bright and delicate face as she gazed at Pei Xingye while muttering to herself. The score of 100 only is just to break the all-time record for the Grand National. This score, it's not his limit. While he is coming into his own, he is also trying to suppress his talent as much as possible, not exposing his full strength, especially his undercard, to the public eye. So he's a genius monster with a brain, and that's the kind of partner I need. This was Situ Shui's evaluation of Pei Xingye. Even though Pei Xingye's appearance had caused her to lose out on the honorary title of Tianyu City's one celestial pride, and had once reduced her to a supporting role, she still evaluated Pei Xingye objectively, without any personal emotions. After Pei Xingye's results were finalized, the national exams were nearing the end. The examination process of the examination area is then accelerated, and when the last candidate completes the examination, this year's national champion, immediately announced. Undoubtedly, Pei Xingye, the supernova rising like a rising star in the middle of the eternal night, became the strongest national scholar in history. The small Tianyu city simply couldn't afford to raise a genius monster of this level. Above the examination room, Pei Xingye looked around. He could feel that all the hot gazes thrown his way were filled with admiration and respect. In an era where martial arts were honored, strong people, geniuses, or genius monsters, should enjoy such treatment. If your talent is weaker than others, they will mock and belittle you. If you are a little more gifted than others, they will be jealous and hate you. But if your gift is so powerful that it leaves others in the dust, they will worship and submit to you. Salutes, applause, cheers, flowers. Pei Xingye became the bright star of the nation's attention, and the name of the strongest national scholar in history resounded through every inch of the Yanxia Empire, and even became famous overseas, making news headlines in the other 6 countries of the human race. How come? What gives him the right? I've known him for 18 years, and he's always been a loser. So why is he suddenly? Pei Donglai held his head in both hands, his expression twisted in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. On the large screen, the ranking of candidates in Tianyu City was typed out. Pei Xingye, 100 kills, no. 1 in the country. Stuart Snow, 41 kills. Huang Fu Boi, 33 kills. Qin Yanlin, 30 kills. Pei Donglai, 25 kills. Oopsie daisy. Everyone look at the report card. This is going to be fun. Pei Xingye is the national top student. That's why Pei Donglai's ranking has dropped to 5th in the whole city. According to the Chaos Academy's enrollment rules, we only have 4 acceptance quotas in Tianyu City. So, Pei Donglai has fallen off the list, and it was squeezed out by his brother, Pei Xingye. In the National Examination Hall, the first ever famous scene of kindred killing was born. The younger brother took out the older brother. Pei Xingye personally squeezed Pei Donglai out of the Chaos Academy's enrollment rules. The fervor around him caused Pei Donglai to panic, and he hurriedly rushed to Pei Yingro's face, smiling harder than he was crying. Sis, you're my sister. Talk to the dean. Can you make an exception this year and admit me too? Please sis. Pei Yingru shook her head gravely, her frost-covered face written with solemnity. First of all, this is an exam room. I'm not your sister, I'm the invigilator. Secondly, the Chaos Academy's enrollment rules will not be broken because of anyone. Pei Yingru was a public official and announced the acceptance list on the spot. Situ Shui, Huang Fuboi, Qin Yanlin, and Pei Xingye, the above 4 students, received acceptance letters from Chaos Academy. Just then, above the sky, the crane cries, the green lawn flies, bat shuttle. 3 great figures riding different flying imperial beasts parachuted into the Tianyu City Examination Center. They are Dean of Taotai Academy, Zhuge Qingfeng, the head of the Poor Man's Academy, Li Jinyan, the Dean of Legend Academy, Lin Songhai. 3 of the deans of 3 of the 4 top Imperial Beastmaster Academies in the Yanxia Empire made their appearance at the same time. Their purpose is obvious: grabbing people. The 3 deans were all highly respected people, and their life's work was not spent on the battlefield, but on digging up and cultivating the younger generation of geniuses in the Yanxia Empire. When it was too late, the 3 deans had already surrounded Pei Xingye with kind and rolling eyes. Good, that's great. That's a great seedling, worthy of being the strongest national scholar in history. A phenom. To continuously kill 100 iron-armored lizards and still maintain such a calm demeanor. The bottom of his eyes are even more unperturbed. This calmness of mind that hides the blade. Who at the same age can compare? At this point, someone in the crowd crumbled. The way these 3 deans look at Pei Xingye, isn't it like the way clan elders look at the clan's heavenly pride in martial arts novels? Chapter 8. The beginning of revenge. Brother crushes brother. Genius, in this day and age, is the hardest of hard currency. Genius, as long as it flows into the market, is bound to be snatched up by the madness. Pei Xingye was the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the big shots, and the person who is trampled under the feet of a genius will only be reduced to a clown that no one cares about. Pei Donglai was paralyzed as if he had lost his soul, watching his brother and the 3 deans surrounded, not humble, talk well, and even inadvertently, can say something about the Imperial Beast evolution route. Unique insights attracted the three deans praised again and again. At this moment, Pei Donglai realized that after this national exam, he and Pei Xingye were no longer in the same world. I'm not happy, Pei Donglai roared in his heart while every pore contracted from fear. He was beginning to fear this brother. He understood that if Pei Xingye continued to grow, then everything in the Pei family would return to Pei Xingye's hands. He, in turn, would lose his eligibility to inherit the Scarlet Guild, losing all that wealth and status that was originally within his grasp. As the world watched, all three deans expressed their favor and love for Pei Xingye, and naturally threw out olive branches with generous treatment. Li Jinyan, fellow Pei Xingye, as long as you're willing to give up the Chaos Academy, the doors of our Poverty Academy are open for you. Lin Songhai, we, Blockhead Academy, can offer you the highest amount of scholarship, and will arrange for you to have an independent villa apartment. And, Zhuge Qingfeng, Pei Xingye, let me be direct. Among the four great academies, we, Taotai Academy, used to train many excellent undead Imperial Beast Masters. That's why our academy still keeps a lot of undead Imperial Beast evolution materials in its resource pool. You know, Pei Xingye looked embarrassed, and before he could say anything in the face of the three deans' gracious invitation, the wind and dust rolled not far away, and a giant black-skinned boar charged and squeezed its way into the crowd. Get out of the way, all of you. On the boar's back, which towered like a hill, rode a fat, middle-aged man. This boar only had one eye, and its body exuded a berserk aura of the monarch body rank. The one-eyed pig Mastiff King, the owner of this imperial beast, was naturally the dean of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. At the same time, it is also the most abstract of the four deans. One-eyed pig Mastiff. A sharp break. Wang Defa fell from the back of the pig, planted a dog. This grooming is really difficult to let people compliment. Such an entrance is in stark contrast to the other three highly respected deans. Wang Defa climbed up from the ground, ignoring his grimy image, and clutched Pei Xingye's hands tightly. Pei Xingye student, first time meeting, I'm the Dean of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. Dean Wang. Hello. Pei Yingru walked over with a respectful attitude. Dean, what brings you here? Tutor Pei. Of course I'm personally presenting the acceptance letter for our national top student. As of this moment, the deans of the four top Royal Beastmaster Academies had gathered together only to compete for the genius monster Pei Xingye. Zhuge Qingfeng frowned. Fatty Wang, your Chaos Academy simply doesn't have resources related to the undead lineage Imperial Beasts. So what are you going to use to cultivate Pei Xingye? Wang Defa blew his beard and eyes out, and swore on the spot. I promise that as long as Pei Xingye enters our Chaos Academy, I, Wang Defa, will scatter my family's wealth and pour out everything I have, and I will also collect valuable and rare undead department materials from all over the country, and even the globe. For Pei Xingye's classmates, it was a time when undead sentinels were in complete decline, so the resources used to cultivate undead-type Imperial Beasts could be described as depleted. It wasn't true that Pei Xingye was a national top student, but everyone knew that it wasn't an easy thing to train this genius monster. The resources required during the Black Phoenix's growth alone were enough to give Wang Defa a headache, but he wouldn't let go of Pei Xingye, a good seedling, no matter what. Everyone, to say 1,000 words, the four of us have argued and argued, but in the end, it's still up to Pei Xingye's own choice. The four deans, at the same time, looked at Pei Xingye, their glowing eyes unable to hide their deep expectations. At this moment, Pei Donglai's heart, which was like falling into an ice cellar, once again ignited hope and thought in his heart. Taotai Academy. It's the first of the four great academies, and Dean Zhuge also said that the Taotai Academy's warehouses still keep some undead-type materials from the old times. If I were Pei Xingye, I would definitely choose Taotai Academy. As long as he chooses Taotai Academy, then I can. Pei Donglai became excited. As long as Pei Xingye chose Taotai Academy, then Chaos Academy would include him as the fifth best in Tianyu City. I choose Chaos Academy. The moment Pei Xingye made his choice, Pei Donglai's rekindled hope was instantly extinguished, and his heart was as dead as ashes. But that's all. No way. Pei Xingye actually insisted on choosing Chaos Academy? Taotai Academy is the top of the four great academies. Genius monsters are worthy of being genius monsters. Their brain circuits are different from normal people. Pei Xingye's choice caused Zhuge Qingfeng, the head of the Taotai Academy, to feel puzzled, but he could only show respect. Wang Defa was emotional and once again held Pei Xingye's hand, the fat on his face trembling from his excessive smile. Student Pei Xingye, thank you very much for being willing to give our Chaos Academy a chance. Don't worry, on behalf of the Chaos Academy, I promise to do my best to cultivate you, but then again, why did you choose our Chaos Academy? That's the question everyone is curious about. Because there's a dog that doesn't deserve to be in the Chaos Academy. Everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the trembling Pei Donglai. Within Tianyu City, the relationship between Pei Xingye and the Pei family was well known to everyone, as was the grudge between Pei Donglai and Pei Xingye's. I see. Pei Xingye chose Chaos Academy for no other reason than to squeeze out Pei Donglai. He's taking revenge. To have revenge. This was Pei Xingye's path of the Imperial Beast. The national examination is only his first move, and his revenge on those moralistic people in the Pei family has just begun. Because Pei Xingye squeezed out Pei Donglai's spot, it caused Pei Donglai to fall off the list, and according to the rules, he was no longer qualified to apply for other Imperial Beast Master Academies. Pei Xingye held the Chaos Academy's acceptance letter in his hand and walked over to Pei Donglai. Cousin, don't you love to be in my presence, showing your teeth and smiling? Why don't you laugh now? Is it a bitter heart? Calm tone, scornful eyes. Pei Xingye's red pupils swept over Pei Donglai like a god overlooking a ruminant with cold indifference. The older brother is a loser who fell off the list, and the younger brother is a national scholar. So who's the real younger brother? I won't say it, know it all, ha ha ha. Pei Donglai hasn't bullied Pei Xingye much. With the grudge between these two, what Pei Xingye did wasn't excessive. It was even considered merciful, and regardless of the past, the brothers are in a world of difference now. Yeah. Pei Donglai is no longer qualified to touch Pei Xingye. From this moment on, they are not from the same world. Pei Donglai was reduced to a clown, and the mockery and slander around him followed. He no longer had the face to remain here. Pei Xingye, I will make sure you die. Definitely. With a low roar in his heart, Pei Donglai rose with murderous intent. The situation was unfavorable. He could only hold back for the time being, fleeing through the crowd, drowning in the sunset streets, his cold and malicious face hidden in the shadows. He dialed a phone number. Hey father, Pei Xingye he, on the other end of the phone. Donglai, I know all about it. I'm your father. I know what you're thinking, but this matter must be considered in the long run. After all, the current Pei Xingye is the national top scholar. We are not in a position to easily move him. Pei Shan, Pei Donglai's father, Pei Xingye's real uncle. He is also the acting president of the Scarlet Guild. On the phone, his voice was grave and serious, and he knew that the moment Pei Xingye became a national scholar, things had started to get bad for him and his son. Father, I understand. So let's discuss this in the long run after we meet his father and son. Today's Pei family is the den of wolves and tigers, except for Pei Yingru. Everyone else stands against Pei Xingye. They were bloodthirsty, wide-eyed wolves who wanted nothing more than to hijack and embezzle the legacy left behind by Pei Chuzhan. Pei Donglai, letting you fall off the list for everyone to shout at is just the beginning. Your father. I won't spare any of them. Everything my mother left behind when she was alive, I will take back. At this moment, Pei Xingye's scarlet gaze, looking out in the direction where the Pei family is located, the power of the undead in his body boiling with indignation. Chapter 9, Upgrading the Hand of the Overthrowing God. Hidden data of the Black Phoenix. Under the attention of the crowd, Wang Defa, the Dean of Chaos Academy, and Pei Xingye, the national top scholar, shook hands once again. In the future, the world laments that this is a precious photo op, because no one had predicted that the Chaos Academy, because of this talented young man to join, and create incredible splendor, and once can be called the legend of the miracle. Mr. Pei Xingye, thank you again for choosing Chaos Academy. We'll see you in the opening season. Well, I'll see you in the school season. Pei Xingye walked out of the examination room, and the media reporters swarmed around, just like a zombie siege horror. Countless microphones disliked his mouth, and the flashes of the cameras twinkled and stung like the stars of the late night. Reporter, Pei Xingye student, may I ask how you became a national top student? Can you share your experience? Pei Xingye raised his left arm, and the overlying god's hand lit up with a purple-gold stream of light that was not easily noticeable to the normal human eye. How do you become a national scholar? The answer is simple. Just have a hand. Pei Xingye wasn't pretending, he was just stating the facts. For him, it's really just a matter of having hands. What a great have a hand. This guy, he can pack more than my second uncle's Wuling Honda on the highway. Who let people have the capital to pretend? After all, he is the strongest national scholar ever. Don't say it. When this guy is loaded up, he's so handsome that even I, Wang Peng, have to avoid him. Damn it. Li Fei, also lost slightly. Pei Xingye ignored the crowd's comments and passed through the crowd, disappearing at the end of the sunset. At the same time, Pei Xingye's mind resounded with system beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Unlock the National Scholar Honor Achievement. Distribute achievement reward, Overwhelming God's Hand upgrade card, plus Gilded Sycamore seed. Reward delivered to the warehouse bar. Please check with the host. Pei Xingye stopped in his tracks, his body shrouded in the depths of dusk, as if he was clad in a golden armor battlesuit. With a surge of thoughts, Pei Xingye entered the system warehouse bar and took the lead in using the upgrade card. The hand of the overthrower god is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. Added the third function, Imperial Beast Diagnosis. Details explanation. After touching any Imperial Beast, the hand of the overlying god can diagnose all difficult and hidden injuries and retrieve the best course of treatment. So far, 3 features have been developed for the hand of the overthrower. First function, lift the coffin and dig the grave. Second function, data reading. Third function, Imperial Beast Diagnosis. Each of these functions grants Pei Xingye a great upper limit of operation. The corners of the teenager's lips were slightly raised against the afterglow of the setting sun. Imperial Beast Diagnosis. This function should allow me to become a gold medal Imperial healer and open up a second career, making it convenient for me to establish my own network as soon as possible in this era of universal Imperial Beasts. As for the seeds of the gilt sycamore tree, the purebred phoenix race has a notable characteristic of needing to perch on a sycamore tree in order to speed up their evolution. So Pei Xingye need to find a piece of unique private land, used to plant cultivation of gilt sycamore. Something like private land is not something you can buy with money. It takes connections. Late at night, Pei Xingye returned to the Pei family's abandoned mansion on the outskirts of Tianyu City. Now that he was a national scholar, why hadn't he chosen to kill his way back to the Scarlet Guild in a high-profile manner, ruthlessly slapping Pei Shan and Pei Donglai's father and son in the face? Now is not the best time to return to the Scarlet Guild. Pei Shan, wait for me. It won't take too long. I'll let you invite me personally, with your head nodding and 8 carriers, back to the Scarlet Guild. At this moment, Pei Xingye has already prepared a second move. Interestingly enough, Situ Shui, who had been admitted to the Chaos Academy with him, had grown up as a strange woman obsessed with chess. Tianyu City, downtown, Sito's residence. In the bathtub, the delicate white body of the purple-haired girl was hidden in the dreamy bubbles and warm denseness. Next to the bathtub, there is a deadlock chessboard. At that moment, current news was playing on the electronic projection screen hanging above the bathtub. The national examination came to an end today, and the national top student Pei Xingye was on the headline boards of 138 media outlets, and the topic heat created a new all-time high. The 2-month summer vacation is approaching, and with the recent harassment of our borders by legions of inferno magic beasts, the Weather Bureau has officially issued a red heat warning. 18 gold medal evolutionists across the country have jointly analyzed and released the data panel of the Black Phoenix. Please see details at Name of Imperial Beast, Black Phoenix, Undead Form. Grade, Juvenile, 1 stage. Bloodline, Ancient Mythological Bloodline. Attributes, Undead plus Fire. Talent 1, Power of Nirvana, immune to all life-based curses. Breaks out of its shell and is reborn within 3 seconds of death, gaining 50% of its blood volume while adding a 3x defense shield for 10 seconds. Talent 2, Undead Fire, ignores enemy defense shields and inflicts real burning damage to the enemy's main body. Talent 3, Undead Body, immune to all physical attacks. Skill 1, Phoenix Spit, builds up energy and spits out a ball of undead fire, dealing scorching plus exploding plus piercing high damage to enemies in its path. Skill 2, Falling Phoenix Chop, Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped chop. Skill 3, Baja Phoenix Sound, emits powerful sound waves, shocking the enemy with a roar, manifesting bloodline suppression, and inflicting negative statuses such as fear, stun, and weakness on the enemy. That's the data for Black Phoenix. The national exams have just ended, and the so-called experts have already fully analyzed this century-old purebred phoenix. After browsing the data panel, Situ Shui opened the comments section and saw some negative buzz. If you want me to say, Pei Xingye, the national first prize winner, is watered down. Iron-armored lizards, which are attribute-less magical beasts, can only unleash physical attacks, while the Black Phoenix is immune to all physical-based attacks. Isn't this a bug jam? Oh, I don't deny the strength of the Phoenix bloodline, but this national exam, Pei Xingye did eat the benefits. When the Black Phoenix faces a non-physical attack system magical beast, I'm afraid it won't have such a strong performance. So what if there's an ancient mythological bloodline? Is it possible that it doesn't have a single weakness? Seeing these negative comments, Situ Shui was thoughtful. The strongest national scholar ever. This honorary title is just too dazzling. The more dazzling you are, the more the world will put you under a microscope to study everything about you, scrutinizing to uncover your potential weaknesses. Everyone is jealous of you, and everyone wants to beat you. Pei Xingye, I wonder if you can get out of this deadlocked game. The negative comments about Pei Xingye on the internet continued to ferment. Pei's ruined house. The old radio was playing these same hot news stories. Pei Xingye smiled evilly as his soul resonated with the Black Phoenix. Phoenix, a lot of people are questioning you, questioning me. Those experts confidently analyzed your data panel, but those stupid guys can only analyze your basic data. and your hidden data that only I can see. Pei Xingye had already planned the path of evolution for the Black Phoenix. This will be an evolutionary path that will overturn the world's knowledge of the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 10, Sister's Best Friend, Scarlet Will. 2 months flew by in a hurry. Summer vacation is over and the nation is in the midst of the annual school season. Due to the harassment of the Inferno System Magical Beast Legion, this summer's Inferno Summer Empire was hotter than ever. The temperature in Black Lin City reached the point where the ground could fry an egg. This big city, closely related to the Kirin, is home to the 4 top academies. Rumor has it that in this city, there was once a black unicorn with a body as black as ink, its hooves stepping on 10,000 miles of auspicious clouds, dispersing the demonic beast virus from the entire city. But the rumors are just that, rumors, and have not been confirmed. A young boy with white hair and red pupils mingled among the crowd in the bustling streets. His dress was too plain to fit in with the tone of the city, but he had a face that was purely hard-hitting. That's why a man's core outfits are not status, but face. At the crossroads, Pei Xingye temporarily stopped. His hand held a map of Black Lin City, the 4 major academies, located in the southeast and northwest corners of the city. The location of the Chaos Academy, east of the city, by the sea. Black Lin City, a typical seaport-type city, was bordered by the sea in the east and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Pei Xingye glanced at the phone lock screen. There's still 2 hours until the commencement ceremony, so let's go to the Imperial Beast shop around here first. Before enrolling in school, Pei Xingye needed to procure some materials to prepare for the Black Phoenix's evolutionary upgrade. The money in his hand was from the top scholarship issued by the Chaos Academy, which amounted to $500,000. This is also considered the first bucket of gold in Pei Xingye's life. 10 minutes later, Pei Xingye arrived at a busy shopping street. All the stores along the street are doing business related to the profession of Beast Master. Beast Shop, a trading floor for purchasing beasts and beast evolution materials. Imperial Hospital, a hospital that diagnoses and treats imperial beasts. Evolution House, an expert club that customizes the best evolution route for different imperial beasts. Pei Xingye looked around while walking, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A big city deserves to be a big city. On this street alone, 4-star imperial beast stores are everywhere. In Pei Xingye's hometown, Tianyu City, there were no more than 10 3-star imperial beast stores. In contrast, the disparity in city class is clear. After all, the top 4 colleges are located here, equivalent to the convergence of the country's talent. The country naturally want to vigorously develop the construction of this city. The strength of the financial investment need not be said. A 4-star imperial beast shop, the consumption is definitely not low, but you can get some good quality ice attribute beast crystals. Pei Xingye suddenly stopped in her tracks, her afterglow deeply attracted by the ancient-style pavilion on the side. Wait, this familiar old-fashioned decor, shouldn't it's really listen to the rain garden? Pei Xingye raised her head and saw that on the plaque of this ancient-style imperial beast store, the 3 big words, listening to Rain Xian, were clearly inscribed in flowing cursive script. Must be just a rename, Pei Xingye murmured. Just then, a familiar body fragrance drifted into Pei Xingye's nostrils. A beautiful silhouette, with elegant steps, walked out of the door of Hearing Rain Xian. The woman was tall, wearing a black cheongsam with a pear pattern, the slit revealing her long snow-white legs, and her slender fingers pinched an ancient-style rocking fan. This woman's appearance illustrates what beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. Her bone beauty was a standard classical beauty, as if she had stepped out of the scrolls of a certain dynasty, forming a strong contrast with this era where all the people were imperial beasts. The woman smiled at Pei Xingye. Her eyes were like curved crescent moons when she smiled, charming without losing her pure desire, making people feel like spring breeze. Yo, this is not the national top student. Welcome to listening to Rain Xian. Listen to the Rain Sister. How do you? That's right, I moved listening to Rain Xian from Tianyu City to Black Lin City. Moreover, the store level was raised from 3 stars to 4 stars. Lan Hearing Rain, the owner of Hearing Rain Xian, and also Pei Yingrua's best friend. Pei Xingye lost his mother when he was a child. His father's identity and whereabouts are unknown, and the entire Pei family is targeting him, and he relies on Pei Yingyu and Lan Listening You to take care of him along the way. After a bout of pleasantries, Blue Listening Rain suddenly revealed a huffy look, crossed her arms and questioned, "You kid, let me off the hook." "Right, Sister Hearing Rain, listen to my explanation. There's no need to explain. Although after Shadow Row asked me to, I went through a great deal of effort and entrusted layer after layer of contacts to get you an undead imperial beast with a rare bloodline." Lan Hearing You said as she raised her hand and gently knocked Pei Xingye's head. "But your kid is a black phoenix that has contracted an ancient mythological bloodline. A rare bloodline that naturally won't fit into your eyes." Embarrassment was written all over Pei Xingye's face. "Alright, don't tactically scratch your head to ease the embarrassment. You came to shop here. You need imperial beast evolution materials. Right, come in and take a look. Sister will give you a discount. Break bones yo." "Thank you." Sister Hearing Rain. Pei Xingyi walked into Listening Rain Xian. Blue Listening Rain directly sent a Supreme VIP card. All the goods in the field. All 20% off. In fact, with Pei Ying-ro and Lan Hearing-yu's relationship, even if Pei Xing-night didn't have enough money on him, Lan Hearing-yu wouldn't make things difficult for this younger brother. Little Knight, over here are the shells of Fire Beast crystals. Feel free to look around and pick whatever you want. The core attribute of the Phoenix bloodline was fire, so Lan Hearing-yu subconsciously introduced the fire attribute beast crystals for Pei Xingye. Beast crystals are the crystals diluted by the decaying remains of imperial beasts or magical beasts after they have fallen. The power of the corresponding attribute was kept inside for the imperial beasts to swallow, thus speeding up their evolution. Theoretically, what the Black Phoenix needed was the fire attribute beast crystal. However, Pei Xingye shook her head. Sister Hearing Rain, I need ice attribute beast crystals. What? Ice attribute beast crystal? You contracted an ice attribute undead imperial beast in addition to the Black Phoenix? I've only contracted the Black Phoenix so far. Lan Hearing-yu's willow brows knitted slightly. Xiao Yu, the Phoenix bloodline, which is naturally of fire, is mutually exclusive with the ice attribute. I know. You know also, my Phoenix, it's not like other Phoenixes. Pei Xingye's serious look made Lan listen you stop talking nonsense and simply took Pei Xingye to the second floor. The shelves here are full of ice attribute beast crystals. Thank you Sister Hearing Rain. Pei Xingye stretched out his left arm, the fingertips of the overlying god's hand, and touched the beast crystals on the shelf. Beast crystals are divided into different grades based on their purity. Low, medium, high, fine, extreme. Pei Xingye filled the shopping cart after making a careful selection. Discounted price, $530. 000. Sister Hearing Rain, I only have 500. 000. You've called me sister, can I make it hard for you? Blue Listening Rain only charged 500. 000. Pei Xingye was grateful in his heart, but the next thing he knew, his gratitude spilled out of his chest. Sister Hearing Rain, this is a storage ring for you, as a gift for getting into the Chaos Academy, and as a gift for your 18th year. Storage Ring, a product developed by the Yanxia Empire's cutting-edge mechanical Imperial Beast Group, Tianlong Technology. This product is equipped with space folding technology, which is used for carrying various materials, supplements and sundries with the Beastmaster. One must know that the cheapest storage ring had a market price of not less than $1 million, and was not something that a royal Beastmaster with an ordinary family could afford. Sister Hearing Rain, this gift is too expensive, I can't take it. I'm your sister just like Shadow Ro. If you're polite with me, I'll get angry. Oh. Pei Xingye revealed a grateful smile and accepted the storage ring with both hands. Lovingly, Sister Listening Rain, I still have to attend the commencement ceremony. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Good. Sis is waiting for this meal. Witnessing Pei Xingye's departure, Lan Listening Yu's eyes produced a subtle change. She walked to her office on the top floor of the Listening to the Rain, unlocked the door, took her second cell phone out of the drawer, and dialed a number. I have landed in Blacklin City. I've just been in contact with His Highness, and he purchased some ice attribute beast crystals from me. I was also curious and asked. His explanation was that his phoenix, unlike other phoenixes, also, no signs have been found of Your Highness awakening the Scarlet Will. I will continue to observe. Don't worry, Your Highness won't have any doubts about my identity. I'm well hidden. Lan Listening Rain was confident in her acting skills, and over the years, she had never exposed anything in front of Pei Xingye, and her concern for Pei Xingye was only to the point. Unknown. After leaving Listening Rain Xian, Pei Xingye stroked the storage ring he wore on his right pinky finger, and in his heart, in addition to his gratitude to Lan Listening Rain, deep questions arose. Sister Hearing Rain and my cousin are very close, bosom friends, and it does make sense that she would be so kind to me. However, her public identity is clearly very ordinary, and her deceased parents were not big shots, so where did she get the resources and connections to move Listening to Rain Xian from Tianyu City, say, to Black Lin City? And the grade of this Imperial Beast Store has been directly raised from 3 stars to 4, and I'm afraid that this scale of alteration and expansion within a short period of time can't be solved with only money. Listening to Sister Rain's identity, it seems to have something to hide, and it's not simple. Chapter 11, For Geniuses, Scarlet Squad, established, 9:50 a.m. There were still 10 minutes left until the opening ceremony of Chaos Academy's orientation ceremony. The entrance to the academy was packed with people, and every new student who came to report was an existence of exceptional talent. They were vigorous and full of expectations for the future, and were the future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. In the middle of the crowd, a boy with a skinny frame and a lowered head seemed to have no presence. He was the only one in the hot weather with a thick head of long hair, which almost covered half of his face, revealing only a timid right eye. Huang Fuboi, the young master of the Huangfu family, one of the four great families of Tianyu City. He obviously has such a dominant name, but suffers from severe social phobia, grew up withdrawn and autistic, has almost no social skills, and suffers from a mild degree of stuttering. In fact, the Huangfu family didn't demand much from him. The family didn't expect him to become such an excellent imperial beast master in the future. They only hoped that the next 3 years of academy career could exercise this child's social skills and allow this child to adapt to this society. Before the trip, Huangfu Hongye, as the head of the Huangfu family, as well as Huangfu Boyi's father, repeatedly urged, "Son, when you go out, learn to talk more, express yourself more, and make more friends. Slowly, you'll stop stuttering. Your social phobia will only improve if you go through the grind. Of course, if someone bullies you, you mustn't wimp out and know how to fight back. Dad's going to teach you a few curse words, and if someone bullies you, you greet their whole family." The Huangfu family's tutelage is based on the concept of spitting and smelling. In fact, such special education is really suitable for guiding a sociopathic teenager who is withdrawn and autistic, and tailoring education to the needs of the individual is the way to go. In the midst of the crowd, an upright figure squeezed past Huangfu Boyi. Snap! Huangfu Boyi was staggered by the impact, and the white jade bracelet on his wrist that his father had given him was shattered. In such a noisy and chaotic environment, Huangfu Boyi clenched his fists. He was scared, but he remembered his father's teachings, so for the first time in his life he mustered up the courage to follow his father's example and looked up and cursed. "Your mom, Pei Xingye, my mom passed away. Right, sorry." Huangfu Boyi originally stuttered. Coupled with social fear of autism, Pei Xingye's reply directly to his whole will not. Pei Xingye picked up the broken bracelet on the ground with an apologetic face. "Classmate, I'm sorry, how much does this bracelet cost? I'll compensate you." No need to pay for it. I don't know you, your mom. It's okay, my mom died when I was less than a full moon. Yes, I'm sorry." Huangfu Boyi was on the verge of tears. He had managed to muster up courage for once, only to be rewarded with a lifetime of introversion. Even when he sleeps at night, he tosses and turns, thinking, "I'll be damned. Classmate, don't go leave a contact I will definitely compensate you for the bracelet." Huangfu Boyi's mental state was such that he couldn't face Pei Xingye at all. He lowered his head and covered his face with his long hair, quickly burrowing into the crowd and disappearing. In Pei Xingye's hand, she held the broken bracelet and smiled to herself. "All of my scholarships were spent on buying ice attribute beast crystals. How can I still have the money to compensate for this pricey bracelet? I now don't even have the money to recharge my meal card at the cafeteria." Ding! Pei Xingye pulled out his cell phone and received a refund text message. Refund of 100,000 Yensha coins. Immediately after, Pei Xingye received another private message from Lon Listening Rain. "Silly boy, your entire scholarship is with me. What do you usually eat and use? Keep this $100,000. I can't let you go hungry. Sister Hearing Rain, thank you." Although Pei Xingye was skeptical of Lon Listening Yu's identity and background, his gratitude to this sister's best friend was from the bottom of his heart. For now, in this world, Pei Ying Ro and Lon Hearing Yu are the only two people who are the best for Pei Xing Night. Not long after, the Chaos Academy's orientation ceremony officially began. The process of the ceremony is very simple. First of all, the Dean Wang Defa took the stage to speak, said some official platitudes. The second part of the program is to award the new students with the badge of first-ranked Beastmaster. The profession of Beastmaster was divided into a total of 13 segments. The first 10 segments, from the first order to the 10th order. The last 3 segments, each of which is a huge watershed, are King of Kings, God of Kings. These 3 segments of Imperial Beast Masters, analyzed in terms of physiological mechanisms and bloodline genetics, had already transcended the realm of humans. At the same time, these 3 segments of Imperial Beast Masters were also the top core combatants of the human race to counteract the demonic beast race, and were the basic disc on which the human race could survive. The first order Imperial Beastmaster was the threshold of the profession of Imperial Beastmaster. As long as a boy or girl passes the national examination and is admitted to the Beastmaster Academy, he or she will be awarded the badge of first-rank Beastmaster at the opening ceremony. "Mom, I'd become a full-fledged Imperial Beastmaster." Pei Xingye caressed the badge on his chest and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, thinking about his mother. The next link is nothing more than the Dean, Wang Defa, inviting Pei Xingye to go on stage and say a few words. After all, Pei Xingye was a national top student, and he was the center of attention for the entire school from the moment he stepped onto the Chaos Academy's campus. Class placement lists are posted on the bulletin board after the opening ceremony. There was no doubt that Pei Xingye was placed in the so-called top class, Classes of Excellence. This class is a gathering place for the genius of geniuses. Pei Xingye's red pupils swept through the class list and saw 3 familiar names: Situ Shui, Huangfu Boqi, 1912 to 1995, late Tang Dynasty poet. Qin Yinlin, 1909 to 1992, novelist. These three, along with Pei Xingye, all came from Tianyu City. The four great celestial pride of Tianyu City were all assigned to the class of excellence, and were all regarded as good seedlings worthy of vigorous cultivation. Lunchtime. Pei Xingye was about to go to the cafeteria to recharge his card when he received a text message from an unfamiliar number. When Pei Xingye followed the address on the text message and arrived at an upscale restaurant on the back street of the college, two men and a woman were already seated in the box. Classmate, it's you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I really didn't know you, your mom. This teenager with a thin figure, long hair covering his face, and suffering from severe social phobia was Huangfu Boi. The other boy, handsome in appearance, with a pair of promiscuous peach blossom eyes, and a faint perfume odor on his body. It seems to be a playboy who hangs out in bars all the time. Qin family, Qin Yanlin. The only girl in the box was the one who texted Pei Xingye. Her slender figure was wearing a privately made, high-grade JK uniform, and a pair of knee-high, thick black stockings that accentuated her long, already perfect legs to make them even more eye-catching. The absolute feel between the hem of the skirt and the root of the sock exudes a charm that any teenager would find hard to resist. Purple long hair, like a waterfall pouring scattered over the shoulders, delicate features highlighting the temperament of the aristocrats. The novel A Sister of the Mansion in her body to get a completely fitting materialization. Situ family, Situ Shui. Thus, the four great heavenly prides of Tianyu City had gathered together. Situ Shui lifted her slender fingers and held up a glass of chilled orange juice. We're all old folks. Let's all be casual about this meal. Don't be formal. Pei Xingye felt curious. Situ Shui took the initiative to set up this meal. It seemed to have other purposes. Since they were all from Tianyu City, after a few moments of idle chat, everyone became acquainted. Huangfu Boi was the only one who seemed out of place because he suffered from social phobia. Mr. Huangfu, I'll definitely compensate you for your bracelet. Really don't need to. Huangfu Boi didn't even dare to look up at Pei Xingye. He was still immersed in deep self-blame. It was near the end of the meal that Stuart Snow got to the point. Gentlemen, for the next 3 years of our academy careers, we are classmates fighting side by side. According to the Chaos Academy school rules, the tests, trials, and missions over the next 3 years will all be conducted in small teams. So the purpose of my setting up this dinner party should be clear to you, right? Qin Yanlin nodded with a smile. Situ Shui, what you mean is, the four of us form a squad? Situ Shui nodded her head shallowly and looked to Pei Xingye, who was on the side. What do you think? National champion? I'm fine with that. How about you, Mr. Huangfu? Pei Xingye, he means, I can do anything. Huangfu Boi nodded his head vigorously while looking at Pei Xingye with grateful eyes. The teenager, who was social and suffered from a stutter, has since had a knowledgeable mouthpiece. Pei Xingye is the one who understands him the most. Qin Yanlin crossed his legs and took a light sip of red wine. So what kind of name for our squad? Situ Shui pondered for a moment and spoke. The core of our squad, naturally, is Pei Xingye student. After all, he's the national top student. So how about the name of our squad? Scarlet Squad? The most notable feature on Pei Xingye was a pair of scarlet red pupils. Since there's no one to object, Scarlet Squad, officially, Qin Yanlin added. So who's the captain? Everyone's eyes, subconsciously, looked towards the national top student. Pei Xingye smiled and shook her head. The role of captain requires strong cohesion and leadership, so it's most appropriate that whoever set up this meal be the captain. Situ Shui pursed her red lips. Pei Xingye, are you really going to give me the position of captain? To me? It's not Jean, but you, more than me, are the captain of Scarlet Squad? We just met and you know me? Don't understand. And how do you know that I'm a better fit than you? Intuition. A flash of color flashed under Situ Shui's eyes as she became more interested in this white-haired, red-pupiled teenager. In the future, everyone who mentions the Scarlet Squad leader will make an emotional remark. Don't forget, she's the Scarlet Captain that Pei Xingye chose with her intuition. At this moment, the small box gave birth to a great squad of Imperial Beastmasters. The way this squad was formed seems haphazard, and there are no twists or turns in the storytelling. Just 4 hometown friends from the same city sat in a box and ate a meal together. The team called Scarlet was inexplicably established. From this moment onwards, the story of 4 geniuses growing up hand in hand slowly opens a grand prelude. Chapter 12, Pei Xingye and Situ Shui. Late night scheming. After lunch, there is a 1-hour lunch break. On his way back to the villa apartment, Pei Xingye realized that he and Situ Shui were on their way. Both performed well enough on the national exams so that they were able to enjoy single-family apartment-level dorms. The two men's villa apartments, on the other hand, were right across from each other, separated only by a cobbled path. What a coincidence! Well, coincidence indeed. Both turned at the same time, ready to go to their respective rooms. Pei Xingye had just opened the door to his room when Sita Shue's voice came from behind him. Are you happy with the membership structure I've put together for the squad? Of course I'm satisfied. Tell me about it. Pei Xingye turned around and locked eyes with Sita Shue, analyzing in a calm tone. Huang Fuboi, his talent is, retrospect. In a group battle, he is able to provide a significant blood recovery effect for the Imperial Beasts, increasing the battle sustaining ability and improving the error tolerance rate. Qin Yanlin, his talent is, refraction. When the Imperial Beast releases an attack, it can create a refraction between multiple enemy units, like a lightning conduction, causing a wide-range group attack. You, Situ Shui, have the talent, petrification, and your Imperial Beast is a shadow demon spider with the cocooning ability, which allows you to play a strong double control. Me, the talent is, undead decimation, which allows me to steadily harvest bloodied enemies in battle. Pei Xingye said here, paused slightly, looked straight at Sita Shue's slightly surprised gaze, and continued, healing back blood, group damage, dual control, and efficient harvesting. Such a team can naturally only be described as perfect. Sita Shue smiled and nodded her head while questioning, with your mind, you are also capable of being the captain of Scarlet Squad, so it's still the same question. Why do you need to let me have it? I said it at the beginning. Intuition. Your instincts must be right, at least when it comes to picking you as captain of this team. I don't think my instincts can be wrong. You're a funny guy, Captain. If you have nothing else, I'm going to my room to rest. Pei Xingye, you. Situ Shue was momentarily speechless as she stared at Pei Xingye for a moment. She suddenly realized that she had grown up accustomed to the adoring gazes cast by all the males her age around her, and Pei Xingye's coldness towards her made her a little uncomfortable. Women are all the same, always doubting their charms at such moments, especially pretty women. Situ Shue took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said seriously, it is necessary for me to remind you that according to the usual practice of previous years, in a week's time, you are going to represent our Chaos Academy and take part in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying round. The Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament was an event organized by the 4 top academies together. This tournament is for every freshman class and is full of gold. The competition is usually held a week after the start of the school year, and the 4 main colleges select the best scores on the National Grand Entrance Exam from among the incoming freshmen to sign up for the competition. Among the freshmen of Chaos Academy, the one with the best results in the national exam was naturally Pei Xingye, the national top scholar, so he came to fight on behalf of Chaos Academy. Pei Xingye understood Situ Shue's reminder. I understand, and I've read those opinions online. A lot of people are questioning me and eating the dividends of the national test. However, Captain, you don't need to worry. I'll get first place in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. Although Pei Xingye said this, Situ Shue still had some concerns. After all, the national examination is equivalent to the human-machine trial. The Iron Armor Lizard is the lowest level of attributeless magical beasts, also known as brainless magical beasts, and by the time Pei Xingye participated in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament, he would be facing talented opponents who possessed strategic intelligence. After all, the concepts of man-machine game and qualifying game are 2 completely different concepts. Pei Xingye, since I'm the captain of the Scarlet Squad, I naturally have to take care of every member. If there's anything you need, just say so, and I can help you. The Situ family behind Situ Shue was the head of the 4 major families in Tianyu City, and was also the richest in Tianyu City, with extremely strong resources and connections. Pei Xingye right now needed a piece of private land to plant gilt sycamore seeds. All he had to do was ask and Situ Shue would definitely do it for him. However, Pei Xingye hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and said, thank you for the captain's kindness. I don't have any need for the time being. Pei Xingye returned to his room and Situ Shue froze in place. Just now, his expression flashed with a tangle, clearly in need of help, but not to me to ask for it. In the world of adults, it's all about the exchange of benefits, and he thinks he can't create benefits for me for the time being, so that's why he doesn't open his mouth to me about his needs. Instead of distancing himself from me for the time being like this, he won't cause me to resent him, and I may even feel some favor for him. This person is really not simple. Pei Xingye was not simple, and how could Situ Shue not be? During the lunch break, Pei Xingye took a shower, blew dry his hair, and came to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. A week from now is the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament, and if you get the first place, you'll be able to receive a generous reward issued jointly by the 4 major academies. This week, in addition to accelerating training, we need to get a piece of private land capable of growing gilt sycamore as soon as possible. It's not appropriate to open up directly to Stuart Snow. She's not my girlfriend. The Phoenix bloodline Imperial Beast's need for the sycamore tree was like a fish not being able to live without water. so this matter was imminent. Contemplating for a moment, a complete plan surfaced within Pei Xingyi as he opened his phone and searched for the list of the top 10 Imperial Beastmaster guilds in Black Scale City. The most direct way to build a network and gain access to resources is to develop a second career. In the villa apartment across the street, Situ Shui was sitting on the sofa when a black shadow suddenly appeared beside her. With Situ Shui's family background, naturally followed by a personal bodyguard. Miss, this is the information you instructed me to investigate. Huang Fu Bo Yi, weakness social phobia. He cannot adapt to a crowded environment and is afraid of high decibel noise. There are serious communication barriers. Xin Yanlin, this man is flirtatious, likes to go in and out of foot massage parlors and nightclubs, purely an animal that thinks in the lower half of his body, and women are his greatest weakness. As for Pei Xingye, his weakness, I have not yet investigated clearly. Situ Shui said flatly, it doesn't matter, you continue to investigate in secret. Miss, are you collecting the weaknesses and soft spots of these three in order to conveniently pin them down and establish the authority of the Scarlet Squad leader? Situ Shui gently shook her head. Cardinal, they're on my team. I analyze their strengths in order to develop the perfect group battle strategy to maximize their potential. At the same time, I can only protect them in critical moments if I understand their weaknesses and soft spots. The Black Shadow suddenly realized inside in admiration. So that's how it is. Miss is really far-sighted. The Cardinal has been taught. Situ Shui was born to be a commander, not a general. She has strong cohesion and leadership, and she is worthy of Pei Xingyi's intuition. After the Black Shadow left, Situ Shui came to the balcony and looked at the villa apartment across the street. Pei Xingye, do you really have no weaknesses or soft spots? When a woman develops a high level of curiosity about a man, it's actually a very troubling thing. Chapter 13, Blackwing Guild. Hand of God, pulse check, the sun sets and dusk descends. The school bell rang, and Chaos Academy was shrouded in a blood-orange afterglow as a white-haired, red-pupiled teenager left through the back door of the academy. Half an hour later, Pei Xingye arrived in front of a magnificent and imposing building, and the stone statue at the entrance was a huge flying eagle, unfolding a pair of black wings and making a gesture of soaring into the sky. The Blackwing Imperial Beastmaster Guild, the third-ranked guild in Blacklin City, was huge and had a reputation. Moreover, in terms of comprehensive strength, it was not far from the second-ranked Greedy Wolf Guild. At the entrance to the guild, there was a sign posted for a handyman. Pei Xingye stepped into the hall, walked to the front desk, and after a brief exchange with the front desk lady, put pen to paper to fill out the information sheet for the handyman application. While work-study students abound, is this national top student really just applying for a handyman job? Just as Pei Xingyi was filling out the form, a noise came from behind her. Old Jean, do you really have no other treatment? President Xiao, I really tried my best. There is currently no case in our country that has eradicated the blood plague disease. Besides, I'm only a silver royal healer. Why don't you go to the Imperial City and hire a gold royal healer to try? Pei Xingye scanned these two with her afterimage. The middle-aged man with a sturdy figure, stalwart appearance, and dark skin was the president of the Blackwing Guild, Xiao Dingtian. The segment reached the 7th rank of Imperial Beastmaster, and he was loved by the people in Blacklin City. As for the white-haired old man beside Xiao Dingtian, he was the most outstanding silver royal therapist of Blacklin City, Jin Lao Wu. Xiao Dingtian looked helpless. There are less than 100 gold medal imperial therapists in our country, counting on our fingers, and most of them are supporting the frontline battlefields at the border. How can I possibly hire one? Even if the Blackwing Guild was financially strong, it would be nearly impossible to hire a gold medal imperial healer. Just as Xiao Dingtian was at a loss, a teenager's voice came from behind him. President Xiao, I can cure the blood plague. Xiao Dingtian stared back and looked Pei Xingye up and down. Young man, are you late Pei Xingye? No wonder it looks familiar. So it's this year's national scholar. This was the time when Pei Xingyi was at the height of her hotness, easily recognized, and the most convenient time to build connections. Pei student, you came here to. I'm here to apply for a handyman job. To work and study, Pei Xingye added. But just now I heard you guys talking about the blood plague, so I came over. Jin Lao Wu, as a silver medal imperial healer, stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you just said that you can cure the blood plague disease? Ha ha ha. You have to know that even a gold medal imperial healer of the Imperial Palace Academy wouldn't dare to say the word cure. I'm afraid that you don't even know what the blood plague is. Right, blood plague, an epidemic that mostly affects imperial beasts that experience constant combat at sea. Due to a large number of wraith corpses sinking in the depths of the sea, the wraith virus spreads through the water currents and is implanted in the bodies of the imperial beasts. Symptoms manifest as skin rot, reduced physical ability, and a significant weakening of defense values. After Pei Xingye finished speaking, Jin Laowu revealed a stunned expression. Hey, you kid know a lot. Pei Xingye had investigated before she arrived. 80% of the commission orders that the Blackwing Guild usually received required going out to sea. Coupled with the recent rampage of the legions of inflammation-type magical beasts, the global temperature had risen, and the corpses of magical beasts at the bottom of the sea had intensified the release of the virus. So the imperial beasts that the Blackwing Guild had cultivated must have been a high-prevalence group of the blood plague. Everything was within Pei Xingye's calculations, so he wasn't even applying for a handyman. President Xiao, I really do have a way to cure the blood plague disease. Looking at Pei Xingye's serious appearance, Xiao Dingtian frowned. As the saying goes, a different profession is like a different mountain. Even if Pei Xingye is this year's national top student, but Pei Xingye's profession is after all a beast master, not a royal therapist. However, Pei Xingye's next words ultimately impressed Xiao Dingtian. President Xiao, you also said just now that it is currently difficult for you to hire a gold medal imperial healer. I'm sure those imperial beasts suffering from blood plague are also in a deteriorating state, and their condition can't be delayed for too long. Might as well beat a dead horse and let me try. It won't cost you anything. Xiao Dingtian pursed his dry lips. Pei, follow me. Jin Laowu also followed. He didn't believe that Pei Xingye could cure the blood plague disease. More than 100 imperial beasts with weak breaths lay in the Blackwing Guild's enclosed taming grounds. Their skin is so badly ulcerated and their wounds bleed in pus, they can no longer be put into battle. After Pei Xingye scanned it, he murmured, "It is indeed a blood plague, and it's very serious." Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Pei, how do you plan to treat it? I need to check their pulse." When Jin Laowu heard this, he was surprised and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What? Checking the pulse? Pei, you're kidding me. You're using that old Chinese doctor thing to treat imperial beasts? Is it true that after checking the pulse, you need acupuncture? You've watched too many brainless short dramas." President Xiao, I think this kid is just fooling around. Xiao Dingtian's face also gradually darkened. Ahem, Pei student, the imperial beast's animal skin is thicker than even a winterized quilt, so you can feel the imperial beast's pulse? I have to say, from a normal person's point of view, Pei Xingye's comment about checking the pulse of the imperial beast sounds like nonsense. President Xiao, it's better to doubt people than to use them. You, well, with your words, Pei-san, be my guest. Xiao Dingtian walked to today, naturally know how to use people to recognize people. Although it is the first time to see Pei Xingye, but just based on Pei Xingye's talk, he decided that this teenager has a great future. Even if this child fails to cure the blood plague in the end, I will still recruit him. While Pei Xingye was still young, Xiao Dingtian planned to make an early start and recruit this national scholar into the Blackwing Guild. Pei Xingye arrived in front of a split-soul sea lion, an imperial beast that was the one with the heaviest condition. The skin on its body was completely ulcerated, and it was dying in agony. It couldn't die, but it was worse than death under the torture of the blood plague. Such imperial beasts, unable to return to combat, meant consuming a large amount of medical expenses every day while waiting for a chronic death, which was also a burden for the Blackwing Guild. Pei Xingye stretched out his overgod's hand and gently touched the throat area of the split-soul sea lion with his fingertips. The blood plague would only spread between imperial beasts and would not infect humans, so there was nothing wrong with Pei Xingye going straight for it. But really, he couldn't feel any pulse at all. The so-called pulse diagnosis was only to trigger the third function of the overwhelming god's hand, imperial beast diagnosis. The surface of the overlying god's hand was flowing with a layer of purple-golden luminescence that was difficult to detect with the ordinary human eye. Pei Xingye closed her eyes, relying on the sensation of her fingertips, and the best program for treating the blood plague disease emerged in her mind. 5 minutes later, Pei Xingye opened her eyes. President Xiao, I already have a treatment plan. It requires you to provide a corresponding ration of herbs according to my prescription, and a medicine cauldron. Jin Laowu stood aside and couldn't help but question. Kid, a different line of work is like a different mountain. You dare to randomly prescribe medicine? The consequences I'll take all the consequences. Pei Xingye's tone was firm, and Xiao Dingtian nodded. Pei, since I chose to believe you once, I'll believe you to the end. Come on people. Pei Xingye opened the prescription and listed a dense list of herbs. Jin Laowu peered aside and couldn't help but be staggered. Kid, in your prescription, there are 4 herbs that are highly poisonous. It's a medicine that is 3 times poisonous. It all depends on how it's utilized and blended. I guarantee that this is the best prescription to cure the blood plague disease at its root. With the Blackwing Guild's financial power and resources, they quickly got the medicinal materials Pei Xingye needed, as well as a pill refining cauldron. Under Pei Xingye's command, a total of 27 flavors of herbs, according to different measurements, were thrown into the medicinal cauldron and boiled slowly over a gentle fire. In this process, Pei Xingye is responsible for controlling a very special detail. Every once in a while, he would order his staff to inject different doses of broken-tailed demon scorpion blood into the medicine cauldron. Broken-tailed demon scorpion. The toxicity in its blood ranked in the top 10 of poisonous magical beasts. Jin Laowu had witnessed the entire process of Pei Xingye's pill refining, and his tightly wrinkled brows had never eased. For poisonous herbs, plus the poisonous blood of the broken-tailed demon scorpion, this kid's thought process of refining medicines is really crazy. The process of refining the medicine lasted a full 2.5 hours. As night fell, the evening breeze of a midsummer's night was paralyzing and unsettling. High heat to collect the juice. After 2.5 hours of refining, Pei Xingye extracted about 100 milligrams of refined medicinal liquid in the medicinal cauldron. The potion was an eerie rosy purple color and smelled distinctively like farts. This color, this smell. Pei, are you sure this is proper medicine? President Xiao. Facts speak louder than words. Let the split soul sea lion take it. Everyone accompanied Pei Xingye as he tossed and turned from dusk to night, and now there was no turning back. Holding the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Xiao Dingtian instructed his men to pour the refined medicinal liquid in Pei Xingye's hand into the mouth of the split soul sea lion. It took only 3 minutes for the drug to start kicking in. Incredible. This medicine can really cure blood plague. At this moment, a medical miracle is taking place. Chapter 14, 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Under control. In 3 minutes, the wounds on the split soul sea lion's body rapidly healed and grew fresh buds of flesh. 5 minutes, the wound scabbed over and stopped bleeding. 10 minutes in, the split soul sea lion had shaken off its paralyzed state and let out an excited howl. After 15 minutes had passed, Jin Laowu had long been dumbstruck. How is this possible? Prior to this, no successful cases of eradicating blood plague had appeared in the Yanxia Empire. Jin Laowu was a silver royal healer, and with all his medical skills, he could only slow down the onset of the blood plague. Pei Xingye made a slight move and directly attacked the century-old problem of blood plague with a god-awful prescription. This was a small step for Pei Xingye, but a big step for the imperial healing cause of the Yanxia Empire. President, according to the instrument test, all the physiological indices of the split soul sea lion have returned to the passing line. The symptoms of blood plague have completely subsided, and with just a little more rest, we'll be back to health and up to fighting standards in less than half a month. It seems that the prescription provided by this young man is truly divine. What a marvelous young man. Xiao Dingtian froze for a long time, and when he looked at Pei Xingye again, he couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Mr. Pei, thank you so much. I didn't realize that you, the national scholar, are also well-versed in the art of imperial healing. I can't believe that even a chronic terminal disease like blood plague can be cured. Jin Laowu also exclaimed from the side. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The future generations are fearful. Pei Xingye's expression did not change as he blandly said, President Xiao, as long as you provide enough medicinal materials, I can refine enough essence medicinal liquid to eradicate all of the imperial beasts suffering from blood distemper here. That's great. Pei, how about this? You join our Blackwing Guild. Normally, there will be no delay for you to further your studies at the academy, and I, the Blackwing Guild, will spare no effort to help you with any resources you need. You graduate in 3 years. We'll team up and run the guild together. Xiao Dingtian sent out a sincere invitation. His love for talent, always practiced the golden rule of heroes do not ask about their origins. High achievements do not ask about their age. Although Pei Xingye was young, he had a skill, the talent of a national top student, coupled with the potential to become a gold medal imperial therapist. Such a talent could not be found second in the country. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, in Xiao Dingtian's eyes, even if Pei Xingye digs his boogers with his bare hands and his ass clips walnuts, it's all so smooth and so one of a kind. Pei Xingye smiled and shook her head. President Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Jin Laowu spat in a sultry tone. Kid, what Chairman Xiao meant just now, but he wants to recruit you as a future partner of the Blackwing Guild. You're going to give up such a good opportunity? Pei Xingye explained. After graduation, I will inherit the Scarlet Guild that my mother left behind. Xiao Dingtian was slightly stunned. Scarlet Guild? Your mother? Oh, it's Lord Pei. Jin Laowu narrowed his eyes and mused. Lord Pei, that divine-level imperial beast master from the old times. Pei Chuzheng. This is a big man who only lives in the legend. The times have changed. Only the tip of the iceberg has been published about her resume and war record, and the world has given her mixed reviews. Pei Chuzheng's other information, as well as her performance in the Battle of Tianqing Vortex 18 years ago, all belong to the country's top secrets and were not disclosed to the public. Pei, since you're not willing to join our Blackwing Guild, how can I thank you? This favor is too big for Xiao Dingtian to owe. President Xiao, I want to do business with you. Only then did Pei Xingye reveal the purpose of his trip. Oh, what business? Pei Xingye narrated. Although I'm not joining the Blackwing Guild, I can serve as an Imperial Healing Counselor for the Blackwing Guild. It's not just this blood plague, but I'll be offering a program of physical therapy for old injuries to all the Imperial Beasts in the Blackwing Guild. The old wounds accumulated on the body of the Imperial Beasts from years of conquest usually have no cure, thus affecting the effectiveness of the battle. When Pei Xingye said this, Shouting Tian's eyes lit up. In exchange, I hope that President Xiao can provide me with a piece of private land. For the location, how about in the backyard of the Blackwing Guild? You just need a piece of land? No problem. This business, deal. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. Late night, Pei Xingye, who smelled of alcohol, walked out of the door of the Blackwing Guild. Xiao Dingtian invited him to have a drink, and the two of them talked so much at the table that they simply called each other brothers in the future. The undeveloped land in the backyard of the Blackwing Guild is yours. Brother Xiao, thanks a lot. Elder brother Pei, if there's anything you need from me in the future, just ask. I'll definitely help out. Okay, we'll get drunk some other time. Just like that, Pei Xingye was given a piece of private land for planting gilt sycamore. Blacklin City was a seaport-type city, and half of the top 10 Imperial Beastmaster guilds in the city, to say the least, were suffering from the blood plague. In Pei Xingye's plan, why was Shouting Tian's Blackwing Guild chosen? If you take the map of Blacklin City and treat it as a 5-element orientation map, the location of the Blackwing Guild, located at the southern end of the map, had the 5 elements of fire. The sycamore tree, which the phoenix inhabits, can only mature faster if it is planted on land that is on fire. This is the details that Starry Night Pei controls. He even took feng shui into account. On this day, Pei Xingye had reaped a lot of rewards. First, befriend Blackwing Guild President Xiao Dingtian and even call him a brother, establishing the first network. Secondly, a piece of private land was acquired and the planting and cultivation of gilt sycamore was put on the agenda. So this operation is kind of a double whammy? No, this wave of maneuvering actually kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Early the next morning, the third arrow has emerged. The name Pei Xingye, surprisingly, made it onto the news headlines of more than 300 media platforms. Shocked, the medical problem of the century, blood plague, was solved by the national top student, Pei Xingye. After a joint seminar by 8 gold medal imperial therapists, they praised the miraculous remedy developed by Pei Xingye. Heroes have been young since ancient times. 18-year-old geniuses can heal and fight. The gold content of this class of national scholars is still rising. Following the national examination, Pei Xingye once again exploded across the internet and became famous. What made him famous this time was not martial arts but medicine. When Xiao Dingtian was interviewed by the media, he published the process of befriending Pei Xingye yesterday in the live camera. Pei Xingye's miraculous medical skills spread throughout the country overnight. At the same time, Pei Xingye received invitations from dozens of top Imperial Beastmaster guilds across the country. Xiao Dingtian admired Pei Xingye and wanted to recruit Pei Xingye to join the Blackwing Guild. So how could the presidents of other guilds not be moved? Did you hear? The Heavenly Vault Guild, within the Imperial City, invited Pei Xingye to join. Not only that, the beautiful president of the Dark Knight Guild, G Delusion, promised to let Pei Xingye be the vice president as long as he joins, and even said that he would make a marriage contract. In short, the top-ranked guilds on the King's Gold ranking have all thrown out olive branches toward this national scholar. Who do you think Pei Xingye will choose? Wait, behind Pei Xingye, isn't it the Scarlet Guild? Man, you're too backward with information. After Lord Pei Chuzheng fell, the Scarlet Guild was overrun by a few white-eyed wolves from the Pei family. Those people will only bully Pei Xingye, and will do anything to drive Pei Xingye out of the Pei family and the Scarlet Guild. This was Pei Xingye's third arrow. The school bell rang in the evening. Chaos Academy entrance. Pei Xingye was preparing to go to a roadside stall to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, and just as she walked out of the school gate, a group of people swarmed around her. They were from the Scarlet Guild, facing Pei Xingye and speaking in unison. Hello, second young master. The corners of Pei Xingye's lips rose slightly. Second young master is really a strange title, nah. In the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked like a human being but was actually a moralistic man came out. He revealed an amiable fake smile and walked over to Pei Xingye's side, shushing him. Little knight, uncle came over to visit you for a bit, sending you some living expenses and Imperial Beast evolution materials. Have you adapted to life in Chaos Academy recently? Farewell, uncle. Pei Xingye's smile gave Pei Shan the creeps. This was Pei Donglai's father, the acting president of the Scarlet Guild. In terms of blood relationship, he was Pei Xingye's real uncle. At the same time, he was the one who wanted to kill Pei Xingye the most. In this day and age, affection mostly pales in the face of profit. Chapter 15, Scarlet Guild Young Master. Why did Pei Shan travel thousands of miles to Black Forest City? Was it just to shush Pei Xingye? Uncle and nephew stood opposite each other, and the onlookers grew more and more, and the comments made Pei Shan redworm on the spot and be a thief. Hey, I despise such white wolves. I heard that this Pei Shan, in order to dominate the Scarlet Guild, has been suppressing Pei Xingye. Really? He's Pei Xingye's own uncle. In this age of supreme interest, do you believe in blood kinship? Or do you believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Your Majesty, why don't you expand on that? This Pei Shan and his son Pei Donglai have been targeting Pei Xingye, embezzling the inheritance left by Pei Xingye's mother. It has been proven that when a man is strong, the whole world is a mouthpiece for his justice. Everyone spoke one word to another, exposing the spotty behavior of Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, the father and son. But if Pei Xingye was not a national scholar and did not have the miraculous medical skill of attacking the blood plague disease with a slight strike, who would have come forward to redress his grievances? So Pei Shan is such an animal. For the sake of profit, even his own nephew. I've also heard that the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild has been left to Pei Donglai. What bad luck! It's just that. Anyway, in Pei Xingye's hands, there are at least 3 digits of invitations to the top guilds. Right. If I were Pei Xingye, I'd switch to another guild. Scarlet Guild's temple is small. I can't look at it. Such public pressure. Everything is under Pei Xingye's control. Shut up, you guys. This is our Pei family's family matter. It's not your turn for outsiders to discuss it. Pei Shan, old dog. You're allowed to bully Pei Xingye, but we're not allowed to stick up for the national scholar. Bastard. No, you guys are mistaken. The inheritance of the Scarlet Guild has always belonged to my good nephew, Pei Xingye. Pei Shan didn't have a choice at all. On the way here, he drew up the contract documents for the succession of the Scarlet Guild, and changed Pei Donglai's name to Pei Xingye. At this moment, Pei Shan published the succession documents and, in front of the public, made a verbal oath. I, Pei Shan, in my capacity as acting president of the Scarlet Guild, hereby declare, the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild belongs to my nephew, Pei Xingye. When Pei Xingye graduates in 3 years, I will immediately step aside and give way. This was the only way for Pei Shan to quell this farce. He had no second choice. Even though he guessed that Pei Xingye had designed this game, he had to jump into the fire pit. Pei Xingye, who took back the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild, formally achieved 3 birds with 1 stone. In full view of everyone, Pei Shan came over to Pei Xingye's side and lowered his voice, his tone tinged with pleading and begging. Oh Saya, let bygones be bygones. We had a misunderstanding before. I'm your real uncle after all, right? Don't leave the Scarlet Guild. From now on, the Scarlet Guild will be yours, and Donglai and I will give you a hand. Looking at this hypocrite uncle in front of her, Pei Xingye revealed a deathly cool smile. My good uncle, you call what you did to me in the past a misunderstanding? Then let this misunderstanding continue to be a misunderstanding. Pei Xingye, don't you toast to the fact that you're not going to be punished for it. Pei Shan, do you believe that if I say in public that I'm severing ties with the Pei family and withdrawing from the Scarlet Guild, I'll be able to send your father and son to the tip of the storm with no way back? Oftentimes, killing is less of a deterrent than punishment. As long as Pei Xingye did this, Pei Shan simply couldn't bear the consequences. Pei Shan gritted his teeth while being forced to lower his posture. Pei Xingye, what exactly do you want me to do? First, from now on, anyone in the Scarlet Guild who sees me must address me as young lord. Second, rebuild a separate shrine for my mother and offer incense and worship every day. Good, I promise. Pei Xingye revealed a satisfied smile. I'm going to get a bowl of hot and spicy food, so you guys go back. Second, young master. What are you yelling at me for? The red pupils were like blood, staining the night. Young lord, we'll stand down. At this moment, this teenager had finally taken back the identity of the Scarlet Guild's young master after all his suffering. The night was deepening and the moon was bright. Pei Xingye ate a bowl of spicy hot pot and returned to the villa apartment. Just as Pei Xingye walked to the entrance of the villa, in the courtyard of the villa across the street, Situ Shui sat in a rocking chair and called out to him, Pei Starry Night, Captain, something wrong? That was a brilliant move on your part. What chess? This move to take back the Scarlet Guild succession. Pei Xingye smiled sarcastically. Captain, you're so concerned about me? Don't forget that we, the Situ family, and your Pei family, are all the 4 great families of Tianyu City. Regarding those internal grudges of your Pei family, I naturally have some understanding. I just don't understand. This hand of yours, Pei Shan, is obviously defenseless. You shouldn't just take back the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild. Pei Xingye smiled faintly and raised her eyebrows. So what the captain is saying is that I should take the opportunity to force Pei Shan to step aside and personally take the position of the Scarlet Guild's president? Stuart Snow nodded. It seems the captain is just good at chess, not good at insight into human nature. People like Pei Shan are outlaws who will jump over the wall. The identity of the Scarlet Guild's acting president is his last card. If I force him to hand over his bottom card now, he will target me at all costs, even if it means going down with him. Dealing with him cannot be rushed. After all, the current me, Pei Xingye was clear that her current self was not strong enough. At the end of the day, he was only a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, while Pei Shan segment reached the 7th rank. Before mastering absolute force, Pei Xingyi's way of controlling beasts was in decent development. Don't wave. Situshue's curiosity towards this teenager doubled once again after hearing Pei Xingyi's analysis. She sat up from her rocking chair, resting her cheeks on one hand as she looked at the red-pupiled teenager in front of her and asked with a smile, Pei Xingyi, with all your maturity, steadiness, and intellect, are you really only 18 years old? If the captain has nothing else, I'll go back to the house. Wait. Situshue walked over to Pei Xingyi and handed over an exquisite gift box. What is it? Open it up and see if you don't. Pei Xingyi unwrapped the gift box, and inside was a prismatic crystal that emitted a biting cold aura, shining with a brilliant gold-blue halo in the night. Extreme Ice Attribute Beast Crystal. Pei Xingyi marveled and said with a straight face, this gift is too expensive. No merit, no reward. Pei Xingyi, I'm the captain of the Scarlet Squad, and I've also prepared gifts for both Huangfu Boyi and Qin Yanlin, and I'm not specifically looking after you, so accept it. Wait, how do you know I need Ice Attribute Beast Crystals? Pei Xingyi's contracted Imperial Beast was a Black Phoenix, which theoretically required a Fire Attribute Beast Crystal. I've investigated. You purchased a large amount of Ice Attribute Beast Crystals at listening to the Rainxian and shuttled all the scholarships. You admit to investigating me so easily? Don't worry. I'm investigating you to make it easier to understand you. Pei Xingyi, you are my team member. I hope you can trust me unconditionally. At the same time, I will also trust you unconditionally. This was the first time Pei Xingyi had examined the woman in front of him with his heart. Situshue's regard for the Scarlet Squad exceeded Pei Xingyi's imagination. Originally, I thought that this rich young lady's call to form a squad of Imperial Beastmasters was just a whim to have some fun, but now it seems like she has some sort of obsession with this team. Everyone has their own privacy and obsessions, and Stuart Snow is no exception. Captain, then this generous gift, I accept it. Thank you, Pei Xingyi. As far as I know, since the era of universal Imperial Beasts began, there has never been a precedent of a purebred Phoenix-type Imperial Beast awakening an Ice-type talent. So what are you trying to say? I would like to say that I trust you to be able to raise the first ever Ice and Fire dual cultivation Phoenix. Drinking a glass of wine with a friend who understands you. Pei Xingyi's lips held a smile. Situ Shui, as long as Scarlet Squad exists for one day, I will always recognize you as the captain. Situ Shui was smiling, and it was hard to hide the flourishing ambition in her beautiful eyes. Starry Night Pei, the thought of us joining forces and being able to do something great in the future excites me. The relationship between the two men went from ordinary friends, inexplicably, to soulful and taciturn confidants. She understood Pei Xingyi, and Pei Xingyi understood her. Back in the villa, Pei Xingyi received a call from Pei Yingru. Hey, cousin, little knight, next week, you're going to represent our Chaos Academy in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. For tomorrow's study session, sister will be your chaperone, and try to get your Black Phoenix promoted to the juvenile body, second stage, before the competition. It's worth mentioning that after Pei Xingyi was admitted to Chaos Academy, Pei Yingru immediately applied for a transfer. Currently, he is the tutor of the first year's class of excellence, which is also Pei Xingyi's class teacher. These two are teacher and student by day and sister and brother by night. Chapter 16, Geniuses Duel, Battle of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. The following morning, study session. The other students in the Inkai class, except for Pei Xingyi, were in the classroom learning theory. In this era of universal Imperial Beasts, there was no future for reckless people. 3 years of academy career. For the young Imperial Beast Masters, in addition to cultivating Imperial Beasts and raising their segment, they also had to learn a huge amount of theoretical knowledge. Only by understanding the enemy's weaknesses and learning the tactics of teamwork can you become a competent warrior. Training ground. Pei Yingru guided Pei Xingyi one-on-one in the Devil's Training. Next week was the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament, and Pei Xingyi's daily training intensity as a player representing Chaos Academy was 3 times that of the other students in the class of excellence. In Pei Yingru's hand, she held an analysis report, ticking off points based on Pei Xingyi's training performance. Starting technique release speed, excellent. Dodge efficiency, excellent. Skill accuracy, excellent. Evaluating an Imperial Beast Master's comprehensive combat ability was multifaceted and multidimensional. Pei Xingyi got excellent grades in all 18 training exercises. This meant that Pei Xingyi's operation and awareness was so perfect that even the always strict Pei Yingru couldn't pick a single fault. But this made Pei Yingru feel puzzled and worried at the same time as she was relieved. Because compared to the time of the national exam, the Black Phoenix, now, is not in the right state. The power of undead fire, drastically cut down. Mentor, how did I do just now? Pei Xingye student, let me ask you, during this period of time, how many fire attribute beast crystals have you fed the Black Phoenix? Pei Xingye answered truthfully, I didn't feed the fire attribute beast crystals. What? What I fed the Black Phoenix was an ice attribute beast crystal. What? Pei Yingruo's such a beautiful face was twisted from excessive shock. Purebred Phoenix bloodline, born with fire, and you feed it ice attribute beast crystals? No wonder the undead fire it releases isn't even as powerful as it was during the national examination. From the looks of it, it was an indisputable fact that ever since Pei Xingye had fed the Black Phoenix the ice attribute beast crystals, the various stats had dropped rather than risen. After calming down, Pei Yingruo spoke in a serious tone. Student Pei Xingye, the way you choose to cultivate it will only make the Black Phoenix's evolutionary speed even slower. Mentor, please believe me, I will open up an evolutionary route that the Phoenix bloodline has never seen before. But, cousin, don't you believe me? Looking at his brother's chest, Pei Yingruo did not know what to say, only a long sigh. The heart said, Phoenix bloodline, even if fed more ice attribute beast crystal, it is impossible to awaken the ice system talent but Xiaoyu so insistent. I cannot refute him. In Pei Yingruo's perception, the way Pei Xingye cultivated the Black Phoenix was simply off the charts. It wasn't Pei Yingruo's fault. After all, the world's perception was the same. Phoenix, pure natural fire. In the dictionary like thick imperial beasts seeing and hearing, the data of all Phoenix-type imperial beasts since the beginning of the era of all imperial beasts is recorded. There was not a single ice phoenix in any of them. The bell rang for the end of class. Pei Xingye student, your maneuvering and awareness in harnessing the Black Phoenix is far beyond your peers. It's just that the ice attribute beast crystal. Mentor, I still say, please trust me. Pei Yingruo looked helpless, smiled and nodded, and simply changed the topic. Fine. Regarding imperial beast breeding, I won't intervene. But this information, you study it in your free time. What is it? If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. This profile has information on the other 3 participants in the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. The information about the players, which is open to the public nationwide, is not a secret. Taotai Academy, Sangwui, Chaos Academy, Starry Night Pei, Poorhouse College, Lin Chen, Legend College, Li Tanchi. These 4 contestants were the best of the freshmen of the 4 great academies in this session. Time flashed by, and there was only 1 day left before the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament. News about the 4 contestants has repeatedly made national headlines. Tomorrow is the battle for the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. I'm so looking forward to it. The 4 great geniuses dueling against each other. It must be wonderful and exciting. Did you hear? Of these 4 contestants, only Pei Xingye's Imperial Beast has not yet been promoted to the juvenile body, 2nd stage. It can't be. The lower the Imperial Beast's level, the faster it evolves. As long as you feed the Black Phoenix a few fire attribute beast crystals, it's very easy to promote the juvenile body, 2nd stage. The problem is that Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals. Ice attribute beast crystal? This guy is crazy. In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye's cultivation of the Black Phoenix was tantamount to a waste. Deep Night, Villa Apartments. In the courtyard, Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix the extreme ice attribute beast crystal that Sita Shui had given him, and the power of the undead fire was weakened once again. Phoenix, in tomorrow's battle, together we will create a miracle like no other. The emerald green undead fire transformed into a few strands of phoenix feathers that surrounded Pei Xingye's surroundings, only to embellish Pei Xingye's pair of red pupils. The Black Phoenix was the first imperial beast Pei Xingye had contracted, and there were extreme similarities between master and servant. Both the Lord and the beast are walking a bloody path that no one has ever traveled before. After a night, dawn clears the gloom. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky above Blacklin City was clear and windy. The Kirin Mountain in the north of the city was where the Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament was held. On top of the mountain, the ring where the geniuses would face off had already been set up. Surrounding the ring, surrounded by auditoriums large enough to hold 100,000 live spectators, it looked like a giant egg with a broken shell when viewed from the clouds. With an hour to go before the start of the match, the auditorium was already full. The flashbulbs of the media reporters are dying to blind the passing birds of prey. The whole country is watching this race. The focus of this event is naturally the strongest national champion ever. Hello to the audience, and those who are watching the live stream. I am the host of this year's Heavenly Cloud Ranking qualifying tournament, Lu Ying. For this year's tournament, the chief judge we've invited is the gold medal evolutionist from the Imperial City, Mr. Lei Qianchong. At the seat of the judge's table, there sat a hawk-nosed old man who looked to be over 50 years old, but his eyes were still sharp and he exuded the arrogance that had been exchanged for strength. Lei Qianchong, from the Imperial City of the Yanxia Empire, was a gold medal evolutionist. All the professions in the world are centered around the Beast Master. The function of the Imperial Healer is to repair injuries and treat diseases for Imperial beasts. The function of an evolutionist, on the other hand, is to research and develop more powerful evolutionary routes for Imperial beasts. Lei Qianchang's face, which looked lonely and indifferent, was due to the fact that he had notable achievements in the career field of evolutionist. He had participated in the writing of the Imperial Beast Evolution Theory, and he had personally developed the best evolutionary route for hundreds of Imperial beasts. This guy's name comes up a lot in the textbooks used by the 4 colleges. From this, it could be seen that Lei Qianchong was worthy of the title of Chief Judge of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. Before the competition officially opens, let's interview the Chief Judge of this year's Heavenly Cloud Ranking. Ying Lu walks over to the judge's table and hands over the microphone. Elder Ray, you have been the Chief Judge for 3 years in a row. Let me ask you a sharp question. Which player do you think will be the top of this year's Heavenly Cloud Ranking? Without thinking, Lei Qianchong blurted out in a flat tone. It's hard to say who is the top of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking, but I'm certain that Pei Xingyi of Chaos Academy must be the penultimate top of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. Lu Ying froze, revealing a bitter smile. Elder Lei, Pei Xingyi is the top student in this year's National Grand Examination. You predicted him to be the last place. This, Lei Qianchong showed no mercy and directly criticized Pei Xingyi in front of the public. The national test is, in essence, a man-machine game. The Black Phoenix is an ancient mythological bloodline. Even if it's replaced by an Imperial Beast Master, it can still decimate 100 iron-armored lizards, so the honor of being the nation's top student only proves that it's the Phoenix bloodline that's exceeding the standard, not Pei Xingyi. When Lei Qianchong said this, a portion of the audience sent out a concurrence, and the live broadcast pop-up screen swiped the screen, and the skepticism boiled over. Chapter 17, the more questions, the more excited he gets. Elder Lei has a point. The one who exceeded the standard was Black Phoenix, not him, Pei Xingyi. If I contract the Black Phoenix, I can even decimate 200 iron-armored lizards. This national champion is definitely going to be in his element in the next match. Among the audience, there are some experts who look down on Pei Xingyi. They firmly believe that their analysis of Pei Xingyi was thorough, especially Pei Xingyi's major mistake in cultivating Imperial beasts, making them believe that Pei Xingyi would sink in the ring of the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. Before the official start of the match, the electronic giant screen hanging above the ring announced the data information of the 4 contestants and their respective Imperial beasts. As expected, the other 3 contestants' Imperial beasts have all been promoted to juvenile body, 2nd stage. Only Pei Xingyi's Black Phoenix is still stuck at the level of a juvenile body, 1 paragraph. Each major level of the evolutionary path of the beast can be divided into 3 minor levels, or 3 stages of advancement. Juvenile-bodied Imperial beasts had the fastest growth rate, and only needed to eat a few beast crystals of the corresponding attribute to be promoted in a very short period of time. A week has passed since the opening day of the school, and most of the new students have bred Imperial beasts that have been promoted from juvenile body, 1 stage, to juvenile body, 2 stages. Only Pei Xingyi's Imperial beast, the Black Phoenix, ranked in place and didn't move a muscle. The judge's table. Lei Qianchong explained in a harsh tone. The Black Phoenix's rank stays at the juvenile body, 1 paragraph, because of Pei Xingyi's foolishness and ignorance. Feeding the Black Phoenix too many ice attribute beast crystals with conflicting attributes. My guess is that this so-called national top student is trying to find another way to open up a whole new evolutionary route and amaze everyone. But he's guilty of the common disease of a young man, arrogance. He knows nothing about the special nature of the Phoenix bloodline. The beautiful host Lu Ying questioned. Master Lei, is there a possibility that Pei Xingyi could take the Black Phoenix and breed it into an ice and fire dual cultivation Imperial beast? Never. A big shot of Lei Qianchang's caliber usually seldom said a sentence to death in public. The fact that he dared to say so meant that he had absolute confidence. I would bet my career as a gold evolutionist on making this assertion. All the purebred Phoenix bloodlines in the world, no matter how they are cultivated, it is impossible to cultivate the attribute of ice and fire dual cultivation. The Phoenix is born of fire and can only be of fire. Lei Qianchang's assertion was supported by most of the audience. After all, by looking back at the long history of the past, any Phoenix Imperial beast, from its birth to its fall, had never awakened an ice attribute talent. The people's skepticism towards Pei Xingyi set the tone for the battle for the Heavenly Cloud Ranking. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, the match is about to begin. According to the results of the draw, the opposing sides for the first match are Chaos Academy, Pei Xingyi. His participating Imperial beast is the Black Phoenix, Poor Man's Academy. Lin Chen. His competing Imperial beast is the Blasted Griffin. On the large screen, the basic data information of the 2 Imperial beasts was announced. Black Phoenix's stats have not been a secret for a long time. Pei Xingyi has been so hot lately that all the data analysts in the country are analyzing the Black Phoenix. Ancient mythological bloodlines. One of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire. Such excessive bloodline strength would only make people envious and jealous. Lu Ying, please welcome both contestants to the stage. Pei Xingye, dressed in black, stepped into the ring. White hair, red-colored pupils of the eyes, a unique image that exudes a mysterious and unpredictable aura. On the other side of the ring, a man with a few freckles on his side face and narrow eyes appeared. Lin Chen, the strongest freshman of the poor man's academy. As the host whose main task was to hype up the heat, Luing revealed a smile that looked at the situation with a meaningful tone. Friends of the audience, as you all know, Pei Xingye student is this year's national top student, but it's worth mentioning that before the national exam, after a vote by more than 100 professional analysts, it was deemed that Lin Chen's classmate would be this year's national top student. That's why this duel is destined to be a tit-for-tat, and it's bound to be exciting and wonderful. With Luing saying this, along with the audience adding fuel to the fire. Even if this was Pei Xingye and Lin Chen's first meeting, the invisible smell of gunpowder began to spread like crazy. Pei Xingye, although the strength of my Imperial Beast bloodline is not as strong as yours, but for the Imperial Beast Master, maneuvering and awareness, that's the king. In the next fight, I'll show you what the ultimate stance is, what the art of pulling is. As Lin Chen's words fell, he opened the Imperial Seal, and between the lightning bolts, a majestic griffin flew out of the summoning spell formation. The body of a lion, the plumage of a vulture, wrapped in purple electricity, emitted a piercing chirping cry, and its eyes seemed to hide bloodthirsty poisonous hooks. This was Lin Chen's Imperial Beast, the Blasted Griffin. Its bloodline quality was legendary, and in terms of bloodline strength alone, it was far inferior to the Black Phoenix. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, he couldn't see a trace of scorn for Pei Xingye, and his chest burned with unwilling anger. If it wasn't for Pei Xingye's appearance, he would have been this year's national top student, and he would have been the center of attention. When he learned that Pei Xingye had broken the historical record by decapitating 100 iron-armored lizards on the national exam, his mind went blank and he still couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying tournament was his best chance to prove that he was stronger than Pei Xingye. The referee urged, "Please summon the Imperial Beasts." Mr. Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye raised the corners of his scarlet lips, his voice as eerie and cramped as if it came from hell. Gate of the Underworld, open. The Undead Guru has the most impressive summoning special effect in the world, and no one can match it. Above the ring, black mist filled the air. For a moment, ghostly faces flew and demons fought. Deep within the fog, a thick, decayed, pitch-black stone door opens. In the middle of the stone door, a phoenix whose body burned with undead fire and whose clanking black bones were exposed to the air burst out. This is the second time the Black Phoenix has been in the world's eye after the national test. The divine beast descended, and the audience was talking about it. I have to say, the moment the door to the underworld opens, handsome my face. Everyone look closely. The undead flame on the Black Phoenix has indeed weakened so much compared to the time of the national examination. That's right, just as Elder Lei said. This is caused by Pei Xingye feeding the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals. This idiot really thinks of himself as a gold medal evolutionist, wanting to open up a new evolutionary route? Oh, Phoenix bloodline. It's simply impossible to have dual cultivation of ice and fire. Pei Xingye's wrong cultivation method is desecrating the Phoenix bloodline and wasting it. The louder the skepticism, the more excited Pei Xingye became. The red pupils were like blood, and the vertical pupils were like sharp swords, wanting to cut through all the shackles of worldly conventions. With the nation watching, the referee blew his whistle. Game on. Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye vs. Poor College, Lin Chen. The outcome of this battle is destined to reveal who is the true national champion. Chapter 18, The Art of the Beast. The King's Forethought. The battle has begun. The one who took the lead was Lin Chen. So fast, his Imperial Beast is like a bolt of lightning. Above the large ring, the naked eyes of the spectators were unable to capture the body of the blasted griffin. Everyone could only see a flash of purple lightning, tracing an icy residue around the Black Phoenix. Lei Qin-jun, as the chief judge, analyzed the head. The blasted electricity griffin belongs to the electricity attribute Imperial Beasts, and what it excels at the most is speed. It possesses extremely high mobility, and all of its skills come with displacement effects. Also, the faster you move, the faster you will attack. Lin Chen pushed his soul power and gave his full attention to maneuvering the Blizzard Griffin, and with his terrifying movement speed and attack speed, he quickly gained the upper hand. Pei Xingye, this level of movement speed and attack speed is the limit of the Blasted Griffin, and I, as a sentinel, am able to push it beyond its limits. Around Lin Chen, a subtle white cyclone suddenly arose. Immediately after that, the movement speed of the blasted electricity griffin instantly doubled. His performance in the ring was like a bolt of lightning riding the wind, illustrating what wind speed really is. The movement speed of the blaster griffin has suddenly doubled. I almost forgot. Lin Chen's talent is an S-rank talent, Blast Shadow. The effect of Blast Shadow is a perfect match for the Blast Griffin. On the big screen, details of this talent were typed out. drawing admiration and emotion from the audience. S-rank talent, Blistering Shadow. 1. Significantly increase the movement speed and attack speed of Imperial Beasts. 2. The lower the blood level of the Imperial Beast, the higher the movement speed and attack speed bonus. When the Imperial Beast masters talent, and the Imperial Beast's ability attributes fit perfectly, it will present a 1+1/2 effect in battle. The combination of the S-rank talent, Blast Shadow, and the Blast Griffin. That's it. Student Lin Chen, who was once regarded as a popular candidate for the national top scholar, is not without reason. Lei Qianzhong, as the chief judge, should be objective, but every word he said sounded biased in favor of Lin Chen. Or perhaps he had a deep prejudice against Pei Xingye. This prejudice lay in the way Pei Xingye had cultivated the Black Phoenix. Lei Qianzhong had once done a research project on the Phoenix bloodline, and he and his team, after countless studies, had determined that the Phoenix bloodline was unable to awaken the ice attribute talent. However, Pei Xingye was attempting to cultivate the Black Phoenix into an ice and fire dual cultivation lineage Imperial Beast, which was the equivalent of challenging Lei Qianzhong's authority and smashing Lei Qianzhong's rice bowl. Above the ring, the battle trend was lopsided. Lin Chen rode the blasted electricity griffin and struck out a strong chain of attacks, and all the spectators could see in their eyes was purple electric light intertwining and weaving with snow-white blasts of wind. The Black Phoenix, under the control of Pei Xingye, on the other hand, was just on the defensive and didn't even make a single counterattack, making the situation slightly awkward. The beautiful host Luing couldn't help but be curious. Master Lei, it's been 5 minutes since the match started. Why is Pei Xingye's classmate delaying his counterattack? Lei Qianzhong stroked his beard and sneered. Counterattack? The movement speed of the Blizzard Griffin is like lightning, and under the mastery of student Lin Chen, the Blizzard Griffin's stance is flexible and the displacement is treacherous, making it inscrutable. I'm afraid that Pei Xingye's eyes can't even see the body of the blasted griffin, so how could he harness the Black Phoenix to strike a precise counterattack? With the S-class talent, Blast Shadow, the flight speed of the Blast Griffin was comparable to a thunderbolt, and not only was the human's naked eye unable to capture its body, it would also be confused by a realistic residual shadow that was generally realistic in the sense of a diversionary technique. The Blaster Griffin's movement speed is too fast. Pei Xingye doesn't dare to counterattack rashly because he knows that a counterattack will fall short, thus exposing an even bigger hole. But playing defense all the time just delays losing the game, and in the end, you still lose. So yeah, this national champion is watered down. He won't be able to do it when he meets an opponent who knows stance and pulling. It looks like this guy can only use the strength of his Imperial Beast bloodline to fight the human game. Based on the performance in the ring, the audience was getting more and more disappointed in Pei Xingye. Under the ring, in the coaching area, Pei Ingru clasped her arms in front of her chest without a hint of worry in her eyes. In the past week, Pei Ingru had been playing the role of a chaperone by Pei Xingye's side. She knew what a terrible operation and consciousness her brother possessed. Sayaka, next, it's time for you to show off your own Beast Sentinel technique. Pei Ingru's heart murmured as she had full confidence in her brother. Pei Xingye, is this your true level? The Imperial Beast that holds the ancient mythological bloodline in its hands doesn't dare to strike a single counterattack. You disappoint me so much. Lin Chen had thought that this would be an exciting matchup, and he had prepared well before the match, but judging by Pei Xingye's current performance, he didn't think that Pei Xingye was worthy of being his opponent at all. Since you're not fighting back, I'll end this uninteresting match as soon as possible. Lin Chen frantically urged his soul power, trying to crush Pei Xingye. The Blizzard Griffin's movement speed and attack speed continued to increase, drawing cheers from the audience. That stance and pull, it's marvelous. So it turns out that the bloodline gap between Imperial Beasts can be compensated for by an Imperial Beast master's skillful maneuvers. In terms of the art of the Imperial Beast alone, Pei Xingye is not as good as Lin Chen. Lin Chen is the true national scholar. When the situation was unfavorable, Pei Xingye raised his bloody eyes and violently urged his soul power. The Black Phoenix, which had been silent for 10 minutes, suddenly attacked. The undead fire transformed into a sword-like beam of fire, precisely penetrating through the left wing of the blasted lightning griffin. As blood spurted out, the sorrowful wail of the blaster griffin resounded above the ring. What? This can't be. The Black Phoenix's unhurried shot of a general attack actually hit the blasted griffin in high-speed movement. My god, this scene is unbelievable. The movement speed of the blaster griffin was indiscernible to the naked eye. Instead, the Black Phoenix's one light normal attack accurately hit the left wing of the Blizzard Griffin. This seemed beyond the common perception. Behind the hidden Pei Xingye's extreme maneuvering, Luing lost her color. Elder Lei, please explain that round just now. Lei Qianzhong's face changed drastically, his eyes widening as he stared at Pei Xingye in the ring. In that round just now, Pei Xingye did manage to counterattack. but according to common sense logic, with the Black Phoenix's attack speed, there's no way it could have captured the Blast Griffin under the Blast Shadow enchantment, so that leaves only one possibility. Lei Qianzhong had a deep bias against Pei Xingyi, but this was the stage of the Heavenly Cloud ranking battle, and he had to analyze it rationally as he faced a national audience. Pei Xingyi predicted the movement trajectory of the Blizzard Griffin. The analysis given by Lei Qianzhong caused the entire audience to instantly boil. What? Prejudice. Pei Xingyi was able to predict the movement trajectory of the Blizzard Griffin? This is too heaven-defying. How can that be? It must be a blind cat that has stumbled upon a dead mouse. Yes, it must just be a coincidence. In the next second, Pei Xingyi used practical actions to ruthlessly hit the live audience in the face. The Black Phoenix roared up to the sky, waving its phoenix wings and once again releasing a beam of undead fire that ran through and seared the right wing of the blasted griffin. By now, both of the Blizzard Griffin's feathers had suffered heavy damage, and slammed down in the center of the ring, filling the air with the smell of burnt paste, as well as the Blizzard Griffin's whimpering in pain. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back, and for the first time, his resolute face showed shock and panic. He couldn't comprehend the scene in front of him. The greatest advantage of the Blizzard Griffin was its lightning-fast speed. In conjunction with Lin Chen's S-rank talent, Blast Shadow, he could display a dreamy, ethereal, and dashing stance in battle, thus hitting the limit of pulling away from his enemies as if they were in the middle of a battle. This advantage, however, was gone at the moment. If it was a coincidence the first time, what about the second? Since the beginning of the battle, Pei Xingyi only counterattacked twice, and both counterattacks hit the enemy's soft underbelly with precision. Feather wings, the most important instrumental organ of the flying imperial beasts. At this time, the blasted electricity griffin's wings were severely injured, unable to maintain flight, and it was difficult to even get up from the ground. Black Phoenix directly disintegrated the Blizzard Griffin's ability to fight with just 2 shots of pounce. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the bloodline's excessive strength. But who among the spectators present could follow Pei Xingyi's example and directly predict the movement trajectory of the Blizzard Griffin? On the judges' table, Lei Qianzhong's face darkened as he had to re-examine Pei Xingyi. Prejudgment, a maneuvering technique customarily used by high-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in high-end game battles. Or maybe it's a gift consciousness. Pei Xingyi is able to predict the movement trajectory of the blasted electricity griffin. On this point alone, he has already surpassed 99% of Imperial Beastmasters of the same segment. Lin Chen's brain went blank and blurred before his eyes as he looked at the collapsed blaster griffin. Pei Xingyi's prediction meant that Pei Xingyi had formed a descending blow, crushing him at the level of operation and awareness. He couldn't believe it was happening, but had to face the harsh reality. Isn't Lin Chen a genius? Of course he is. In the past year, he was a recognized #1 candidate for the national top spot. Only, in front of Pei Xingyi, any genius would be reduced to a background plate. Classmate Lin Chen, still playing with your stance? In a duel between Imperial Beastmasters, any stance pulling would never be able to compare to top-notch forethought. Chapter 19, Ice and Fire. The Birth of a King. My fellow viewers, the battlefield is really changing rapidly. In the past 10 minutes, Pei Xingyi has been deathly suppressed by Lin Chen. However, Pei Xingyi only launched 2 top-notch preemptive counterattacks, and viciously leveled the scales of victory towards himself. That's the gold of the best-ever national champion. Beautiful host Lu Ying's passionate commentary, more or less with some personal emotional coloring. After all, Pei Xingyi in the ring exudes charm. Simply comes with the gift of chopping girls. Above the ring, the blasted electricity griffin's wings were seriously injured, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a flying imperial beast. What's more, the Blizzard Griffin was already dependent on intense movement speed, and now that its mobility was severely limited, its advantages were almost completely buried. Lin Chen couldn't wait to gnash his back teeth. He knew how unfavorable the situation was for him, but he didn't want to give up on it. Blaster Griffin, fly. You can surely fly. Our game isn't over yet. We still have a chance to flip this game. We can't give up. It was undeniable that there was a deep bond between this Imperial Master and his Imperial Beast. Sensing the powerful militancy and never-say-die will of the Imperial Master, the blasted Griffin, undaunted by the pain, once again flapped its bleeding wings and forced itself to take off in front of the crowd's attention. It was a moving scene. The audience, too, applauded in tribute. However, the next scene made Lin Chen feel the fear of being dominated by despair for the first time in his life. Phoenix, the time has come to start your show. Pei Xingyi's tone was like the surface of a ripple-free lake, and the composure he displayed in the ring far surpassed that of all his peers in the world. At this moment, the chief judge Lei Qianzhong, who was sitting on the judge's table, has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Ideas surged wildly and soul power stirred. The red pupils, like the blood moon, lit up with a touch of scarlet that haloed the sky. The next thing you know, the teenager is clearly going to open up, but he looks as calm and collected as a veteran sailor in the face of a tsunami. With the eruption of soul power, a strong soul resonance arose between the master and the servant. The black phoenix flew above Pei Xingyi's head, unfolding its bone wings that were as sharp as death sides, emitting a phoenix cry that shook the hearts and souls of the people. All of a sudden, the wind was howling and the temperature plummeted. Hiss, it's cold. The mineral water in my hand froze. It's not summer. Why did the temperature suddenly drop below zero? An eerie chill enveloped the entire Qilin mountain. The floor of the ring steeply condensed a layer of thick frost. Where on earth did this mysterious and weird chill come from? It's the Black Phoenix. Unbelievable. Look everyone. The Black Phoenix's head, crown of ice. The eyes of everyone in the room were deeply attracted by the Black Phoenix's magnificent and handsome figure. Each pair of wide, blood-filled eyes reflected the same shocking sight, only to see a crown made of cold ice coalesce above the Black Phoenix's head, magnificent and splendid, domineering without losing its elegance. And that mysterious chill that pulled the temperature of the entire mountain down to below zero was a gasp from the Black Phoenix. Luing nearly lost her expression management and almost dropped her jaw in shock. Black Phoenix, awakened ice talent. At this very moment, the temperature around the ring creates a huge ebb and flow drop. The audience's body temperature seemed to switch back and forth between winter and furnace. The reason for the vision lies in turning on the mutated Black Phoenix. When the Black Phoenix exhaled, heaven and earth were furnaces. The fire of the undead boiled and burned, and the temperature soared. When the Black Phoenix inhaled, it was as if it was draining all the heat, making the surrounding sky cold, frost and snow flying, making it like falling into an ice cellar. Exhale for fire, inhale for ice. Phoenix breath, ice and fire. Luing completely couldn't care about expression management. Her flowery face twisted and her willow eyebrows trembled. So, Pei Xingye student, cultivated the world's first ice and fire dual cultivation phoenix. The Black Phoenix hovered over the ring, spreading its wings to dominate the sky, and the undead fire and undead frost entangled with each other, releasing a pitch-black fog of vapor, shrouding Pei Xingye's upright body in a mysterious black veil. At this moment, how would you define the nation's all-time top prospect? Pei Xingye's counterintuitive maneuver, which subverted the world's perception, was like dropping a bomb into the audience. Suddenly, the audience exploded. Holy crap, fire and ice. Phoenix bloodline, to be able to awaken an ice talent? Is this a dream or reality? Didn't Elder Lei say that it's impossible for the Phoenix bloodline to awaken an ice talent? How could? People, they always have to pay honestly for the words they say, the pussy they've pretended to be. The judge's table. Lei Qianchong was astonished, his eyes glaring like a pair of blood-stained copper bells, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. His every move, including the change of expression on his face, is so brilliant. No way. In the early years, my team and I painstakingly delved into the bloodline of the three holy beasts. My knowledge of dragons, phoenixes and unicorns must be the most authoritative in the world. Phoenixes are naturally of fire. It's impossible for them to awaken an ice talent. But this, with the facts in front of them, there was no room for Lei Qianzhong to argue. The Black Phoenix of ice and fire, hovering in the sky above. The undead fire and undead frost intertwined repertoire, as if for the birth of the king to dedicate a gorgeous and loud salute. Pei Xingye maintained his upright and dashing standing posture. His pair of red pupils were like bright stars, sharp and unobstructable. A scarlet afterglow was clearly locked onto the stunned Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong's chest trembled, his heartbeat missed a beat, and Pei Xingye's polite greeting was heard in his ears. Old man, times have changed. My phoenix, that is, can be both ice and fire. Your knowledge of the phoenix bloodline is less than a millionth of mine. Also, don't forget, I'm an undead sentinel, and my phoenix, an undead phoenix. At this moment, this white-haired, red-pupiled teenager not only dominated the ring, but also trampled under the feet of this highly respected gold medal evolutionist. Coaching area. Pei Yingrui's stunningly beautiful face was also written with shock and delight. She looked up at her brother's back as waves of shock rippled through her. In this era, the undead sentinel has declined beyond recognition, so people always subconsciously ignore the gold in the word undead. Although Lei Qianchong is a gold medal evolutionist, the phoenixes he has studied are all just ordinary phoenixes. The Black Phoenix, on the other hand, is the world's first undead form of a phoenix, and the undead attribute is the root cause that stimulates the phoenix to mutate and awaken its ice talent. It's no wonder that from the very beginning, Little Knight has been feeding the Black Phoenix with ice attribute beast crystals, so one has to admit that everything is under Sayaka's control. Pei Yingru looked at her brother's back. feeling familiar and strange at the same time. Gradually, Pei Ingruo was blurred by rolling hot tears, and vaguely, Pei Xingye's figure gradually overlapped with Pei Chuzheng, Bei's mom, your son, who looks more and more like you. The scarlet will of the old days will be passed on to the bloodline. The phoenix breathes, and ice and fire mingle. The young man raised his eyes, scarlet as blood. This staged scene deserves to be framed for eternity. This is a picture that deserves the name, The Birth of a King. Chapter 20, The Reaper's Reaping, The Oppression of Undead Decimation. Hidden stats, Ice Talent, Undead Frost. Method of awakening, continuously feeding ice attribute beast crystals, resisting stress in battle, and applying stimulation to physiological functions. Side effect, weakens the undead flame to a certain extent, slowing down the evolution of the imperial beasts. Awakening effect, ice and fire dual cultivation, opening up a new evolutionary route to further enhance comprehensive strength. The data panel of the Black Phoenix has long been open to the public, but the data that people can see is just basic data. The first moment Pei Xingye's overriding divine hand touched the Black Phoenix, it read the hidden data in the Black Phoenix's body. So the dual cultivation of ice and fire is not a coincidence, but an inevitability. The audience is talking a lot. The people who know later began to give Pei Xingye line up to apologize. No wonder he fed the Black Phoenix the ice attribute beast crystals in the beginning. Everything was planned by him. This guy, who cultivated the world's first ice and fire dual cultivation Black Phoenix, slapped Lei Qianzhong's face and ours with practical actions. As it turns out, in this wave, we're on the first level, and Starry Night Pei is in the atmosphere. The national champion is worthy of being the national champion, not a drop of water. It's so dry. I apologize for the extreme remarks I just made. I apologize too. There are not many merits of the audience, and the mastery of Sichuan opera face-changing is one of them. When the Black Phoenix of ice and fire dual cultivation dominated the ring at this moment, even Pei Xingye's head of black powder had to kneel and submit, shouting bull. Actually, the fight wasn't over, but what's the difference between that and the end? The blasted electricity griffin with both wings severely injured was as vulnerable as a mole cricket against the Black Phoenix of ice and fire. Lin Chen was as non-existent as a passerby in front of Pei Xingye. Desperation struck, and Lin Chen was left with only his last ounce of courage. He grimaced and roared towards the blasted electricity griffin. We can't give up. Fight one last time. Fly. Increase movement speed. Increase attack speed. Lin Chen could accept defeat, but he had to burn out his last ounce of soul power. He respected the ring, he respected the duel, and he respected the ridiculously powerful opponent in front of him. Lu Ying held the microphone and narrated with passion. Mr. Lin Chen hasn't given up yet. It is often said in the professional field of the sentinel, when the body reaches its limit, the will lead you to kill. And at this moment, student Lin Chen is still burning his will, but with the huge difference in strength, the power of will is negligible. The undead frost released by the Black Phoenix shrouded a thick layer of ice crystals over the body of the blaster griffin. As the cold air entered his body, the blizzard griffin trembled, and his movement speed was once again drastically reduced. The Black Phoenix's awakened ice talent has a powerful slowing effect, which is a dead giveaway to the blasted griffin. This battle, there is no suspense anymore. Lin Chen lost. Hearing the audience's comments, Lin Chen's heart was unwilling as he continued to release his soul power, clenching his back teeth and chanting in his heart. My talent is Blast Shadow. The lower the blood level of the Blast Griffin, the higher the movement speed bonus I grant it. This must be able to counteract the slowing effect of the Frost Force. I still have a chance to flip. I can definitely flip it. As the blood level of the Blizzard Griffin continued to be pressed down, the more powerful the effects of Lin Chen's talent, Blast Shadow, erupted. Gradually, Blast Shadow's acceleration could almost counteract the slowing effect of Undead Frost. Just as Lin Chen saw a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, the cruel reality gave him a blow to the head and pushed his soul into the icy abyss of doom. The referee blew the horn for the end of the match. Game over. Winner, Chaos Academy Pei Starry Night. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this result. No, my soul power hasn't burned out yet. My Imperial Beast can still keep fighting. Ref, why did you blow the game? Instead of explaining, the referee raised his hand and pointed at the top of the head of the blasted griffin. Lin Chen twisted his stiff neck, and the scene that came into his eyes caused his pupils to shrink and shrink. This is A-rank talent, Undead Decimation. At this moment, above the head of the blasted electricity griffin, a death god's shadow was suspended. In the hand of the Grim Reaper, he was holding a blood-colored scythe with a sharp blade that was set on the neck of the blasted griffin. The scarlet light bursting from Death's eyes signaled the judgment of the Supreme Command. With just a single surge of Pei Xingye's intention, the scythe of death would mercilessly harvest the life of the blasted electric griffin. That's right, this was the lowest, coldest, and most criticized E-rank talent in this era, Undead Decimation. The Undead Decimation descended, and there was no need for the match to continue. If it continued, Lin Chen's Imperial Beast would die in the ring, tragically reaped by the Reaper. Point blank, win or lose. In the audience, Scarlet Squad leader Situ Shui, her long legs folded and her wasp waist erect, maintained an elegant sitting posture. Her gaze calm, murmured softly, when an enemy unit has 10% blood remaining, next attack, trigger Undead Decimation. Undead Decimation ignores all shields and defenses of enemy units and has an absolute determination of 100% to hit. This talent, because of Pei Xingyi, has returned to its peak. Just looking at the details of this talent, how powerful, how unbelievable, how unreasonable it is. But why, in this day and age, is it defined by the world's eyes as the lowest level of E-grade talent? It is only because of the curse that this gift carries. Everyone knew that Imperial Beastmasters who awakened their undead system talent would suffer from the Doom curse, resulting in a shortened lifespan, usually not living past the age of 20. However, the Black Phoenix that Pei Xingyi had contracted was a purebred Phoenix bloodline that came with the passive talent of being immune to all life-based curses. That is to say, for the undead Imperial Beastmasters in the whole world, the undead lineage talent was, indeed, the lowest level talent. But only for Pei Xingyi, the undead department talent could return to the top, ascend to the top of the world's strongest talent, and recast the glory of 18 years ago. This is undead decapitation? It's shocking. This is the first time I've seen 10% blood, ignores all shields and defenses, 100% decapitation ruling. Is this the intensity of the strongest talent 18 years ago? That is to say, in the future, whoever fights Pei Xingyi in the ring, the opening moment, his or her royal beast will first fall back 10% of blood? Over the limit. Really over the limit. The strength of the undead talent was confirmed in Pei Xingyi's body. After 18 years of the Age of the End, the undead beastmasters have risen again because of this young man's emergence. Luing picked up the microphone, her booming voice trembling slightly from overexcitement. This wonderful duel, it's over, but I'm still reveling in the undead decapitation as much as my fellow viewers. As long as you're dueling against Pei Xingyi, even if the fight hasn't started yet, your Imperial Beast will only have 90% of its blood left. The judges' table, a hot mess. Classmate Pei Xingyi, worthy of being the strongest national scholar ever. The mechanic of undead decimation is too overpowered, a talent that will, on the battlefield, stifle the operational ceiling of many wraiths. That's right, the demonic beast clan, with its powerful blood-returning ability and terrifying defense shield. These magical beasts can often flee in blood, as well as counter-kill our Imperial Beastmasters in blood, and undead decimation is an inherent downward dimensional restraint against them. As long as the wraith's blood level drops to 10%, it has no chance to maneuver at the limit in front of Pei Xingyi, and can only fall under the undead decimator's blade. What an ice and fire dual cultivation! What an undead decapitation! Everyone, we, at this moment, seem to be witnessing an unprecedented genius rising up on the soil of our Yanxia Empire. Lin Chen stood on the other side of the ring, looking at Pei Xingyi with desperate eyes. What a scary genius! In the audience, Situ Shui pursed her red lips. Monster genius! My vision was right. Coaching area. Pei Yingrou's eyes drifted off. My genius brother. Pei's mom, if you're still around, you'd be proud of little Knight. The judges' table. Miserable hit the face of Lei Qianchong from the bottom of his heart. Genius in the genius. Not. The word genius can't even define bind this guy anymore. The world is a big place. In this era of national imperial beasts, there is never a lack of passionate, talented teenagers who carry a halo on the stage of human history to achieve some greatness of demon hunting, writing the eulogy of the art of imperial beasts. However, scholarships come and go every year, but there's only one Pei Xingyi. Geniuses emerge like carp in a river, and heroes come out of the multitudes. So just who is this Pei Xingyi? Him? Let's put it this way. The geniuses in your eyes just call him a genius. Heaven does not give birth to my Pei Xingyi. The path of the imperial beast is like a long night. The story about this red-pupiled boy has just begun. As for the follow-up, let's listen to the next decomposition. There is a saying that in the future, the storyteller under the flyover, rely on the 3 words Pei Xingyi to buy a car and a house. Also like a river of crushing carp. Endless. Chapter 21, The Unhuman Girl. Sang Wei. The birth of a king is always accompanied by the fall of the chaperone. Lin Chen, who was once regarded as the No.1 candidate for the national scholarship, walked out of the ring with his head hung low and in a state of dismay. His ears were filled with the audience's lavish praise and cheers for Pei Xingyi. In this duel, it was clear that he had also shown notable strength, as well as the will to fight tenaciously, but in the face of absolute talent, none of this was worth mentioning, and no one cared. Lin Chen stopped and turned back to Pei Xingyi, who was enjoying the treatment of the stars. For a moment he was in something of a trance, as if he were looking up at a mountain that could never be climbed or surmounted. Although he lost the match, Lin Chen was still upset. This is what happens to young and energetic teenagers. They can't afford to lose and let go. His eyes gradually filled with blood, his fists clenched and his teeth clenched. In his eyes, there was jealousy, anger, hatred. At this moment, he swore in his heart that in the future, no matter what price he paid, he would surpass Pei Xingye. Just then, a broad palm rested on Lin Chen's shoulder. Dean. It was an old man with a kind face, slightly hunched over. Li Jinyan, the director of the poor man's college. Student Lin Chen, I can feel that your body has produced a hatred for student Pei Xingye. Dean. There's no need to be ashamed or mortified. It's human nature. Li Jinyan didn't blame Lin Chen for losing the match, nor did he deliberately stomp on one or the other. He just said something in a serious tone that changed Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen, what is your purpose for becoming a royal beast master? Answer me. Dean. I want to hunt more magical beasts to guard the borders of our Yanxia Empire. Li Jinyan nodded in satisfaction and stated in a calm tone. National Scholar, Top Prez, Ice and Fire, Undead Decapitation. Without a doubt, Pei Xingyi, the genius of geniuses. His radiance is blinding to his peers. In the ring, Pei Xingyi was your opponent, and you were unable to defeat him, and you felt depressed and bitter about it, and even became jealous and hateful towards him. But 3 years in the academy are like the passing of a white horse, and after 3 years, on the battlefield, he is not your opponent, but your comrade. He's an imperial beast master of the Yanxia Empire just like you. Like you, he became an imperial beast master in order to hunt magical beasts. One day, when facing the Wraith Legion, would it be considered a blessing to have such a powerful comrade beside you, guarding our country with you? Lin Chen fell into a stupor. His eyes locked onto Pei Xingyi's back once again, and his hatred dispersed. A moment later, the blood in Lin Chen's eyes disappeared as his emotions returned to calm. Dean, I've come to my senses. I apologize for the bad mood I just generated. Li Jinyan patted Lin Chen's shoulder once again. Junior, you still have a long way to go. Don't forget that the original purpose of becoming a beast swordsman is not to surpass anyone or anything, but to hunt more magical beasts and guard the people you want to guard. In this day and age, there are always some so-called experts who propose to abolish the academy school and disband all the Beastmaster academies in the country. They believe that 18-year-olds should be thrown directly onto the brutal battlefield to hone their skills, thus speeding up their growth. The Imperial Beastmaster Academy, they thought, could only produce flowers in a greenhouse. But those experts didn't understand that the significance of the Beastmaster Academy's existence was not only to teach the children to become qualified Beastmasters, but also to teach them to become human beings who could stand up to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Li Jinyan's 3 words, coupled with a kind smile, pulled a teenager, who had nearly blacked out, back onto the right track of life. Audience. Situ Shui, the leader of the Scarlet Squad, sat with the other 2 members. Xin Yinlin excitedly shouted, "Second Master is awesome." As a social phobia patient, Huangfu Boyi was hard to adapt to such a noisy environment, but he still tried to clench his fist and murmured in a small voice, Air Master. Win-win. 2-2 great. The title Second Master is because nominally, Pei Xingye is the second youngest master of the Pei family. As Qin Yinlin cheered, he glanced sideways at Sita Shui. Captain, why are you so calm when the second master won the first game? I knew he would win. This was the reason why Situ Shui was calm. She unconditionally believed in Pei Xingye, even if what Pei Xingye did was an impossible miracle in the eyes of the world. The next matchup is Taotai Academy, Sang Wui vs. Legend Academy, Li Tianqi. In the audience, Situ Shui's expression produced a subtle change. Sang Noi. Her vermilion lips parted as she chanted the name. As the captain of the Scarlet Squad, Situ Shui was particularly concerned about team member Pei Xingyi. That's why she learned the identifying information of the other contestants ahead of time. According to Situ Shui's investigation, there was indeed some special affinity between Sang Wui and Pei Xingye. The origin is from the previous generation. Please welcome both players to the stage. The Legend Academy's contestant, Li Tianqi, was also an exceptionally talented young man, but his overall rating was the lowest among the 4 contestants. As for Li Tianqi's opponent, Sang Wui, he attracted the attention of the entire audience as soon as he appeared on the stage. This young girl, is Lord Sang Xian's daughter? Yes, that's her. She directly skipped the national examination and was exceptionally accepted by the Taotai Academy, the top of the 4 great academies. With her strength, defeating Li Tianqi is as simple as eating and drinking water. Wait, if Sang Wui wins this advancement round, then she and Pei Xingye will be competing for the top spot in this edition of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. I almost forgot. Pei Xingye is the son of Lord Pei. So, 18 years ago, strictly speaking, before the Starfish Vortex War, which rewrote the world's landscape. The Yanxia Empire has two excessively strong divine beast masters, known as the greatest generation twin masters. With the strength of the two of them, the comprehensive national strength of the Yanxia Empire, maintained in the human race of the first of the seven kingdoms on the throne. At that time, the Yanxia Empire was as strong as the sun, and the other 6 countries had to avoid it. The two great masters of the greatest generation, as they called them, were Sang Xian, Sang Wui's father, and Pei Chuzhuang, Pei Xingyi's mother. The fame of these two divine beast masters had swept across the globe, and as a result, within the Yanxia Empire, the classic catchphrase Northern Sang Xian, Southern Chuzhuang had been circulating. It was no exaggeration to say that these two supported the most glorious era of the Yanxia Empire, and this ray of brilliance was extremely short-lived. It was only because both of them fell in the Starry Sky Vortex battle 18 years ago. The cause of death of these two men is a top secret of the state and has never been disclosed to the public. At this point, Pei Xingye temporarily returned to the audience, and the Scarlet Squad quartet sat together. Qin Yanlin first congratulated Pei Xingye on his first victory, then lowered his voice and asked, "Second Master, do you think Sang Wui is pretty, or our pair of captains?" Although Qin Yanlin had lowered his voice, Situ Shue's ears weren't long for nothing. Her gaze, naturally, fell on Pei Xingye's body. In the ring, Sang Wui's long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate figure was wrapped in a slim-style light ice blue dress. It's a cold type of beauty. You don't see a single fluctuation of human feelings in her watery eyes. At the same time, her temperament is vastly different from girls her age. You can feel the primal wildness in her body, an aura that awakens the roots of fear in human genes. Pei Xingye glanced at Sang Wui and then looked back at Situ Shue. These two belong to different types of beauties and there's really no way to compare them. Qin Yanlin watched to see what was going on. Second Master, quickly tell me, who is actually more beautiful? Situ Shue also stared at Pei Xingye, seemingly expecting Pei Xingye's answer. Pei Xingye's forehead was in a cold sweat, and after holding his tongue, he spoke, "I'm a face-blind person. I can't tell who's pretty. Second Master, if you were to take one of them as your wife, who would you choose?" At this moment, Pei Xingye already had murderous intentions towards Qin Yanlin, but he couldn't afford to have a fit and could only say stiffly, "I'm not interested in women. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally." Situ Shue coldly hummed. It seems that our second Master Pei has long since seen through the red dust and disturbance. Admire na, Captain. You're actually very pretty today. So I wasn't pretty yesterday? Ahem. Forget I said that. Let's watch the game. Pei Xingye's lips twitched as he whispered in his heart, "Women na, the most difficult to serve creatures in the world, even more terrifying than magical beasts." Chapter 22, Demigod Bloodline, Giant Imperial Beasts. Above the ring, the referee blows the whistle to start the match. The duel between Taotai Academy's Sang Wui and Legend Academy's Li Tianji took place. Both of them opened their royal seals at the same time, summoning their respective royal beasts. Li Tianji's Imperial Beast, a scorpion covered in venom, crawled out of the summoning spell formation, its sharp tail stinger dragging the earth and raising a cloud of wind and sand wrapped in poisonous miasma. Luing once again took hold of the microphone and explained the details of this imperial beast for the audience. Desert poison scorpion, juvenile body, second stage, legendary quality bloodline, possessing both sand attribute and poison attribute, a standard dual elemental imperial beast. The strong point of this imperial beast lies in the fact that it can inflict sustained quenching damage on the enemy in battle, and the effects of the toxin can be stacked in layers, up to 7. With the power of a 7-tier toxin, it only takes a second to poison an iron-armored lizard. In the audience, the Scarlet Squad quartet watched this duel together. Situ Shue asked with a sideways glance, "What do you think about the desert poison scorpion?" Pei Xingye cupped his chin with one hand and analyzed rationally. There's one thing to be said for Li Tianji's imperial beasts, whether it's their bloodline or their operational ceiling, they're not low. Moreover, Li Tianji's talent is an S-rank talent, reversal, and the desert poison scorpion will cause toxin stacking on the enemy regardless of whether it's actively attacking or passively taking a beating. Nothing but. Pei Xingye's analysis came to an abrupt end, simply because he was deeply touched by the imperial beast summoned by Sang Wui. The large ring trembled violently, the spectators' eyes were filled with hot steam, and the whole mountain seemed to be soaked in earth-embedded magma as if it was hot and boiling. In the depths of the dark flames, a stout and gigantic figure rose up from the ground. The entire audience made a simultaneous movement of looking up, as this imperial beast's physique was extremely exaggerated. The world's only demigod bloodline, the giant lineage imperial beast. 100 times I've heard of it. This is the ghost-weeping giant summoned by Sang Wui. It's clearly written in the textbook that the giant lineage imperial beasts are the largest imperial beasts, but only by seeing it with your own eyes can you feel what a giant is. In the center of the ring, a giant with black ghost fire burning all over its body appeared. All the skin on its body burned away. directly exposing the bleeding red muscle fibers, profoundly interpreting the smooth lines of violent aesthetics. The long black hair, which only covered half of his face, and the other half of his bare side, looked like the skull of a skeleton, eerie and overbearing. Just how exaggerated was the physique of this giant-type imperial beast? As a fellow juvenile, its size and tonnage and other stats were a cut above Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix. In this era of all imperial beasts, both imperial beasts and magical beasts were circled within the 9 bloodline sequences: common, extraordinary, rare, epic, legendary, demigod, mythic, ancient mythic, ultra-ancient mythic, dragons, phoenixes and unicorns. The bloodlines of these 3 major races belonged to the same ancient mythological bloodline. However, their physique was no match for the giants of the demigod bloodline. Analyzing it from this perspective, the secrets hidden in the giant system imperial beasts didn't seem to be any less than the secrets in the 3 holy beasts. Audience. Everyone was exclaiming, immersed in the shock of appreciating the ghost-sobbing giant, except for the white-haired, red-pupiled teenager beside Sita Shui, who seemed to have some special physiological reactions. Sita Shui saw clearly that the moment Sang Wui summoned the ghost-sobbing giant to make his appearance, Pei Xingye's skin became as red as blood. Sitting beside Pei Xingye, Sita Shui felt Pei Xingye's body get insanely hot, even affecting the surrounding temperature to float. The depths of the red pupil rippled furiously. "What's wrong with you?" I'm fine." Pei Xingye was pulled back into his thoughts by Sita Shui's voice and said in his heart, "Why does the blood in my body boil when I see a giant-type imperial beast? It's even hard to keep a grip on my sanity." Among the 9 major bloodlines, there was only one type of imperial beast under the classification of the demigod bloodline, and that was the giant system imperial beast. In other words, if the giant lineage imperial beasts became extinct, then the demigod bloodline would be completely gone, and the 9 bloodline sequences could be changed to 8 bloodline sequences. In this world, when a thing can be called unique regardless of its strength or weakness, there must be a hidden mystery behind it. This was Pei Xingye's first time seeing a giant system imperial beast, and the special physiological reaction he had was uncontrollable, an instinctive reaction engraved in his bloodline and genes. But as of now, Pei Xingye knew very little about the giant-type imperial beasts. Is there a possibility that the giant lineage imperial beasts of the demigod bloodline are also related to that heavenly star vortex battle in which Old Mother fell? Pei Xingye, Pei Chuzhuang's son, Sang Wuyi, daughter of Sang Xian. 18 years ago, the overwhelming duo of masters fell at the same time in the uninformative heavenly star vortex battle. Now, 18 years later, their descendants, as they were then, have created a strong bond. Pei Xingye inherited Pei Chuzhan's will and became an undead imperial beast master. Sang Wui had also inherited Sang Xian's talent and contracted a giant lineage imperial beast of demigod bloodline. At this moment, on the big screen, a panel of Ghostbusters giant space stats was played, stunning the entire room. Name of imperial beast, Ghost Giant. Grade, Juvenile, 2nd stage. Bloodline, Demigod bloodline. Attributes, Giant system plus Shura system. Talent 1, Giant's Heart. Gain an additional bonus to life value. Possessing a blood level far higher than that of a similarly ranked imperial beast/magic beast. Talent 2, Shura's Power, one of the 6 Dao powers. Any attack or skill that hits an enemy will probabilistically trigger a bludgeoning effect, with a maximum bludgeoning multiplier capped at 8 times. Talent 3, Ghostly Flames, black flames that can inflict sustained searing damage on enemies, with the power to add a bludgeoning effect as well. Skill 1, Giant's Hammer. Put your hands together in the shape of a giant hammer and slam it down from a high altitude, inflicting 100% triple bludgeoning damage on the enemy, with an additional 3 seconds of stun and knockout effect. Skill 2, Blood Rage Battle Cry, consumes 10% of one's own blood, emits a roar of the highest decibel level, inflicts a soul-shocking effect on the enemy, and weakens the enemy's attack and defense. Skill 3, God from Heaven, with powerful bouncing power, leaps and flies up, and with his own weight, forms a wide range of impacts on enemy units, triggering 100% 8x bludgeoning damage. Pei Xingye carefully browsed through this data panel, his heart suspicious. A demigod bloodline with such a superb data panel? Among the 9 major bloodline sequences, the demigod bloodline, ranked after the mythic bloodline, and the Black Phoenix was an ancient mythical bloodline, equivalent to being 2 tiers higher than a demigod bloodline. However, if one only looked at the basic stats panel, the ghostly giant wasn't too much inferior to the Black Phoenix, which was a mystery that Pei Xingye couldn't solve at the moment. I have to find a chance to find out the hidden stats of the giant-type imperial beasts. Pei Xingye's overriding god's hand was dumbfounded. He needed an opportunity to touch the ghostly giant with his fingertips. Chapter 23, Pei Xingye vs. Sang Wui. Game on. The pressure that Li Tianxi endured was the first lesson in his life's transformation. When facing Sang Wui, any imperial beast master of the same level would have the physiological instinct to have their hair stand on end or their souls tremble. because Sang Wui's aura was not like a human. The primitive wildness emanating from her body was like a fierce beast from the ancient times. The clash of eyes in a duel between an Imperial Beastmaster and an Imperial Beastmaster was usually the winner of the match. Li Tianji didn't even dare to look directly into Sang Wui's eyes, as fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Should I make the first move or not? Or do we defend and wait for the other side to reveal their cracks? Hesitation is a big no-no on the battlefield. Hesitation leads to defeat, and Li Tianji made an irreversible mistake in the opening round. He hesitated for just a second, and Sang Wui had already activated his soul power. The ghost-weeping giant's steps shook the ground, and Pei Xingyi was surprised. He didn't expect this type of giant-type imperial beasts with the largest physique in the world to have more nimble movements than some wind and electric attribute imperial beasts. In an instant, the ghost-weeping giant grasped the scorpion tail of the desert poison scorpion with one hand. The terrifying power of the giant forced the desert poison scorpion to let out a painful hiss, and the sound of his tailbone breaking was crisp and piercing. Li Tianji's mind was flustered, but he was at least the pride of the freshmen in this session of the legendary Legends Academy, and he quickly adjusted his emotions and released a steady stream of soul power. At the same time, his S-rank talent, Reversal, began to power up steadily. Lu Ying's brow was furrowed, and the tone of her commentary was as wary as the audience's. Sang Wui grabbed the lead, and Desert Poison Scorpion tragically suffered a one-handed grip from Ghost-Sobbing Giant, exerting absolute control. But this battle won't end so easily. The venom of the Desert Poison Scorpion, combined with Li Tianji's Reversal talent, can counter the Ghost-Weeping Giant to a certain extent. The Desert Scorpion is starting to stack toxin layers. The Desert Poison Scorpion released sticky green venom all over its body, and Li Tianji clenched his teeth to maximize the effect of Revolt. The Ghost-Weeping Giant's palm, clearly showing signs of poisoning, the entire arm rippled with blood vessels, originally bright red blood, infected by toxins, turning into a shocking purple-green color. The toxin layers stacked quickly, reaching 7. With 7 layers of toxins, it only takes a second to clear the blood bar of an iron-armored lizard, but 10 seconds passed, and the Ghostbuster Giant didn't look the least bit affected. How did this happen? Li Tianji was completely flustered. The 7 layers of toxins were Li Tianji's bottom card, the judge's table. Lei Qiancheng narrowed his eyes and analyzed in a deep voice. Without a doubt, the sustained damage dealt by the Desert Poison Scorpion to the Ghost-Weeping Giant is actually not low, but the problem lies in the fact that the Ghost-Weeping Giant's blood stripe is the thickest amongst all the Imperial beasts and magical beasts of the same segment. Audience. Pei Xingye was also carefully analyzing this matchup. The extra life bonus of the giant-type Imperial beasts is really over the top. Situ Shue spat from the side. So the Nirvana power of your family's Phoenix bloodline isn't over the limit? You have the nerve to say that people are over the limit? Pei Xingye watched the match carefully and came to a conclusion. Desert Poison Scorpion's 7 layers of toxins belongs to continuous consuming damage, doesn't have a high burst. This will be deadlocked by Ghost-Sobbing Giant's ultra-thick blood strip. No surprises, the match will end in 3 seconds. In the next 3 seconds, the story goes exactly according to the script that Pei Xingye's mouth interpreted. Sang Wui once again urged his soul power, and the Ghost-Weeping Giant held the Desert Poison Scorpion's tail stinger in his hand as he continuously slammed towards the ring floor. The sound of clunking shook the eardrums of the audience. After 3 seconds passed, the Desert Poison Scorpion was thrown to the ground, with multiple fractures on its body and internal organs bruised, completely losing its ability to fight. The referee shouted loudly, "The match is over. The winner, Taotai Academy, Sang Wui." Li Tianji didn't have a bit of temper when he lost the match. He knew that the gap between himself and Sang Wui wasn't just 1 star. The duel, as a whole, lasted less than a minute. Lu Ying exclaimed, "A naked crushing bureau." Lei Qianzhong revealed an appreciative look. Sang Wui's Ghost-Weeping Giant, with its ultra-thick blood stripe, was the least afraid of sustained consumption-type opponents, and only a high amount of burst damage could pose some threat to it. But then, Sang Wui's SS-grade talent, Rage, is currently unused. Of the 4 contestants who participated in the Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying tournament this time, only Sang Wui possessed a double S-ranked Imperial Beastmaster talent. Of course, although Pei Xingye's Undead Decimation was defined as an E-rank talent in this era, it was after all once considered an SSS-ranked talent when it was glorious. That's why the next matchup is the craziest battle of the tournament. Friends of the audience, next up is the showdown for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Taodai Academy, Sang Wui vs Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. Please take a moment to prepare both players. The match will be played in 10 minutes. Before the match begins, I would like to invite the chief judge, Lei Qianzhong, to analyze this pinnacle duel. Lu Ying passed the microphone to Lei Qianzhong's mouth and asked with a smile, "Elder Lei, who do you think will win this duel?" Lei Qianzhong showed a bitter smile on his face. After the punch in the face just now, his tone of voice was now not so arrogant. Instead, he became rational and objective. Truly, in this duel, Sangwoo and Pei Xingyi, either one of them has a chance of winning. Analyzing from the strength of the Imperial Beast bloodline, there is no doubt that the Ghost Weeping Giant is inferior to the Black Phoenix, but the higher the strength of the Imperial Beast bloodline, the greater the consumption of soul power for the Imperial Beast Master. If Pei Xingyi can't take the victory within 5 minutes, then the odds are that he'll lose to Sangwoo. Instead, Sangwoo can only get into his comfort zone by dragging this matchup into a protracted battle 5 minutes from now. Luing smiled and teased. Elder Lei actually used such an objective and cautious way to analyze the two players. This is not your style. Lei Chen-chong smiled and crying hard to see. Oh, this is not being hit face hit afraid of it. To know. The next few days, Lei Chen-chong continuous nightmares. Dreams are full of ice and fire dual cultivation of the phoenix around him fly off. 10 minutes later, the game was about to begin. Sangwoo and Pei Xingyi took the stage at the same time. There was a buzz in the audience, with people clamoring for discussion and expressing their own views. The battle for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. This battle is bound to be exciting and thrilling. Who do you think will win? I'm going to press a hand of Pei Starry Night. I think Black Phoenix is overpriced compared to Ghostbusters Giant. I think Sangwoo can win because as long as he lasts 5 minutes and fights a protracted battle, Pei Xingyi's soul power will definitely dry up first. Above the ring, two of the youngest heavenly talents of the new era faced off against each other in a strong duel. This guy, the first one of his age, who dares to look me straight in the eye. This woman's aura really doesn't look like a human. Pei Xingyi and Sangwoo stared at each other across the sky, which would always make some of the veteran beastmasters who had experienced the old times recall the great twins of that year and today. At the peak, who was more powerful, Pei Chuzhuang or Sang Xian? There is no answer to that question because the two have never cut. But at this moment, their offspring stood in the ring of the battle for the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Their bloodline inheritance would be decided in this battle. Chapter 24 Pei Xingyi is against the wind. The referee blows the whistle. The game is officially on. For this duel, the two chose to strike at the same time. The first turn of the opening round is crucial in a battle between Imperial Beastmasters. Some people like to be the first to strike, thus preempting the attack. Some people are good at passive defense, waiting for their enemies to reveal their weaknesses by defending against attacks. Pei Xingyi and Sangwoo, on the other hand, both chose the former. This meant that the two Imperial Beasts in the ring launched their skills at the same time. In the previous round against Lin Chen, Pei Xingyi had won easily, and the Black Phoenix hadn't even released a single skill. But in this duel, the moment Pei Xingyi activated his soul power, the Black Phoenix directly launched the simple and brutal signature skill Falling Phoenix Chop towards the Ghost Sobbing Giant. Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped chop. This is the definition of the Phoenix Slash, which is the killer weapon of the purebred Phoenix-type Imperial Beasts, with terrifying explosive damage. At the same time, Sangwoo unleashed his soul power, and the Ghost Weeping Giant stomped on the ring floor in place, the ground tearing apart as his burning throat let out a roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Falling Phoenix Slash vs. Blood Rage Battle Roar. What? The Ghost Cry Giant unleashed the Blood Rage Battle Cry 3 times in a row. Sangwoo's maneuver is too bold. Blood Rage Battle Roar consumes 10% of one's own blood and lets out a roar of the highest decibel, inflicting a soul-shocking effect on the enemy and weakening their attacks and defenses. This was the core battle technique of the giant lineage of Imperial Beasts, and every time it was released, it meant that the ghostly giant had to consume 10% of its own blood. However, this was only the first round of the duel between the two sides, as Sangwoo harnessed the Ghost Sobbing Giant and surprisingly unleashed the Blood Rage Battle Roar 3 times in a row. In the eyes of the audience, such an extreme risky operation is really over-exaggerated. Above the ring, thick smoke rolled. The emerald green fire of the undead and the black as ink flames of the ghosts intertwined and collided, producing continuous explosions. As the smoke gradually cleared, the Ghostbusters giant came back into view. The Ghost Sobbing Giant clearly ate the damage from the Falling Phoenix Chop, but it's still able to move normally. The power of the Falling Phoenix Chop is lower than we thought. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. The judges' table. Lei Chen-chong revealed a shocked expression and became emotional, speeding up his speech to analyze the battle situation. In the first round of the duel just now, Sangwoo pulled out all the operational details. She knows deep down that the Ghost Weeping Giant's bloodline strength is inferior compared to the Black Phoenix. That's why she chose to open the game by having the Ghost Sobbing Giant release the Blood Rage Battle Cry 3 times in a row, even if it consumed 30% of her own blood, in order to achieve the goal of weakening the Black Phoenix's explosive attacks. Audience. Situshwezgaze moved back and forth between Pei Xingyi and Sangwoo. murmuring to herself. The first round of the opening round was clear in the minds of both sides. Pei Xingyi wanted to utilize the Black Phoenix's advantage of its ultra-high burst attack value, attempting to strike a direct suppression effect with a falling phoenix slash. Sang Wui's thought process, on the other hand, was to weaken the Black Phoenix's burst attack at the cost of 30% of the ghost-sobbing giant's blood, in an attempt to prolong the game and drag it into a protracted battle, where the advantage would return to her. Qin Yanlin staggered with emotion. TSK, it's only the first round, and both sides are already spelling out details? It's so exciting. The battle that ensued saw the giant and the phoenix rock the house with their pulling and sparring. In an instant, entangled with each other at close range, the phoenix blackbone collided violently with the giant's iron fist, setting off ripples of whistling and unending air currents. In a split second, the two sides pulled apart, and the undead fire entangled with the ghostly flames across the air, triggering a deafening explosion. The match was so exciting that the entire crowd held their breath and stared intently at the smoke-churning ring. Lei Qianchang's voice trembled as he gripped the microphone. Although the ghost giant's blood percentage is suppressed, its blood bar is thick enough that the Black Phoenix's attacks can't deal burst damage, making it less of a threat to the ghost giant. As the length of the duel increases, the battle will only be unfavorable to Pei Xingyi. Starry Night Pei needs to break the ice. Red pupils flickering, Pei Xingyi let out a bass tone as if he were the god of death's judgment. Bastard Phoenix Song. The Black Phoenix soared into the sky, and in a stance overlooking everything, it let out an angry roar towards the ghost-weeping giant. The entire audience covered their ears and felt like their internal organs were going to be shattered. Under the shroud of Ba Huangming, the red light shining on the ghost-weeping giant's body instantly dimmed, and its aura weakened by 2/3. Lei Qianchong explained in quick words, Bastard Phoenix Call. The Phoenix lineage Imperial Beast emits powerful sound waves, shocking the enemy with its roar, manifesting bloodline suppression, and inflicting negative statuses such as fear, stun, and weakness on the enemy. It can be seen that under the suppression of the Baja Phoenix Song, the ghost-weeping giant has already suffered a short period of dizziness and its mental state has become weak. This is the overpowering strength of an ancient mythological bloodline. As soon as the Bajaho Phoenix Song came out, the bloodline suppression materialized in this way. Regardless, the ancient myth bloodline was ultimately 2 tiers higher than the demigod bloodline. Luing marveled. The power of the Bastard Phoenix Call directly disintegrates the Ghost Cry Giant's previous 3 consecutive releases of the Blood Rage Battle Roar, and Pei Xingyi regains the advantage. Lei Qianchong shook his head gravely and said in a deep voice, No, Pei Xingyi's operation is also risky. The Bastard Phoenix Call does directly disintegrate the effects of the Blood Rage Battle Cry, and it produces a tremendous mental oppression on the ghost-weeping giant. But the skill, bearing Phoenix Call, consumes the soul power of the Imperial Beastmaster by a percentage. This move, Baja Phoenix Song, directly consumed 50% of Pei Xingyi's soul power. Regardless of how high Pei Xingyi's soul power concentration was, once the Baja Phoenix Song was released, it would consume half of his soul power. Lei Qianchong continued his analysis. So this matchup is all about the details for both players. They dare to perform bold and crazy maneuvers. Their risky yet decisive strategic choices mean that they have absolute confidence in their maneuvers and awareness. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they are the strongest first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters in the Yanxia Empire. Their talent is the future hope of the Yanxia Empire. The talent Pei Xingyi and Sang Wui displayed was beyond the reach of their peers, just like their mother and father who once amazed the entire era. Although the Bastard Phoenix Call consumed 50% of Pei Xingyi's soul power, he recaptured the advantage. When the Black Phoenix followed Pei Xingyi's will and once again stored up its power for the falling Phoenix Slash, Sang Wui didn't dare to slack off and directly ordered the ghost-weeping giant to perform a flexible stance to avoid it. The ghost-sobbing giant didn't have the enchantment of Blood Rage Battle Cry, and the falling Phoenix Slash could deal a terrifying burst of damage as long as it hit the ghost-sobbing giant. This was something Sang Wui couldn't accept, and with the bloodline gap, she had no room for error. However, the first chop fell short. At the moment the audience doesn't realize the problem. Although the ghost-weeping giant has a huge body, its stance is so agile. The second chop fell short. Dodged again? So lucky? The third chop, still falling short. Pei Xingyi regained the advantage after the Bastard Phoenix sound, but the Black Phoenix's 3 consecutive Phoenix Slashes all fell short, not even touching a strand of the ghost-sobbing giant's hair. The situation has taken a new turn. Pei Xingyi's side has 3 consecutive empty moves, and the situation is once again making tumbling waves. Luing once again asked, Master Lei, doesn't Pei Xingyi know how to predict the enemy's movement trajectory? Why would the falling Phoenix chop still fall short 3 times in a row? Lei Qianchang's pupils quake. There's only one answer. Sang Wui prejudged Pei Xingyi's prejudgment. The whole room was agitated at these words. What? She predicted Pei Xingyi's prediction? This woman's battle sense is also too terrifying. A duel between genius monsters is so incomparably exciting. Looks like Pei Xingyi is going against the wind. During the battle, Sang Wui's eyes, which were filled with wild power, stared deathly at Pei Xingye's red pupils. That's right, she was reading Pei Xingye's eyes, and based on the movement of Pei Xingye's pupils, he accurately guessed Pei Xingye's heart, so as to prejudge Pei Xingye's prejudgment. Sang Wui's maneuver drew cheers and thunderous applause from the entire audience. Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi's hearts were in their throats, both of them secretly sweating for Pei Xingye on the stage. Captain, it's not looking good. The second master seems to be against the wind. What's the point of panicking? From what I know of him, he's a monster who is strong when he meets strength, and his battle prowess is unknown. It's his time to perform next. It had to be said that Sita Shue's description of Pei Xingye was very accurate. Chapter 25, My Operation, Above You. The Black Phoenix failed to hit its target with 3 consecutive releases of the Falling Phoenix Slash, which caused Pei Xingye to waste a large amount of soul power for nothing. By now, the length of the fight in this duel had been more than 10 minutes. Sang Wui catalyzed his soul power and harnessed the Ghost Weeping Giant to launch a frantic counterattack. The two sides once again staged the bombardment and pulling, presenting the audience with a thrilling visual feast. The swings and punches of the giant-based Imperial beasts bring out the violent aesthetics full of raw wildness. Phoenix bloodline with ice and fire dual cultivation and the power of the undead, still unreasonable, many times forcibly interrupt the opponent's moves, highlighting the strength of the bloodline. Interpretation of the power of the 3 sacred beasts. This battle enters a white-hot tug-of-war. It looks like both sides are evenly matched, but the situation is actually unfavorable to Pei Xingye. Because of the protracted war, it's a comfort zone for San Wui. Lu Ying's brows furrowed. In her opinion, Pei Xingye was most likely going to lose this match. Similarly, all first-rank Imperial Beast Masters, the higher the strength of the bloodline of the Imperial Beast they harnessed, the greater the consumption of their own soul power in Yuan Qi, and the shorter their endurance. Simply put, the longer this battle went on, the greater the chances of Sang Wui winning. Just at the moment when the balance of victory was tilted towards Sang Wui, Pei Xingye's red pupil lit up with a sharp, cold aura. Scold. Amidst the thick smoke, a Nirvana fire beam that took the shape of a cross struck the ghost-sobbing giant's chest with a loud bang. Falling Phoenix Chop. Hit. TSK. It's true that once it hits, it will deal a super high burst of damage, and the ghost giant won't be able to carry it at all. The strength of the Phoenix bloodline is here after all. One move. Just one move. The ghost weeping giant boomed and dropped to one knee, looking up to the sky and letting out a hiss of pain. Anum. Pattering sound. Anum. Pattering sound. Anum. Pattering sound. In full view of the public, the Ghostbuster giant's chest was exposed as a bone-deep, cross-shaped burn wound. Deep in the wound, blood gushed wildly, and the burning damage from the undead fire continued to apply pressure. The ghost-sobbing giant's expression grimaced as his hunched body fell into a brief period of stiffness and dizziness. How can? At the bottom of Sang Wui's eyes, an astonished elixir surfaced. It was the first time since she stepped into the ring that she'd had such a strong wave of emotions. She couldn't understand Pei Xingye's weird operation just now, and her eyes showed deep confusion. Lu Ying was extraordinarily excited. It hit. This time's Falling Phoenix Slash finally hits the ghost weeping giant. In the audience, while everyone was shocked by the explosive damage of the Falling Phoenix Slash, they also revealed confused looks. Wait, isn't Sang Wui able to anticipate Pei Xingye's preemptions? So why didn't he dodge this time's Falling Phoenix Chop? The Falling Phoenix Chop just now. It seems a bit strange. Where's the weirdness? Everyone, look at the big screen. There's slow replay footage. The judge's table. Lei Qianchang's eyes almost stared out in amazement. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Falling Phoenix Slash released by the Black Phoenix just now had no skill forward swing. What? No skill pre-shake? Wouldn't that be 0 frame start? Ila Lu Go. First Order Imperial Beast Master, playing on 0 frame starter? Is Pei Xingye crazy? Or is this world crazy? Pei Xingye's divine operation directly subverted the world's perception of First Order Beast Masters. Generally speaking, when any Imperial Beast releases a skill, there will be a skill forward swing and skill backward swing, which is also known as the staging action and closing action. It was a part of the game that lower-ranked Imperial Beast Masters could not control. Only those high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters who had reached the 7th rank or above could help the Imperial Beasts reduce the duration of the skills forward and backward swings by virtue of their rich combat experience and powerful concentration of soul power, and even achieve the so-called 0 frame start. However, the Pei Xingye in the ring was only a freshly minted first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. A juvenile body-level Black Phoenix didn't have much combat experience to speak of either. But the mysterious coordination between the Master and the Servant hit the 0 frame starting Falling Phoenix Slash. How in the world did Pei Xingye do that? This is the question mark in everyone's mind at the moment. Lei Qianchong watched the replay video repeatedly and finally realized the end. He felt creeped out and goosebumps crawled on his arms. so it is. I see. Lei Qianshong raised his trembling hands to grip the microphone tightly, his face red and warm from emotion. Audience, the skill forward swing of falling phoenix slashes the phoenix wings of the black phoenix, making a cross-crossing motion in front of its chest. But don't forget, folks, when the black phoenix took a defensive stance, it did the same thing. That is to say, while the black phoenix and the ghost-sobbing giant were staging a lightning-fast offensive and defensive battle, the black phoenix could have taken the opportunity to finish storing up the power of the falling phoenix slash skill in one of its defenses. But Pei Xingyi chose to temporarily store this power and not release it. Wait until the moment when your opponent's guard is down, and strike the well-stored falling phoenix chop instantly. There was a feverish murmur of dawning realization from the audience. Sneakily completing a skill build-up with the help of a defense turn? Holy, such detail. Pei Xingyi really fine. A falling phoenix slash that is well stored in advance naturally cancels the skill's forward swing when it's released. Whoever came up with this maneuver is a ing genius. Nonsense. This genius is the strongest national scholar ever. I see. This is the mystery of Pei Xingyi's zero-frame starting hand. The battle is not over yet. Sang Wu-yi tries to counterattack. She stares at Pei Xingyi's red pupil to death, trying to anticipate Pei Xingyi's prediction. Scold. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by flames burning the sky. Another zero-frame starting falling phoenix slash. The ghost-sobbing giant was unable to avoid it and once again ate the full amount of falling phoenix slash's super explosive damage. Sound of escaping laughter. The ghost-weeping giant spat out blood, and his one-knee stance turned into a two-knee stance, looking even more wretched than just a moment ago. 2 consecutive falling phoenix chop hits. This damage, it's over the top. It looks like the ghost giant's blood level is approaching 10%. As soon as it reaches 10%, it's Pei Starry Night's decimation line. The terror of undead decimation is a talent that always makes the world's blood boil at such moments, and at the same time causes the enemy to feel fear and despair. Lei Qianshong wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued his analysis. The scariest thing about Pei Xingyi's zero-frame start is that even if you see through the principles, you can't defend against it, because you don't know exactly in which defense the Black Phoenix finished building up the power of the falling phoenix slash. At the same time, you don't know at which moment he will choose to order the Black Phoenix to strike the falling phoenix slash. Sang Wui-san possesses a strong ability to anticipate, but you will never be able to anticipate zero-frame starting falling phoenix slash. The game went down to the wire and we have to admit, Pei Xingyi's operation is above her. The profession of Beastmaster has developed to the present day, and hundreds of different operations have been developed in terms of skills, techniques, coordination, and awareness. This is the essence of the human sentinel civilization. This year's Heavenly Cloud ranking qualifying tournament saw all 4 players displaying different maneuvers. What top level of anticipation or what stance displacement? But these are all younger brothers when it comes to zero-frame starters. Zero-frame starts, genius maneuvers, kingly maneuvers. At this moment, Pei Xingyi was still only 18 years old, but he had already shown the potential to achieve a generation of manipulation emperor. Chapter 26, Dragon, Phoenix, Karen, Giant. The center of the ring. The Ghostbusters giant fell to both knees in agony and could only let out a sad moan. Above its head, the Black Phoenix hovered with its wings spread out, and the power of the undead was like a spring. With each mountain-shaking phoenix breath, it released undead ripples of ice and fire that pressed down on the ghost-weeping giant, making it impossible for it to lift its head. Suffering 2 consecutive zero-frame starting phoenix chop, even if the ghost-sobbing giant's bloodline was thicker, it was still at the end of its rope at the moment. Sang Wui, this usually cold as ice maiden, finally showed flustered mood swings on her face at this moment. It was clear to her that the Ghostbuster giant's blood level was getting closer and closer to 10%. Once the blood level touches 10%, it's the Black Phoenix's kill line. The oppressive feeling of the talent, undead decimation, followed. The judges' table. Lei Qianzhong let out a long sigh and lamented. From the looks of it, the winner of this peak duel is destined to be Pei Xingyi. The audience was talking up a storm. Zero-frame start. This kind of imperial beast art that doesn't belong to this segment has been used by Pei Xingyi. Sang Wui naturally has no power to fight. It's only a matter of time before the Ghostbuster giant's blood level drops to 10%. Sang Wui will last 10 seconds at most before she loses to Pei Xingyi. The battle is coming to an end. However, this duel, in the future, the reason why it can go down in the history books, for future generations of people to enjoy and talk about, naturally will not be so easy to end. At this time, Sang Wui endured the oppression of the Phoenix bloodline. Her consciousness gradually became chaotic, her heartbeat accelerated, and a mysterious special power suddenly burst out from the depths of her trembling soul. An angry roar resounded through the cloud-shattered sky. What? The Ghostbuster giant is actually standing up. What's going on? Is there a reversal? Suddenly, the ghost-weeping giant, which had already lost its momentum, sensed some kind of will released by Sang Wui, and even carried the pressure of the Black Phoenix and stood up again. Sang Wooey used her SS rank talent, Rage. That's not right. If it's just the Rage bonus, it shouldn't be able to achieve this effect. At the judges' table, the experienced Lei Qianzhong could tell at a glance. Suddenly broke through. Just a moment ago, the Ghost Weeping Giant's rank, from Juvenile Body, 2nd stage, broke through to promote Juvenile Body, 3rd stage. The situation that seems to be about to be finalized will always set off a wave of reversal in a moment that people do not expect. Sang Wooey's Imperial Beast, the Ghost Weeping Giant, had unexpectedly completed a segment breakthrough promotion at the moment of its impending defeat. Audience. Situ Shui subconsciously frowned, her cherry blossom-like lips twitching slightly. The probability of a royal beast breaking through for promotion in battle is extremely low. Is Sang Wooey so lucky? In this world, all the coincidences are behind the inevitable set by the god of fate. It wasn't Sang Wooey's luck, but the pressure of the Phoenix bloodline on the Giant's bloodline caused the Giant's bloodline to trigger some kind of awakening. Above the ring, Pei Xingyi's eyes flashed with confusion. A breakthrough? Kind of interesting. At the moment, he was unaware of the special relationship between the 4 races of dragons, phoenixes, unicorns and giants. The dragon, phoenix and unicorn, belonging to the same 3 sacred beasts, were representatives of the ancient mythological bloodline and the totems of the Yanxia Empire. The giants, on the other hand, were nothing more than a demigod bloodline that was 2 tiers lower than the 3 holy beasts. But when the giant bloodline meets the 3 holy beasts, it inexplicably explodes with unprecedented power in a desperate situation. At this moment, the Ghost Weeping Giant had fully stood up, straightening its back under the Black Phoenix's pressure and roaring up to the sky, its body steaming with hot blood aura. Pei Xingye's attention was quickly drawn back to Sang Wooey. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Student Sang Wooey, are you alright?" In the next second, Pei Xingye realized that she had asked redundantly, because Sang Wooey's physical features and mental state were bad to the naked eye. Right at the moment when the Ghost Weeping Giant broke through to promote its Juvenile Body, 3rd stage, Sang Wooey lost her mind, and she was unable to manipulate her body. Dense bloody veins rippled on her white skin. These blood tendons were writhing like centipedes in a frenzy, as if the hot blood flowing inside would spurt out at any moment. Sang Wooey in burst pulse form doesn't look like a pure human. When Sang Wooey raised her eyes again, Pei Xingyi felt a hostility that was hard to describe. This hostility is the hostility from the archenemy. My body. It's out of control too. Pei Xingye couldn't react in time as his red pupils erupted with brutal and limitless killing intent. His reason is also governed by a certain will. At this moment, on the violently shaking ring, rather than Pei Xingye and Sang Wooey facing off, it was more like one of the 3 holy beasts, the Phoenix bloodline, and the demigod bloodline giant hating each other. There seems to be a deep ennui of bonding between the two. Lei Qianzhong gripped the microphone again. Imperial beasts breaking through for promotion in battle is an ultra-low probability event. The Ghost Weeping Giant is now promoted to the Juvenile Body, 3rd stage, although the strength of the bloodline is lower than that of the Black Phoenix. But the fact is, the current rank of the Black Phoenix is only Juvenile, 1 segment. Relatively speaking, class is the biggest disadvantage of the Black Phoenix. After all, Pei Xingye chose to let the Black Phoenix take the brand new route of ice and fire dual cultivation, so the evolutionary speed of this Imperial Beast is so slow. My fellow viewers, this showdown is not over. We can't be sure who the final winner will be until the last moment, but maybe, next, it's the final round of the duel between Pei Xingye and Sang Wooey. Their choices are exactly the same. Both, attack only. Over the past period of time, both Pei Xingyi and Sang Wooey had displayed Imperial Beast skills that far exceeded those of their peers, playing one stunning maneuver after another. She could anticipate his anticipation. He could start with 0 frames and shatter her preconceptions. With each other, details are pulled full circle and operations are pulled full circle. But in the last round of the duel, both sides gave up their defenses at the same time. This round, both sides had no skill to speak of. Both of them poured everything they had into their respective Imperial Beasts, just to strike one last attack. 1 million people are watching. The Black Phoenix descended from the sky, its phoenix call resounding through the clouds. Its mouth, which was thick and smoky like the rift of a volcano, snapped open and spat out a double play of ice and fire, displaying the strength of its bloodline and the dominance of the ice and fire dual cultivation. The Ghost Weeping Giant's blood tendon rippling arm was like a bowstring pulled into a full moon, pulling one hair to move the whole body, and Herc swung his fist, hitting a pillar of blood vaporized Ghost Weeping fire, which contained the terrifying power of the Shura. Rumble. The moment of the pairing and collision, the innate vision. The entire audience temporarily faints and loses consciousness. Originally clear sky, quietly into the night, as if there is a piece of dark curtain from the underworld, in a moment to cover the chaotic vault. Above the night curtain, 2 rounds of blood-colored full moon actually emerged. Is this a double moon? Or has some creature opened its eyes and is scrutinizing the floating world? These 2 round blood moons, shoulder to shoulder, resemble Pei Xingyi's, born with red pupils. So what in the world does this eerie scarlet color mean? At the same time, Pei Xingyi's consciousness seems to fall into a layer of treacherous dreams, heavy eyelids and fuzzy consciousness. The mournful roar of an ancient imperial beast came to his ears. It's a phoenix song. Is that a unicorn roar? It's the dragon's chant. In an instant, Pei Xingye heard the 3 sacred beasts call out together. On top of that, he heard boom of a drum, boom of a drum, boom of a drum. This one voice was like a thunderous drumbeat fluctuating endlessly in the depths of the dark clouds in the sky, each step stepping heavily on Pei Xingye's feverish heart. It's the footsteps of giants. Chapter 27 Pei Chuzheng and the Scarlet Lord. Chaotic consciousness, blurred vision. Is this the dream world? Illusion? Dizzy, Pei Xingye struggled to open his heavy eyelids. He couldn't tell if the scene in front of him was reality or illusion. In short, the creation of these visions before them all started from the moment when the Black Phoenix and the ghost-sobbing giant went all out against each other. Pei Xingye can be sure of one thing. The 3 sacred beasts are giants. These 4 bloodlines, behind the hidden some unknown saying. The heavens and the earth are like the beginning of time, and the war is stirring and tumultuous. Pei Xingye seemed to have fallen into a decaying and broken war ruin, looking up at countless broken star fragments, while under his feet were floating corpses and blood flowing into the sea. What era of battlefield is this? How could it be so bloody? Even with Pei Xingye's blurred vision, he was able to distinguish amongst the vagueness that the corpses buried on this battlefield were all high-ranked imperial beasts and high-ranked magical beasts. Any corpse of a magical beast here, singled out, possessed the power to destroy a city or even reinvent a human kingdom in its lifetime. Yet the white bones left over from their deaths are only worthy of playing the role of a piece of the puzzle amidst a mountain of corpses and blood on this battlefield where information is unknown. Within this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, heavenly king bodies were as numerous as dogs, and emperor bodies walked everywhere. Pei Xingye's heart set off waves that couldn't be calmed, and a heavy question mark was struck in his heart. Just what kind of war is it that makes even these heavenly king body and emperor body grade magical beasts only worthy of being reduced to cannon fodder and color-tuned backdrops for the fights of the gods? Just then, Pei Xingye heard the call of the 3 holy beasts again as well as the giant's footsteps. He turned and looked back at this moment. He saw the giant dragon with a body as brilliant as a star. He saw the phoenix reborn in nirvana. He saw the unicorn with auspicious colored clouds at its feet. He also saw the magnificent giant surrounded by dragons, phoenixes and unicorns in the center. Because his vision wasn't clear enough, Pei Xingye could only see the black and white-hued outline. Just then, Pei Xingye heard the conversation between 2 human imperial beastmasters. Lord Pei, this round, we lost. Even if we can't win, I have a way to preserve the human race's flame of hope. The veins in Pei Xingye's body instantly burned. Her soul couldn't stop trembling, and her brain buzzed. Lord Pei, it's Mom. This is the battlefield my mom used to fight on. Does it mean that? Pei Xingye rubbed his dry red pupils hard and tried to see more clearly, but he could only see a blurry back. It was a woman in red with a dashing figure. She also possessed a pair of natural red pupils. She was Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzheng. The vision was too dim, and whether it was a dream or an illusion, Pei Xingye was now able to read too little information. He couldn't make out who the man was who was talking to his mother. He also wondered what role his mother played in the battle. Lord Pei, I know what you're going to do. No, someone has to do this. It has to be me. Lord Pei, my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Pei Xingyi's consciousness became more and more blurred. He could vaguely see that the woman in red harnessed the dragon and drove the phoenix, stepped on the unicorn's auspicious clouds, and with the help of the giant to push the waves, soared to the sky. The scene shifted, and the cold ruins of the battle were extinguished, with corpses and bones all over the place. Like a mountain of tombs, above the ruins stood a lofty and tall stone statue of the goddess. The stone statue was scorched black, with only its eyes flashing a bizarre scarlet red. Lord Pei, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet, Lord of Scarlet. This is my destiny and the only answer. But your son isn't even a full moon yet. That's as far as my path goes. It's up to him to decide what path he will take. Pei Xingye reached out her hand and tried to touch the unattainable scarlet idol. Mom! With a flash of blackness in front of her eyes, Pei Xingye rejoined the real world. Mom! Pei Xingye's consciousness was still immersed in the illusion just now, and when he suddenly withdrew and returned to the real world, he was unable to adapt immediately, and subconsciously shouted out the word mom in a broken voice towards the sky. As it turns out, whoever shouted it was embarrassed. A low, clear and cold female voice, like a tinkling spring at a time of spring cold, stimulated Pei Xingye's eardrums. Look carefully, I'm not your mom. At this moment, above the ring, flaming clouds churned. Two huge dragons with huge and majestic bodies coiled around each other, simultaneously stretching out one black and one white dragon's claws, lifting a gorgeous and absolutely beautiful woman above the clouds in a mighty manner. The woman had a long golden dress and wore a crown with the word Yanxia printed on it, and when the wind blew her skirt fluttered, but she did not expose a hint of spring light. Her eyes possessed the majesty of looking out of the world. The way she stands is reminiscent of the visualization of invincibility. Lord of the kingdom, where are the heavens? Am I dreaming? Lord State Lord himself unexpectedly parachuted into the scene of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking battle. This is the first time I've seen the real person. It's even more stunning than on TV, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty in Yanxia. In this situation, Long Jun-ning opened a pair of watery dragon pupils and looked down at Pei Xingye deep within the ruins of the ring. The red pupil and the dragon pupil, their sights collided. Technically speaking, this was the second time Pei Xingye and Long Juning had met. The first time they met was when Pei Xingye was just born. She held this child. As the saying goes, when you see something, Long Jun gazed at Pei Xingye's red pupils and remembered the deceased person he once was. Pei Chuzhuang. Time flies, in a flash, your son has grown up, but he is worthy of being your son. Even in this era where undead imperialists are going into decline, he's only 18 years old, and he's made a name for himself in such a way that he's become a national sensation. Long Jun-ning muttered to himself, a look of remembrance of the past on his face. The ruins of the ring. Sang Wui knelt on one knee, his body weak to the core. Pei Xingye maintained a calm and unhurried standing position, his breathing slightly disorganized. The ring collapsed, and this match can be declared over. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, a draw. There are two of them at the top of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking. This was the result of the match declared by the highest power ruler of the Yanxia Empire. Who dared to disagree? Lei Qinzhong, as the chief judge, rose and bowed deeply towards Long Juning before taking hold of the microphone. Kudos and congratulations. In this year's battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, our Yanxia Empire has given birth to two champion ranking leaders. 18 years ago, the mother and father of these two geniuses created the myth of the greatest generation twins, so we have reason to believe, and expect, that the present-day Yanxia twins will, in the future, create a myth that belongs to them. This is a draw finalized by Empress Yanxia. This was also the first time in the history of the Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament that the honor of double champion was issued. Pei Xingye and Sang Wui, both at the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. But really, it's only as an opponent that you know who the real winner is. It's me who lost. Sang Wui knelt down on one knee and lowered her eyes, a touch of defeat and despair flashing through her eyes. She knew that she had lost. The ring collapsed and the Empress descended. Long Jun-ning seemed to be adhering to the principle of point to point and announced the result of a draw. However, Sang Wui was clear that the soul power in his body had already been depleted. As for Pei Xingye, who still maintained his upright standing position, he clearly still had some strength left. If the match continued, Pei Xingye was bound to win. However, Pei Xingye did not question the result of the draw because the result was not important to him. Important. So, what secrets are hidden between the dragon, the phoenix, the unicorn and the giant? The visions I just saw were roughly triggered by the psychic. Those images should have been the Heavenly Star Vortex battle that changed the pattern of the world 18 years ago. It was also the battle in which my mother, Pei Chuzhuang, fell. And, what exactly does the Scarlet Lord mean? These queries were what Pei Xingye was most concerned about. As for the heaven and earth visions that just happened, such as two moons in the same sky, moon stained with blood, the audience did not see, as if it had never happened. But then again, Long Jun-ning's dragon pupil saw it. It was also for this reason that she chose to parachute into Qilin Mountain, ending the battle between Pei Xingye and Sang Wui by declaring a draw. Chapter 28, Yanxia Empress Long Juning, Dragon Spring and Sea of Blood. The match was over, and Sang Wui looked up to find a hand reaching out in front of her. She froze slightly and chose to hold the hand. Under the gaze of the world, Pei Xingye pulled the weak Sang Wui up from the ground. The two stood together, for eyes facing each other. The fated encounter. From this moment to open. Friendship first, competition second. We were all imperial beastmasters of the Yanxia Empire, and after healthy competition, we should not become enemies, but sympathetic friends. One was the son of Pei Chuzhan and the other was the daughter of Sang Xian. The great duo of the old days have sunk to the bottom of the sea of vicissitudes of history, and the new era of the Yanxia twins. At this moment the spirit of the wind set sail. There tilted Pei Xingye's red pupils, once again, lifted up to look up at Long Juning, who was being held high in the air by the black and white dragon's claws. Long Juning, this woman, a handful of the Yanxia Empire, possesses one of the 7 SSS grade talents of the human race, Dragon Spring Blood Sea, with a segmentation that reaches Imperial Emperor, as well as the world's #1 Dragon Master. Although the details of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle 18 years ago were jointly blocked by the senior management of the 7 countries from being revealed to the public, but there is always trivial information that has long since leaked out and been published. The Astral Vortex War rewrote the world's landscape. What exactly happened in that battle? No one knows. However, Long Juning had once participated in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, and this information was not a secret. That's right, this woman, one of the few survivors of the Astral Vortex War, her SSS rank talent, Dragon Spring Blood Sea, was extremely overpowered. Dragon Spring Blood Sea, a purebred dragon imperial beast that provides unlimited life points. The paraphrase of this gift is only so brief, but every word of that statement proclaims how horrific the intensity of this gift is. Dragon Spring Blood Sea, also known as the Immortal Body, is equivalent to an unlimited bloodstain, and with this talent, Long Juning will not die at all. It naturally makes sense for her to be a survivor of the Heavenly Star Vortex battle. But what kind of relationship does she have with my mother? Really? Does she know the reason for my mother's fall in battle? Or maybe, she was on the battlefield and witnessed my mother's death. With limited known information, Pei Xingye shook her head, knowing that it was pointless to speculate wildly. With my current strength, I'm simply not qualified to question this woman about the Celestial Star Vortex War and my mother. Besides, I can't be sure whether this woman is an enemy or a friend to me. Pei Xingye, calm down. Only by becoming stronger as soon as possible will you have the ability to find out those secrets and the truth. Pei Xingye knows that in this world, there are some secrets and truths that are as dangerous as the abyss. Attempting to touch these dangers with insufficient strength will only lead to a fall into a bottomless abyss and self-destruction. As for the illusion Pei Xingye saw just now, it was an ability unique to undead beastmasters, called psychic. When the undead imperialist encountered a special stimulus, there is a certain probability of triggering the psychic to see those who have died, or those fragments of war images experienced by those who have died. For Pei Xingye, Pei Chuzhing's back, the ruins of the Tianqing Vortex battle, including the Scarlet Idol, were the replay of the war he saw after triggering his psychic. As for the particular stimulus Pei Xingye suffered, it was undoubtedly the intense sparring match between the Black Phoenix and the Ghost Weeping Giant. In this battle, Pei Xingye gathered 3 pieces of information. First, the relationship between the 3 sacred beast bloodline and the giant bloodline must be closely related to the Heavenly Star Vortex War. Secondly, the core phrase of the Astral Vortex Wars is, Lord of Scarlet. Third, Pei Chuzhing's fall was closely related to the Scarlet Lord. Next up is the awards ceremony. Pei Xingye and Sangwei were the double champions of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking tournament, tied for first place. According to battle performance, Lin Chen was second and Li Tianji was third. In comparison, Lin Chen and Li Tianji were turned into roadkill by the 2 monsters tied for first place. Award ceremony. The Black Phoenix spread its wings and chirped, hovering above Pei Xingye's head. This painting is called Phoenix. The Ghost Weeping Giant knelt on one knee, his breath rolling in and his gaze resolute, guarding Sangwei's side like a loyal Deadpool. This painting is called the Giant. At the top of the dome of the sky, the dragon monarch condenses to harness the dragon to look down, a pair of dragon pupils deep and mysterious. The depths of the pupils are flooded with thousands of ghostly light, and the absolutely beautiful face is written with the color of reminiscence. This painting is called the Dragon. The top floor of the Listening to the Rain Garden, Boss Lady Tea Room. Blue Listening Rain was wearing an ice blue cheongsam and was refilling tea for a mysterious man. The man had long white hair and a handsome appearance, with not a single impurity or blemish to be seen on the skin of his face, so he didn't look like a real character. Lan, hearing you softly said, the battle for the Heavenly Cloud ranking, it's over. Your Highness and the daughter of Sang Xian are the dual champions, tied for first place. The man nodded softly. With the Phoenix and the Giant dueling, this battle will inevitably be called off and declared a draw by that woman. Everything was expected from this man, a man who knew Yanxia Empress Long Juning very well. This viewpoint of the top floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion, with the window pushed open, could see the Kirin Mountain where the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition was held. Kirin Mountain. There is no Kirin. This Blacklin City. There is no unicorn either. Or perhaps, ever since the great battle of the Celestial Star Vortex, among the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, the Qilin bloodline was the only one that had gone completely extinct. The Griffin imperial beasts that still remain in the world are all hybrid lineage griffins, and their bloodlines are not pure. However, at this moment, on the white-haired man's right hand, a touch of emerald-colored unicorn rune emerged. The emerald color resembled the undead fire of an undead imperialist. Also, it looks like delicate jade. Jade, not a rare treasure, is everywhere, but in the bloodline of the Kirin, there is a special definition of jade, because the king of the Griffin clan is the jade that is missing a little bit. The Kirin clan, with its emerald jade color, is king. Lan hearing you, King, when do you plan to meet with His Highness? Outside the window a gale is rising and the leaves are falling. A falling leaf floated into the tea room and did not land on the man's shoulder, but went straight through the man's body and slowly landed on the ground. Tea on the table, hot and cold, cold and hot. The man was slow to drink his tea, for his body simply could not touch anything in this world. Blue, don't forget that I was abandoned by the world 18 years ago. Even if I were to stand in front of that boy right now, he wouldn't be able to see me, much less hear me, would he? Blue listening to Rain eyes emerge thick sadness. Memories are like a bottle of chronic poison, not fatal, but always tortured. What do you plan next, King? In a word, wait. Wait for what? Wait for him to grow up. Wait for him to turn this awful big picture around. The man looked out the window and a tear of unicorn blood spilled from the corner of his eye. Makeup, our child, grows up. This painting is titled Kirin. So far, in this one city, dragon, phoenix, Kirin, and giants, as if the four pieces of the puzzle, scattered all over the place, because of the shackles of destiny, mutual rejection cut, cannot break the mirror to reunite. Good news, Pei Xingye has grown up, and the human race is still saved. Bad news, the human race only Pei Xingye left. It was the best of times and the worst of times. Chapter 29, Stygian Blood Shadow Upgrade, the greatest card. Welcome to Nightly News. Today's battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, which has attracted the nation's attention, came to a successful conclusion. This term's Heavenly Cloud ranking contest has given birth to a miraculous scene of dual champions for the first time in history. 18 years ago, the Yanxia Empire was at the pinnacle of the human race due to the existence of the Absolute Twins, brilliant and radiant. Today, 18 years later, does the emergence of the Yanxia twins signal that our country is about to return to its former glory? This night, Pei Xingye and Sang Wui's fame, like the water level of a lake raging with torrential rains, soared continuously, causing super-hot discussions throughout the country and even the world. Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian had once led a legendary era. These two, regardless of their popularity, had created unrepeatable greatness, and there was no doubt as to their strength and achievements during their lifetimes. It's just a pity that after their fall, when you once again take a look at the 7 countries of the human race, it's not hard to realize that the Yanxia Empire's dominance has long since ceased to be the same as it was in the beginning. On the surface, the 7 countries are of one heart, but behind the scenes, they are also each harboring their own evil intentions, bloodlines that mutate. Therefore, for imperial beasts and magical beasts, mutant species are born in special evolutionary routes, yet the only constant in the bloodline is heritage. The bloodline of the Absolute Twins had been passed on in this era. Now, their descendants, reflected in the eyes of the world, they have been given the honorary title of the Hot Summer Twins. This caused every Yanxia citizen to think about it, expecting these two geniuses to grow up as soon as possible and one day revive the heyday of the Yanxia Empire. Chaos Academy, Villa Apartments. Pei Xingye had just finished showering. His upper body was bare-shouldered. This body was obviously much stronger than before. The lines of his abs were hidden under the soft light and the undried water droplets. The living room, piled with all kinds of delicate gift boxes, was like a small hill. These were the rewards for Pei Xingye's honor of winning the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. There was no lack of some high-quality Undead System Beast crystals, as well as the Royal Special Imperial Beast Cultivation Fluid and Strengthening Pills. Ding! The system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host. Unlock the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, honor achievement. Issuing honor reward, Stygian Blood Shadow upgrade card, plus Bijou Mana. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. Pei Xingye's mind fluctuated and entered the warehouse bar. Reaper's Field, Overwhelming God's Hand and Underworld Blood Shadow. These 3 plugins are Pei Xingye's current core outfit. The Field of the Dead can summon different levels of Divine Tomb. The Hand of the Overlord is used for lifting coffins and digging graves, reading data, and diagnosing injuries and illnesses for Imperial beasts. As for the Underworld Blood Shadow, Pei Xingye hadn't used it yet, because the Underworld King's Blood Shadow belonged to the life-preserving base card that forcefully boosted one's strength and was used to fight across ranks in times of crisis. The host has successfully used the Underworld Blood Shadow upgrade card. Stygian Bloodshot upgrade. Pei Xingye's red pupils lit up with an evil aura of refinement, and the details of the Stygian Blood Shadow's upgraded data floated before his eyes. Stygian Blood Shadow. After switching shadow forms, you can forcibly contract an undead imperial beast of any bloodline and any level. Gain 1 Hades Overlord. If you are in shadow form, you will be able to fight with your beast, which will maintain its overlord status at all times, ignoring any control skills, and will not be interrupted when releasing skills. Gain effect 2 Hades Wrath. after 18 layers of wrath are stacked, increase the value of the Imperial Beast's attack by 100%. Side effect 1, the higher the bloodline and level of the Imperial Beast harnessed by the contract, the shorter the shadow form maintenance time. Side effect 2, after getting out of combat, the shadow form cuts back to the main body. The main body falls into a coma and weakness. The fainting time depends on the combat load. The shortest 3 days to start. Pei Xingye carefully browsed through the Stygian Blood Shadow's data panel, and his eyes lit up as he carefully analyzed it. The upgraded Stygian Blood Shadow does count as my true bottom card. It's just that this undercard comes with huge side effects. If I want to play this undercard when I want to, I must be prepared for everything and calculate everything before I do so. At this stage, Pei Xingye's own segment was too low and his strength was insufficient. So the side effects of using the Underworld Blood Shadow were great. After each use, you will be unconscious for 3 days at the shortest, and if you are not careful, you will be doomed. The bottom card can be used without it, but it can't be used without it, and that's what the bottom card is all about. That's why the Stygian Blood Shadow, which can't be used as a conventional weapon, can't be overly relied upon. For now, improving my own true strength as soon as possible is the way to go. Pei Xingye didn't have any dependency on the Underworld Blood Shadow. He only thought about how to become stronger and improve himself. After all, looking at the overall stats of the Stygian Blood Shadow, this thing is a double-edged sword. Immediately after, Pei Xingye extracted a palm-sized alabaster-colored porcelain vase from the storage bar. Bijou mana, used to speed up the growth of cultivated plants, drastically shortening their growth cycle. The bottle of dew, no doubt, was born for the cultivation of the gilt sycamore. This time, Pei Xingye was satisfied with the system rewards. Time flies, Chaos Academy students. Another weekend. The sunset at dusk was like a cold bottle of orange soda, weakening the sweltering heat of the summer. Blackwing Guild. Backyard. This piece of land that covered an area comparable to an upscale villa area was the private land that Xiao Dingtian had given to Pei Xingye. For Pei Xingye, it was a piece of feng shui. In the center of this land, in the wet silt, a shoot the size of a baby's finger emerged, and when the wind blew, a faint golden grain of light stirred around it. A week has passed, and the seeds of the gilt sycamore have only just germinated. If it grows at this rate, I'll have to wait until the monkey's age. Luckily, Pei Xingye leaned down and extracted the small porcelain bottle from his storage ring, opened the porcelain vase and splashed the turquoise dew on the faint, delicate shoots. As if this shoot was an awakened plant-based imperial beast, it suddenly began to grow savagely, like a spring shoot after the rain. This is the effect of the bijou mana. The shoots of the gilt sycamore, after being watered and baptized by the bijou mana, surprisingly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 5 minutes, Pei Xingye was overjoyed as she extended her overgod's hand and touched the sapling whose height had exceeded 1 meter to read the data information. Gilded sycamore, growing, with the bijou mana in effect. The growth cycle has been shortened dramatically, and is expected to reach initial maturity within 3 months, reaching the standard for a phoenix to roost. At this moment, the imperial seal on Pei Xingye's wrist was slightly hot, and the black phoenix's joyful phoenix call resounded in his mind. Phoenix, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Be patient. It will only take 3 months before you can sleep perched on a gilt sycamore. The black phoenix was now dual cultivated in ice and fire, and was an undead imperial beast, so the speed of evolutionary upgrades was extremely slow. To improve this disadvantage, gilt sycamore is vital. The sun slopes in the west, and the night descends. Elder brother Pei, don't worry, you can just focus on furthering your studies at the Chaos Academy during the week. This sycamore sapling, I'll send someone to help you take care of and watch over it, and definitely not let anything go wrong with it. Pei Xingye gave a grateful smile. Brother Xiao, thanks a lot. Between us, what's the need for the word thank you? Ha ha ha, Pei old brother. Stay for dinner tonight. How about we don't get drunk? Not today, not today. I already have dinner plans. Tonight's meal was specially prepared by Pei Yingro and Lan Hearing You to celebrate Pei Xingye's winning the top of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Chapter 30, Dungeon Trial. Scarlet Squad set sail. Rainy night. The city of Blacklin was overcast, and the dim street lamps flickered faintly in the storm. Rainwater mixed with the scent of magical beasts, flowing down the well-connected streets, like a pulse connecting the heart of the city. Toxins hibernating in the crisscrossed veins. Stupid. Listening to the rain garden. The 3 siblings gathered together to celebrate Pei Xingye's championship trophy of winning the top spot on the Heavenly Cloud ranking with a family version of Spicy Hot Pot. Blue Listening Rain was wearing a sexy cheongsam. Her delicate body exuded a light body fragrance. The knitted brows and smile of this classical beauty was like a red-faced scourge beside the ancient emperor, which was out of place in this era of universal imperial beasts. Pei Yingru raised her wineglass and looked at her brother with pleased and doting eyes. Little knight, congratulations on being honored as the top of this year's Heavenly Cloud ranking. Sister is happy for you, and I believe that Pei's mom is even more ecstatic than I am in heaven. Blue listening rain came to Pei Xingyi's side. She didn't care about the difference between men and women at all. She greatly extended her slender arm and wrapped her arms around Pei Xingyi's neck, her fragrant lips pressed against Pei Xingyi's ear. National Scholar, top of the heavenly cloud list. Little knight, I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to hit the ground running. Sister Hearing Rain is flattered. You're a handsome kid and talented. Want to consider being my boyfriend? Ah, this. Pei Ro couldn't help but roll her eyes and feigned huffing. Lan Hearing You, don't go too far. Oh, I take you as my bosom friend, but you want to be my younger sibling? Lan Hearing You's beautiful eyes flowed, deliberately snickering. Sister Xiaoyu and I are true love. Please fulfill us. Pei Ingru gritted her teeth and snapped angrily. Don't force me to spank you. Lan Hearing You. Pei Xingye's handsome face flushed red. He knew that this woman, Lan Hearing You, was deliberately molesting him. Gollum. Pei Xingye tactically drank water to hide her embarrassment. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The time came late into the night and all 3 siblings went into a state of slight intoxication. It's not an exaggeration to say that Pei Xingye was brought up by these 2 women from a young age. So in Pei Xingye's eyes, Pei Yinglu and Lan Hearing You were his family in the true sense of the word. As long as he was by their side, Pei Xingye felt at home. And a large part of Pei Xingye's obsession with becoming stronger was also to better protect these 2 sisters. With wine and food, Pei Yingro raised her hand and tenderly stroked Pei Xingye's white fur, helping him smooth the messy, broken hair in front of his forehead. Sayaka, next week, it's the first time your class of freshmen opens the dungeon trial. You have to prepare well. Pei Yingro's tone became solemn. Pei Xingye nodded. I looked at the course schedule, and the location of the trial is Moonlight City. That's right, it's Moonlight City. Dungeon trials, which is an important part of every student's 3-year academy career. For the students of the Imperial Beast Master Academy, usually, in addition to learning theoretical knowledge in the classroom and following their mentors in the training ground for devil training, they also had to take part in the outing practical examination. Actual combat was the fastest catalyst for a young Imperial Beast Master to grow. Dungeon trials are one of the ways to go out for practical tests. In this world, the era of universal Imperial Beasts had lasted for more than 1,000 years. The 7 nations of the human race, through the vicissitudes of time, and the demonic beast camp have pulled each other down, and countless wars have erupted, with both losses and victories. In the wars lost by the human race, countless urban civilizations were destroyed under the iron hooves of the wraiths. These dead cities have sunk into the depths of the earth over the years, forming the dungeon world. As the name suggests, dungeons are located underground. They retain the basic appearance of a city but are devoid of life, and many magical beasts choose these places as lairs in which to thrive. With the development of the times, the human race has utilized a dungeon as a training ground for young beast masters. The so-called young Imperial Beast Masters, the largest group, is the Academy School like Pei Xingye. All the major Imperial Beast Master Academies will organize students to enter dungeons of different difficulty levels and hunt magical beasts every year, so as to enhance their combat experience and accelerate their growth. The magical beasts that inhabited different dungeons varied greatly in bloodline, level, and number, so based on the difficulty of the trial, the dungeon is divided into 4 levels. Novice Elite Nightmare Inferno. Moonlight City is the lowest difficulty level of the Novice level dungeon. This level of dungeon is usually geared towards new recruits like Pei Xingye, that is, the first-year students of the Imperial Beast Master Academy. Cousin, don't worry, I will achieve a good result in the Moonlight City trial and give you a long face. Fool you, the National Scholar plus top of the Tianyun list, have long since earned enough face for your sister. Pei Yingru's smile was full of doting gentleness, and then she added, anyway, this trial is a good opportunity for you. After all, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is too slow, and the experience accumulated from hunting and killing magical beasts in actual combat is incomparable to participating in any competitive matches in devil training. I understand. Even if Pei Yingru didn't say it, Pei Xingye knew it by heart. For Imperial Beasts, the 3 elements of growth and evolution are 1. Eat, that is, swallowing beast crystals, nutrient solutions, and evolution pills. 2. Practice. The Imperial Beast Masters harnessed their Imperial Beasts and sweated in the training ground. 3. Kill, hunting magical beasts in actual combat, killing them, and using their lives to stimulate the souls of the Imperial Beasts. Undoubtedly, these 3 elements had the greatest impact on the growth and evolution of Imperial Beasts, and it was the third one. The principle of this is like playing a game. The more monsters you kill, the faster your experience level grows. The dungeon trial was the best way for young Imperial Beast Masters to raise the level of their respective Imperial Beasts. Bar none. Sayaka, seize the opportunity. Hopefully this dungeon trial will allow your Black Phoenix to break through the juvenile body. Second stage. Cousin, I will. Hot knowledge, so far, of the 4 top academies, Tao Tai, Chaos, Poor Chi, and Blockhead, Pei Xingye is the only one whose contracted imperial beasts are still stuck in the juvenile body, for a period of time. Who let Pei Xingye choose the most difficult evolutionary path for the Black Phoenix? Ancient mythic bloodline plus undead plus ice and fire dual cultivation. With the 3 major buffs stacked, the Black Phoenix's evolutionary speed was, well, destined to be slow. Pei Xingye looked out the window at the rain curtain, his scarlet-red pupils flashing with a hint of determination. The dungeon trial, before the gilded sycamore matures, is the best opportunity to raise the level of the Black Phoenix. Juvenile body, 2nd stage? Not enough. In this trial, I'm going to make the Black Phoenix break through the juvenile body, 3rd stage. Chapter 31, Against All Odds Academy. Sister and brother warmth. The meal was over and the rainstorm stopped outside the window. Heavy rain has just passed, the ground is wet and the road is slippery. You 2 siblings walk slowly and pay attention to safety. Lan Listening Rain stood at the entrance of Listening Rain Xian and waved until she watched Pei's siblings disappear at the end of her sight. On the way back to Chaos Academy, the 2 siblings walked side by side, strolling under the hazy streetlights. The cold wind of the late night ruffled Pei Yingruo's hair at her temples, and she suddenly felt an extra layer of warmth on her body. It turned out to be Pei Xingye who took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Although it was just a small gesture, it made a wave of warmth flow through Pei Yingruo's heart, and she realized that her beloved younger brother had really grown up and started to learn to take care of people. Cousin. Has there been any news about the Pei family lately? Pei Xingye was now the young master of the Scarlet Guild. He had to pay attention to keep an eye on everything that was happening in the Pei family, especially Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, this pair of sinister and vicious father and son. Pei Yingru understood and answered truthfully. After Pei Donglai fell short of the Chaos Academy, Pei Shan made several layers of connections and also spent a great deal of resources to send Pei Donglai to the Reverse Academy. Against All Odds Academy? That's right. It's a Royal Beastmaster Academy that has only risen in the last 3 years. The purpose of this academy, which specializes in recruiting the failed students of every national grand examination, advocating teaching according to the talent and having a teaching. Pei Yingru paused and added with a frown. Actually, I've seen the dean of the Reverse Academy once, and he has a strange temperament on him that gives off a very somber feeling. Can't say exactly. Pei Xingye had heard of the Reverse Academy. Compared to other academies, this academy didn't have a long history, and the tutors in the academy were notoriously strict and brutal. At the same time, Reverse Academy utilizes a closed management strategy. Simply put, when parents send their children to Reverse Academy, they can't go home on weekends, and their food, clothing, and shelter are all taken care of within the academy. Strangely enough, this Imperial Beastmaster Academy, which only had a short history of 3 years, had indeed cultivated many talents, and had even been able to defeat the heavenly prides of the 4 top-tier academies in some high-end tournaments, obtaining dazzling results. Pei Xingye murmured in a low voice, "There may be an oddity behind the Reverse Academy." Pei Shan went to great lengths to send Pei Donglai into the Reverse Academy. He must have other plans. I must be on guard in advance. 3 days ago, late at night in the pouring rainstorm, Pei Shan feasted on the dean of the Reverse Academy in a high-class restaurant with a ritualistic pull-all-over, dimly lit box. The table is set with mountain delicacies. These ingredients, all from the state, strictly prohibited the consumption of imperial beast meat and bones. In the corner of the box, several beautiful women with no strings attached to the wind were singing and dancing, occasionally pouring tea and wine for the guests. Pei Shan was fawning, personally got up and renewed a cup of wine for a white-haired old man. His tone was pleading. "Dean Han, during this time, the filial piety to you, I am the same not to fall, so my son enrolled in school." The white-haired old man wore a black robe, and his figure was described as withered, looking like a vampire who had been immersed in darkness for years, and his face was paler than paper. This person was the director of the Reverse Academy, Han Yuan. It only took him 3 years to send Reverse Academy's national ranking to the height of 5th in the country, second only to the 4 top academies. He is the most worshipped god in the eyes of every student who failed the national examination. On the face of it, he did help a lot of kids who were once underappreciated to make a comeback in life. But things like talent don't lie. Ask an 18-year-old without talent. Who could believe that there was no foul play in it when he entered the Reverse Academy and his segmentation skyrocketed and his strength increased tremendously in a short period of time? However, the investigative agencies have made repeated visits to the door, and the media reporters have surrounded them, but they have not found any evidence of irregularities or violations of the law in the Reverse Academy. So today's Reverse Academy is shrouded in a veil of mystery and weirdness. Han Yuan lifted his wineglass and revealed a meaningful smile. President Pei, Don't worry, although Mr. Pei Donglai has failed the exam, he is very talented and is a good seedling. For the next 3 years, we, Reverse Attack Academy, will help him complete his reversal. Even, Pei Shan excitedly pursued. Even what? Even I can help him to surpass this year's national top student, Pei Xingyi. As soon as Han Yuan said this, Pei Shan revealed a stunned gaze and stared at the other party for a long time. After confirming that the other party wasn't joking, Pei Shan was thrilled and bowed deeply towards Han Yuan. Thank you, Dean Han, for your attention and high hopes for my son. Dean Han, don't worry. Every month next, our Pei family will provide free resource donations to the Reverse Academy. I only hope that you will cultivate my son more. The two smiled at each other and raised their glasses. The banquet ended and Han Yuan left the restaurant. Deep in the dark, rainy night, a residual shadow swept by, kneeling on one knee beside Han Yuan. Dean, about the Pei family, it's all checked out. Between Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, father and son, and Pei Xingyi, there is no kinship to speak of, and the relationship has long been one of immortality. Very well then next, we can make good use of the Pei family's stupid father and son to achieve our purpose. Dean, if you please, arrange for Pei Donglai to enroll in school as soon as possible, and I'll personally teach him the Black Prison Imperial Beast art. Yes, Dean. In the darkness of the night, Han Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a viper's, and the corners of his quenched lips spat out forked, sharp snake letters. Wow, cousin, it's raining again. It's okay, sis brought an umbrella. On the way back to the Chaos Academy, the rainstorm descended once again. 2 people an umbrella. Pei Xingye is responsible for holding the umbrella. He deliberately tilted the umbrella towards Pei Ingru in order to not let Pei Ingru get wet. Love, a tilted umbrella. Sister-brother warmth, silently fermenting in the cold and windy weather. Looking at her brother's soaked half-shoulder, Pei Ingru was touched and heartbroken at the same time. Fool, as long as we get closer, the umbrella will cover both of us at the same time. Ah, cousin. Pei Xingyi's face flushed red. Unconsciously, Pei Ingru stayed close to him and took his arm. The distance between the two siblings is 0, exchanging their body heat through their thin clothes. One person holding an umbrella and 2 people walking. How deep is the love between sister and brother? Pei Xingye glanced sideways, looking at Pei Ingru, who was holding his arm and had a gentle smile on her face. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Since the beginning of time, men have always fought to protect. For Pei Xingye, at this moment, what he wanted to guard the most was this woman beside him. Cousin, I promise, I'm going to protect you for the rest of your life. Silly boy, your sister. I'm a 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It's better for me to protect you. At this moment, Pei Ingru hadn't realized that at the level of strength, it wouldn't be long before she would have to raise her head to look up to her brother. Chapter 32, Departure to Moonlight City. Debut of the Quartet, Chaos Academy, Class of Excellence, Last Study Hall at sunset. Pei Ingru walked into the classroom. As long as she stood on the podium, she was like a different person. Without the usual gentle treatment of Pei Xingyi, her body exuded a stern aura, and the students under the stage obediently sat down and didn't dare to talk to each other. At the moment, her identity was the gold medal tutor of the Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye, sitting in the last row of the classroom. It is often said that the back row by the window is the home of the king. Except for Pei Xingye, no one could suppress this position. Students, tomorrow, we are going to have our first dungeon trial. The destination we're traveling to is a novice-level dungeon, Moonlight City. A detailed description of Moonlight City has been sent to the class group, so go through it carefully tonight. Only by understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each type of magical beast in Moonlight City will you all be more comfortable in your demon hunting. Also, we're the class of excellence, so we have the highest standard of assessment, and it's not an easy thing to get an S grade. I hope everyone prepares well and gets a good grade tomorrow. Pei Xingye opened her phone, and the class group had already uploaded the details file of Moonlight City. This is a desert city located in the northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire. Once at its peak, it was heavily populated, had well-developed trade, and was rich in the evolutionary materials needed by the Sand Imperial beasts. About 200 years ago, the city was destroyed under the clutches of a legion of wraiths. It sank deep into the earth, taking the form of a relic and transforming into an underground city. Moonlight City, Second Master, tomorrow we can finally team up and fight. It's exciting to think about it. Just then, a handsome man with a faint perfume scent came over beside Pei Xingye. Old Qin, did you go to the foot spa again last night? I cam. Second Master, how did you know? Pei Xingyi's nostrils flared. The smell of your body, mixed with the smell of 3 ladies' perfumes, means that you ordered at least 3 technicians last night. At least, there's more. Pei Xingyi added, you have dark circles under your eyes and a thick and greasy tongue, which is a symptom of a slight kidney deficiency. Seriously, being young is more than fine and precious, and being old is a great way to cough up and know what you're doing. Qin Yanlin shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Second master, you are a divine detective. What kind of sleuth is he? I can guess that you went to mingle at the foot spa again last night because you didn't even take off your hand. Captain, second master, please give me some face. Situ Shui and Huangfu Boi also came over, and the Scarlet Squad foursome gathered together. This class is a self-study class. The rest of the time, Pei Yingru no longer talked much, leaving the students to discuss on their own. Dungeon trials, usually with a small squad of Imperial Beastmasters as a basic unit. Thus, everyone will exercise their ability to participate in teamwork, operations, and cooperation. On the battlefield, individual heroism was certainly colorful, but more often than not, group battles were the main theme between the humans and the wraiths. Situ Shui clasped her arms in front of her chest and snorted. Qin Yanlin, knowing that tomorrow will be our Scarlet Squad's first dungeon trial, you still ran off to the foot spa last night to have a fling and make a false face. It's really excessive. Qin Yanlin spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Captain, I don't go to a foot spa to wash my feet, but to wash off the dust and mud from my entire body. Pei Xingye smiled and spat out. So your path of Imperial Beasts is the path of foot? It was obvious that the only member of the Scarlet Squad who couldn't carry off the beauty plan was him. Qin Yanlin. This dude, he can't go a day without talking to his mechanic about his life's aspirations. According to wild history records, Qin Yanlin once at his own expense, for 18-foot spa technicians to study and read for a doctorate, and even gave no. 98 technician Xiaohan's grandfather to treat diabetes. But this wild history, it's really too wild. The breeze outside the window blew Situ Shui's long purple hair that was scented with gardenia. As the leader of Scarlet Squad, I'll decide the main task for tomorrow's dungeon trial. We have one mission, that would be to fully assist Pei Xingyi, so that his Imperial Beast, the Black Phoenix, can be promoted to a juvenile body, second stage. Situ Shui's decision received nods of approval from Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boi. For now, the evolution of the Black Phoenix is too slow. Looking at the four major academies, only Pei Xingye's Imperial Beasts were still stuck at the level of a juvenile body, one stage. Captain, you don't have to deliberately try to help me in order to. Pei Xingye, since I was competent as captain in the first place, you have no objections. Then you must. Now, listen to me, mustn't you? Situ Shui's words were coarse. Pei Xingyi could only smile and nod. At the same time in her heart she was grateful for these three dear friends beside her. The soul of the Scarlet Squad's regiment is quietly taking root in the bits and pieces of the four getting along. Qin Yanlin flipped over the map of Moonlight City and carefully examined it with a feeling. It is said that this city is the best geographic location for enjoying the moon at night in the great northwestern zone of the Yanxia Empire, which is why it was named Moonlight City before it was reduced to a dungeon. Situ Shui said flatly, after falling into a dungeon, Moonlight City will never have moonlight again. Pei Xingye nodded. It's like a wife cake without a wife in it. Next, the four of them worked together to study the Moonlight City's magical beast atlas, with Situ Shui formulating hunting strategies and arranging the division of labor. Suddenly, the gazes of the three of them, at the same time, turned to the silent Huangfu Boi. Being stared at by everyone, Huangfu Boi immediately blushed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was uncomfortable. Situ Shui asked, Huangfu Boi, you're so uncomfortable with the three of us staring at you. Will you still be able to fight normally in tomorrow's trial with hundreds of magical beasts staring at you at the same time? Aye. Huangfu Boi wanted to take a stand, but he knew his character, and he knew that he would most likely drag Scarlet Squad's feet. You wear this. 2-second master. This is. Pei Xingye opened his storage ring and extracted a white bone mask with a phoenix totem on it. For an undead sentinel, crafting some simple artifacts out of white bones was easy as pie. This is my special white bone mask for you. The mezzanine is infused with the aura of the dead to calm your mind. When Huangfu Boi put on the white bone mask, his tangled state of mind suddenly became as if his heart was still. As expected, Pei Xingye was the person who understood Huangfu Boi the most. He knew that the teenager, who suffered from severe sociopathic autism, only needed the disguise of a mask to adapt somewhat to the world. With the mask, it's like having a second identity. At least in this moment of wearing the mask, Huangfu Boi seemed to have forgotten the cowardly self he once was. Second master, thank you, Qin Yanlin excitedly said. I Lu ago. Huangfu old brother, you just spoke actually do not stutter. Really? Huangfu Boi inner ecstasy. It is because Pei Xingyi sent him this mask. He willingly followed Pei Xingyi for life. Huangfu, I didn't give you this mask to change you. I just hope that when you wear the mask and go into battle, you forget about your bad self from the past and be a strong Imperial Beastmaster. Every word from Pei Xingye brought unlimited motivation to Huangfu Boi. Second master, I won't fail you. Captain, old Qin, Huangfu, tomorrow is the first time we join forces, for the glory of Scarlet Squad. Cheers, go! The four of them gathered together, palms folded, staring at each other, in this ordinary and bland dusk, in this noisy and bustling study session, vowing and threatening to push the Scarlet Squad to the throne of the nation's no. One Imperial Beastmaster Squad. School's out, potluck. Huangfu Bo-E temporarily took off his mask. 2-second master. Let us eat spicy hot, or cassoulet chicken. Rice. Jin Yenlin, good lord. Schrodinger's mask? Chapter 33, The Begins. 10,000 people compete. The next day, Chaos Academy Playground. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire school's new students assembled here, everyone wearing combat uniforms printed with the Chaos Academy school emblem, and a single green and tender face, filled with nervousness and anticipation. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to the lectern. This unkempt fellow was the president of Chaos Academy, Wan Defa. As the dean, this person is very abstract, whether by name, image or contracted imperial beast. The other three deans of the four academies, the contracted imperial beasts were either green swan, or cranes, or at the very least bats. Only Wang Defa's imperial beast was a huge and bulky pig mastiff. Class, today is an uplifting day. You freshmen of this class are about to start your first dungeon trial. Next, everyone take a moment to prepare. After the teleportation spell formation opens, you will go straight to Moonlight City. Remember, don't panic during the hunt. As long as you play to your due strength, you'll surely achieve good results. Among the crowd, the Scarlet Squad foursome was particularly dazzling. After all, Pei Xingyi, the top national scholar plus of the Heavenly Cloud ranking, was in the Scarlet Squad. Moreover, Situ Shui, with her beautiful looks and unique temperament, had already become the Chaos Academy's facade school flower. That was why the Scarlet Squad was the squad that received the most attention in this Moonlight City trial. You're gawking? Situ Shui quickly noticed Pei Xingye's abnormality. I didn't sleep well yesterday, I was just lost in thought. Pei Xingye's answer naturally didn't convince Situ Shui. She could sense that Pei Xingye's attention was all focused on the teleportation spell formation in the center of the playground. Speaking of phalanxes, it is necessary to mention a special profession, formation technician. Undoubtedly, in this era of all the people's imperial beasts, the Imperial Beast Master is the mainstream profession that deserves the name. However, 18 years ago, before the Starry Sky Vortex War started, there was a profession called Formation Master, which created a brief but brilliant splendor. As the name suggests, the Formation Handmaster can assist the Imperial Beast Master in battle by opening spell formations of different attributes through sealing with both hands. To set up a spell formation, one would also need to use the bones and corpses of magical beasts of different attributes and bloodlines, and even sacrifice one's own blood, or limbs and organs. Teleportation spell formation is one of the most skillful spell formations of Formation Masters on the battlefield, used for long-distance teleportation of reinforcements. To achieve the effect of the soldiers are precious and speedy. For the Imperial Beastmaster Academy, the teleportation spell formation was set up to shuttle students to and from different levels of dungeons to participate in various trial missions. Situ Shui's powers of observation were sharp. Pei Xingye was indeed observing this teleportation spell formation under his feet that was flickering with a blue halo. According to the record of spell formation insights, 18 years ago, the profession of formation handler created many miracles. And Undead Sentinel, it is possible to cross the career barriers and follow the example of formation masters and learn to practice undead spell formation. It's just that, in this era, the Undead Sentinel has fallen out of favor. On the market, the methodology on practicing necromancy has long been lost. During this period of time, Pei Xingye would attend classes and train during the day, and at night, he would go to the Chaos Academy's library to stay up all night. He will not let go of any type of books. He needs to know all the history of this beast world and the development of all professions. In the books, he looked up information about the origins between the undead Imperial Beastmasters and the formation handlers. At this moment, when he saw the flickering halo of the teleportation spell formation, his heart inevitably stirred. He wanted to learn to practice necromancy. I just can't find a proper master at the moment, much less a pathway. This was what Pei Xingye had struggled with the most after becoming an undead Imperial Beastmaster. In this era, if he wanted to break through as an undead Imperial Beastmaster, he could almost only rely on himself to slowly grope his way alone, with no one able to provide him with effective assistance. Soon, the teleportation spell opened. Thousands of freshmen from Chaos Academy disappeared in a sea of blue light. After a short period of dizziness, Pei Xingye reopened his glowing red pupils. Exhale. The wind was howling and the sand was flying all around. This was the northwestern region of the Yanxia Empire, and it was also the most sparsely populated barbaric land. As far as the eye could see, the desert was a lonely place, and a high, rising sand dune was like the backbone of countless magical beasts, continuous and hideous. Pei Xingye's eyes looked around the circle, surrounded by students with bewilderment written on their faces. Finally, His eyes settled on the underside of a sand dune. There's a huge hole here. Pei Ruo's voice came out. Class, this is the entrance to Moonlight City. Next, I'll announce the criteria for dividing the grades of this trial examination. Grades are in squads. The total number of magical beasts hunted by the team reaches 20, with a passing grade of C. The total number of magical beasts hunted by the team, reaching 50, is graded B. Total number of magical beasts hunted by the team, reaching 150, with a grade of A. Out of the total number of team-hunted magical beasts, one has reached the full body rank and is graded S. This is the standard of assessment for this trial. Once the announcement was made, even the geniuses in the excellence class had bitter faces. The 4 great institutes deserve to be called the 4 great institutes. The standard of the trial examination is twice as high as other second-rate institutes. Anyway, go for it. Our squad will have no problem passing. Our squad is trying to get an A rating. Hey, what do you guys think? Scarlet Squad, what kind of rating can we get? Everyone's gazes were directed towards the Scarlet Squad foursome. I've already heard it. The leader of the Scarlet Squad, Situ Shui, is discussing how to hunt full-bodied magical beasts with his teammates. TSK Tisk looks like Scarlet Squad, running to get an S-rank rating. Who let others have that genius monster, Pei Xingye, on their team? A full-bodied magical beast was a full 2 major ranks higher than a juvenile-bodied imperial beast. Even with teamwork, it was still difficult to hunt a full-bodied magical beast, and it also meant that there wasn't an ounce of moisture to be found in the S-rank rating. In the next 10 minutes, the freshmen of Chaos Academy entered the cave one after another and went to the Moonlight City, a desert relic buried under the earth. Deeper into the earth, the air is thin and the temperature rises steeply. This dungeon, which still retained the basic urban construction, also had the remnants of the tragic situation where the Wraith Legion had trampled and ravaged the city. Everywhere there were broken walls with dusty climbers, and all sorts of unknown and bizarre flowers and plants were popping up all over the place. In the dark shadows, the whispers of magical beasts of different attributes stimulated the souls of every Imperial Beast Master. Once upon a time, the Moonlight City had a bright moonlight and a picturesque view. In today's Moonlight City, there wasn't a single ray of moonlight, only the rich scent of magical beasts, and the stinking magical beast feces. Situ Shui directly imprinted the map of Moonlight City in her mind. Everyone, let's go to the Moon Wolf's lair in the east of the city first. After all, the experience bonus gained from hunting Moon Demon Wolves is the highest. The Moon Demon Wolf clan, of all the magical beasts inhabiting Moonlight City, had the highest bloodline quality, reaching epic quality. Scarlet Squad's main mission for this trial was to do the graft for Pei Xingye's Black Phoenix to accelerate its upgrades. Hunting the Moon Demon Wolf first is the optimal choice. Half an hour later, the Scarlet Squad arrived at the Moon Wolf's lair in the east of the city. Wolves howling harshly in the darkness, a pair of green eyes, blinking and blinking. This is suffering from intensive phobia of people, can never be accepted. In addition to the wolf howls, Pei Xingye also heard the sounds of fighting. Situ Shui explained, the freshmen of the 4 major academies all opened their first trial today, and it is estimated that the other 3 major academies also chose Moonlight City as a trial location. Qin Yanlin held his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seems that this hunt is also a competition. All of the freshmen from the 4 major colleges added up to more than 10,000. There were at least 2,000 Imperial Beastmaster squads formed. Simply put, there will be a lot of headshots in this scenario. It's a trial and a competition. But in terms of the matter of head grabbing, who could compare to this red-pupiled boy? Chapter 34, Moon Demon Wolf, Old Man and Child go first. Moonlight City, the eastern zone of the city, the Moon Wolf's lair. A pair of wolf eyes in the darkness were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and the hooked corners of their mouths not only exposed fangs as sharp as knives, but also overflowed with saliva that could corrode the ground. This was one of the few magical beast clans within Moonlight City whose bloodline quality had reached the epic level. Theoretically, the higher the quality of the bloodline of the magical beasts hunted by a royal beast master harnessing a royal beast, the higher the evolutionary experience accumulated by the royal beast. As long as Pei Xingye properly grasped this area of the Moon Wolf's lair, the Black Phoenix was expected to be promoted to a juvenile body, second stage. Wolf howls resounded through the darkness, and a great wave of beasts surged in from all directions. Situ Shui looked subdued as she whispered, "They're coming, prepare for battle." Huangfu Boyi took the initiative to put on the white bone mask Pei Xingye had given him. As long as he wears the mask, he looks like a different person. Speech no longer stuttered, and the confusion and timidity in his eyes were replaced by determination. Three-tailed spirit fox. Huangfu Boyi opened the imperial seal, and in the midst of the pentagram's summoning spell formation, a fox imperial beast with 3 tails leapt out. It has a lithe and flexible body, a clear appearance, and a pure white fur that moves with the wind. Legendary quality bloodline, juvenile body, second stage. 3-tailed spirit fox. This was Huangfu Boyi's imperial beast, and its core talent was Fox Ancestor Blessing. Huang Fu Boyi urged his soul power, and the three-tailed spirit fox raised its voice to the sky, encircling the Scarlet Squad quartet, condensing the silhouette of the Fox clan's ancestor and forming a sturdy aura shield. That's right, the three-tailed spirit fox, a defensive imperial beast that excelled in defense. It provides a shield for friendly troops that grows thicker and harder as it grows in level, and is even able to develop the ability to bounce back damage. At the same time, Huang Fu Boyi's S-rank talent, retrospective, could also make a great contribution to the team. Therefore, Huang Fu Boyi's role in the Scarlet Squad is characterized as auxiliary. He didn't need to participate in the offense, he just needed to look at the big picture, refresh his teammates' shields, and help his teammates' imperial beasts recover their blood. Beyond the shield, packs of wolves tore through. Facing the siege of the Beast Tide, Qin Yunlin's advantage would be maximized. Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse. Qin Yunlin opened the Imperial Seal and summoned a handsome and extraordinary unicorn. It possessed the torso of a blazing horse, a pair of feathered wings entwined with purple lightning sprouted from its back, and a sharp unicorn horn bored out of its forehead. The unicorn bloodline, of all the imperial beasts with legendary quality bloodlines, was in existence that ranked in the top 5 in terms of strength. Qin Yunlin entered the battle state. His sharp eyes produced electric current induction. His temperament at this moment was a different person from the usual foppish playboy. Thunder Trample. Qin Yunlin released his soul power and the master and servant souls resonated. The purple thunder heavenly horse flapped its feathered wings and flew up into the air, its body transforming into purple currents, striking out dense remnants of the beast's hooves. Every remnant of the beast's hooves was wrapped in swift and ferocious purple lightning, bombarding the tide of beasts, and the screams of the magical beasts were endless. At the same time, the thunderous currents struck by each beast hoof unexpectedly refracted continuously between the waves of beasts, causing even more terrifying group damage. This was Qin Yunlin's S-rank talent, refraction. Adding to the fact that the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse's thunder attacks already had the effect of transmitting damage, Qin Yunlin's positioning in the Scarlet Squad was mainly one of consumption. The Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse strikes with a wide-range group damage attack that can continuously depress the opponent's blood level. The packs of Moon Demon Wolves were unable to withstand the paralysis and intrusion of the power of thunder, and they began to perform flexible walks to avoid the current attacks of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse. Qin Yunlin was good at battles of attrition, but as long as he faced a flexibility wraith with powerful displacement skills, his advantage would be weakened to some extent. After all, the skill forward swing of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse releasing an attack was 2 seconds longer than a normal Imperial Beast. Above the battlefield, there were instantaneous changes. The 2-second delay was enough for the enemy to dodge the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse's attack range in advance. Right at this moment, Scarlet Squad leader Sita Shue quietly fired. The soul power was catalyzed, and a fierce wind rose up. Long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face displayed an unabashedly elegant killing intent. Shadow Demon Spider. The earth tore apart, and a thick fog of purple and black shadow power converged for a while. Deep within the fog, the figure of a giant spider emerged. Shoo shoo shoo. A sharp and long spider silk cut through the cold air and wrapped around the robust body of a moon demon wolf. Cocooning. Cocooning, the core skill of the Shadow Demon Spider, has a stable and efficient control effect. Any moon demon wolf that encountered cocooning would have its body wrapped into a huge cocoon ball by countless spider silks, temporarily losing its ability to move. Hiss. An excessively strong moon demon wolf struggled to swing its claws and tore a gaping hole in the thick cocoon ball. In the next second, the claws of this moon demon wolf were miserably petrified. This was Sita Shue's talent, the S-rank talent, Petrification. Cocooning plus Petrified doomed Sita Shue in the group battle, able to play an irreplaceable super long control effect. Whenever cocooning fails, Petrification comes into play. The Petrification effect has just ended, and the enemy is bound by a new round of spider silk entanglements, falling into a cocoon state. Sita Shue's powerful control caused the Moon Demon Wolf to lose its advantage of flexible movement. At the same time, the ranged group damage dealt by Qin Yunlin riding the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse had a hit rate of almost 100%. As you can see, the membership structure of the Scarlet Squad is perfect. Ultra-high defense to enhance fault tolerance, ultra-long control to limit the enemy, group damage group battle weapon. Don't forget, at this time, the Scarlet Squad, there is still a member yet to strike. The heavily damaged Moon Demon Wolf Pack, having seen the power of Sita Shue, Qin Yunlin, and Huang Fu Boyi, revealed bullying eyes and turned their gaze towards the harmless-looking Pei Xingye, the image of Pei Xingye, a handsome and thin beautiful man. In the eyes of the magical beasts, this kind of imperial beast master was the best to bully. The wolves snarled as they switched targets, trying to chew on Pei Xingye as if she were a soft bone. Unfortunately, they chose the most terrifying man in the Scarlet Squad as their opponent, and at the same time chose the most miserable death for themselves. Gates of the Underworld. Open. How can I say open? The dark, thick door to the underworld. Airborne on the battlefield, the temperature of Moonlight City instantly dropped, and frost filled the earth. Accompanied by a sharp phoenix cry, the black phoenix spread its wings and flew, rushed out of the gate of the underworld, without releasing any skills. At will a shot of general attack, hit the undead fire beams that illuminated the darkness. Dozens of moon demon wolves annihilated in the sea of pale undead fire. Bloodline suppression, once again, materialized. The surviving moon demon wolves, having just witnessed the scene of their compatriots' tragic deaths, their wolf eyes tightened and their souls trembled. The wolf king at the head doesn't speak human. If would speak, it will say, F***CK, we've met a monster. I'll cover. The old man and kid go first. So who's the monster? The corners of the red-pupiled teenager's lips hooked into a cool smile, as if he were a cruel god of death. The god of reaping from Scarlet Squad is about to make his mark, going in for the harvest. He's a pro. Chapter 35 Situ Shui, why are you messing with him? When the phoenix comes out, who will compete? The Moon Demon Wolf Clan. The quality of their bloodline was merely epic, and the gap between it and the Black Phoenix's ancient mythical bloodline was like a difference between clouds and mud. Insurmountable. The Black Phoenix was perched above Pei Xingye's head, emitting an angry and domineering phoenix cry, and you could then clearly see that the eyes of these originally vicious moon demon wolves had become clearer than even huskies. Even though most of these moon demon wolves had reached the juvenile body, third stage, under the absolute suppression of the bloodline, the slight rank advantage vanished. Facing a juvenile body-level magical beast, Pei Xingye's handsome face was devoid of emotional fluctuations. He didn't need to use any skills to ride the Black Phoenix either, and only needed to abuse the ravenous wolves with one plain and simple normal attack. Moonlight City was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of young Imperial Beastmasters, hunting together. Other regions, you can see the green Imperial Beastmasters being chased by the raging tide of magical beasts, but all you can see in this area of the Moonwolf lair is an overpriced red-pupiled teenager, chopping and slashing his way through a tearful moon demon wolf. In the eyes of the moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye was the real devil. The teenager's lips were tipped with a devilish smile. Roar or howl of an animal. A miserable wolf howl resounded through Moonlight City. Call. Scream again. It's no use shouting at the top of your lungs. Phoenix. Kill. The Phoenix Wing Strike, a dual outpouring of undead fire and undead frost, dispels the gloom of darkness and illuminates the tears of the enemy. Xin Yanlin's lips twitched. Second Master, is this human language you're speaking? Isn't this a villain's line? That's right. At this moment, Pei Xingye looked like a villain. There is a special evil aura flowing through him, and he is fundamentally different from all the righteous people. He's evil, and it's weird. His evil hair is right, not Madonna, but nuclear good. His greatest mercy to the beasts is to minimize their suffering by killing them in seconds. The Scarlet Squad's performance was very strong, and just after 10 minutes of the trial, the number of magical beasts hunted by the team had already reached 157. This is already up to the standard A grade, and for the rest of the class, this grade is hard enough to catch up with. To this point, the undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix's body was a few points thicker. The undead frost that was draped around the phoenix wings, and the aura of solemnity also became thicker. Hunting magical beasts was really the fastest way for Imperial beasts to grow. With every kill of a magical beast, the Imperial beast would increase its killing aura by 1 point, and the wildness of its bloodline genes would be further developed. Situ Shui analyzed. According to this hunting speed, in this trial, it's not a problem for the Black Phoenix to break through to advance to the juvenile body, second stage. Xin Yanlin couldn't help but ask, Captain, let's work together to assist the second master and work hard to see if we can make the Black Phoenix break through the juvenile body, third stage. Stuart Snow shook his head at this. The evolutionary speed of an ancient mythical bloodline Imperial beast cannot be this fast. Furthermore, Pei Xingye chose to have the Black Phoenix dual cultivate ice and fire, and the difficulty of evolution has simply been pulled down to a hellish level. It's unlikely to be able to advance to the juvenile body, third stage, in this trial. Situ Shui's analysis is very rational. Pei Xingye did not refute. He was holding back a big. Next, the Scarlet Squad played perfect teamwork. Situ Shui was responsible for controlling the magical beasts and restricting their movement. Huang Fu Bo adds shields to the team, ensuring the team's combat endurance and pulling full tolerance. Xin Yanlin, on the other hand, played group attrition, continuously depressing the blood level of the Wraith Berserkers. As for Pei Xingye, he only needed to slightly activate a trace of his soul power, and with the Black Phoenix's exceeding values, he easily harvested all the bloodied magical beasts. The growth rate of the Black Phoenix soared as a result, closer and closer to breaking through the juvenile body, second stage. Second Master, it's your turn to make a move. Xin Yanlin rode the purple thunder heavenly horse and struck a thunderous beast hoof, crushing the spine of a moon demon wolf. The moon demon wolf's breath was dying, and the Black Phoenix only needed to flap its feathers and release a wisp of undead fire to complete the harvest. However, right at this moment, a residual shadow swept past Pei Xingye's side. Scold, the sharp leopard claws, in a flash, cut the body of the blood-stained moon demon wolf in half. Holy, no martial virtues, actually robbing people's heads. Qin Yanlin was instantly displeased and cursed towards a long-haired man. The long-haired man was slender, with a feminine face and many feminine qualities, and wore a combat uniform emblazoned with the legendary academy. The first-year student of Legend Academy, Sima Xian. The Black Panther beside him possessed a body even larger and sturdier than that of the elephant system imperial beasts, with a coat of black fur and two fierce-faced panther heads sprouting from its burly shoulders and neck. Two-headed Black Panther, an all-round imperial beast with both attack burst and speed burst. Behind Sima Xian, there were 3 other students. These 4 people were the Thunder Squad from the Blockhead Academy. At this moment, Moonlight City was a Shura field where 10,000 people were fighting. All the new students of the current session of the 4 major academies, all gathered here to open the hunting trials in their respective squads. The more people in the trial, the greater the probability of headhunters occurring. Just now, the captain of the Thunder Squad, Sima Xian, had seen the right moment from the shadows and hardened himself to snatch the head of a moon demon wolf from Pei Xingye's hands. Sima Xian revealed a provocative smile. "I'm sorry, Pei, I didn't mean it," Qin Yanlin said angrily. "You clearly did it on purpose. Your character is truly worthy of your family name." Pei Xingye ignored it and prepared to harvest another bloodied moon demon wolf. Rustle of skirts. A poisonous needle from a large poisonous bee pierced through the air, preempting the bloodied moon demon wolf. This was the second time Pei Xingye had been robbed of his head. Pei Xingye looked around and realized that many Imperial Beastmaster squads from different academies had sprung up around him. Their eyes burned with surging battle intent, and of course, there were also provocative colors. At this moment, above the ground, the entrance to Moonlight City, a dozen or so gold medal instructors from the 4 major academies were following this trial of 10,000 people competing within Moonlight City through the images transmitted by the drones. Pei Yingru saw Pei Xingye's situation and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn it! The Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other academies are deliberately making things difficult for Sayaka. Pei Xingye, the national scholar plus top of the Tianyun list, his talent and strength monopolized almost all the heat of this freshman class. In addition to discussing Pei Xingye, people would at most add another Sangwui. After all, they were the Yan Xia twins. As for the rest of this freshman class, no one cares. 18-year-old teenage boys and girls, all in the prime of their youth. Everyone is more or less jealous of Pei Xingye. So this time in the dungeon trial, all the Imperial Beastmaster squads formed by the other academies, very tacitly, joined together to target Pei Xingye, and the Scarlet Squad that Pei Xingye was in. Sima Xian raised his voice. "Pei Xingye, you can't be too much in the limelight. This is the price you pay for being in the limelight." After a moment of contemplation, Pei Xingye raised his crimson eyes. "Taking heads won't violate the rules of the trial, right?" Sima Xian laughed maniacally. "Of course, grabbing heads is a reflection of ability. Breaking a gross rule? Ha ha ha." The Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other academies also let out teasingly meaningful laughter towards Pei Xingye. Situ Shui poured out a breath and whispered, "Alas, what are you guys doing messing with him? Stick to a point. Your friend, Reaper God of War, Pei Xingye, is now online." Chapter 36, The King's Contempt. Hands off. Moonlight City, Moonwolf Lair. This trial of 10,000 people is staged in a head-grabbing battle. Pei Xingye, who had made a name for himself some time ago, had become the target of almost all the Imperial Beastmaster squads. There are times when the talent and strength you display among your peers, or in the same segment, is excessively powerful, even to the point of being the first in the fault line. Naturally, you will fall into the spotlight, inviting inexplicable jealousy and hatred. Huangfu Bo-yi wears a white bone mask, and he doesn't stutter when he opens his mouth to speak with righteous indignation. "Captain, Second Master has no grudge against these people. Why are they targeting Second Master like this?" Situ Shui explained. "Think about it from another perspective. If you were them, to be able to snatch heads from the hands of the national top students in the highly anticipated dungeon trials, why wouldn't that be a kind of honor and achievement? It's all just for fame." The freshmen of the academy school were all 18-year-old teenage boys and girls, with immature minds and at the same time hearts higher than the sky. Everyone is a budding talent, who is willing to be reduced to a background board and passerby for Pei Xingye's display of talent on such occasions. As long as he could snatch heads from Pei Xingye's hands, he could also pretend to be a pussy by mentioning it to everyone. It had to be said that as long as it was linked to Pei Xingye, it would get hot exposure and a certain amount of fame. This was the reason why the Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other 3 major academies had joined forces to target Pei Xingye. In this regard, Pei Xingye chose the revenge means. Will be extremely brutal. Ho ho ho. The small group of Imperial Beastmasters converging at the Moon Wolf's lair grew, and the noise and footsteps attracted the wolves deep within the lair. In the darkness, a dense tide of beasts once again emerged, a pair of bloody wolf eyes bursting with greedy beastlust. This hunting trial is still going on. Sima Xian, as the captain of the Thunder Squad, maintained his composure. Everyone stay in formation and play as a team. I'll be in charge of harvesting. The Thunder Squad, among the freshmen of this session of the Blockhead Academy, was considered a squad of superior quality. The several players in Sima Xian's hands possessed notable talent and strength, while their Imperial beasts were also capable of playing efficiently coordinated tactics. For a moment, smoke rose and blood spurted. Captain, these 6 moon demon wolves, all of them are greatly crippled. Good, I'll reap their lives. Sima Xian urged his soul power and harnessed the 2-headed black Shen leopard to launch a surprise attack towards the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves, panther-type Imperial beasts, possessing extremely high movement speed, and the speed of releasing skills far exceeds that of ordinary Imperial beasts. Therefore, Sima Xian's role in the team is to be the reaper responsible for harvesting the lives of magical beasts. Just at the moment when Sima Xian was certain that he could harvest the 6 bloodied moon demon wolves, accidents occurred precipitously. Within Moonlight City, the temperature plummeted. Terrifying ripples of the undead stirred in the stern gale. In an instant, 6 pitch-black death god shadows simultaneously surfaced above the heads of the 6 bloodstained moon demon wolves. The death god shadow waved the scythe in his hand, ignoring any law constraints and forcefully decapitating the 6 moon demon wolves. This is undead decimation. Captain, it's not looking good. A second before, Sima Xian had led the Thunder Squad, playing superb and outstanding teamwork, and had managed to beat the 6 moon demon wolves into a state of crippled blood. In the next second, Pei Xingyi zero-framed his start and directly triggered undead decimation, completing the harvest first. At this moment, Sima Xian's face was pale, frozen in place, his mind blank. A pass operation is as fierce as a tiger. A look at the record. The Thunder Squad had been busy for most of the day, but they had done Pei Xingyi a favor. Pei Xingyi, you just said that grabbing heads wouldn't violate the rules of the trial, didn't you? Pei Xingyi's glib remark caused Sima Xian's face to turn red and he was powerless to retort. Xin Yanlin laughed on the side. Hee you fools, grabbing heads to my second master's head. Next have you suffer. The wolves were cascading out of the lair. Although the major Imperial Beastmaster squads played subtle coordination, as long as a moon demon wolf was bloodied, they wouldn't even have time to harvest it, and the death void would fall from the sky, triggering undead decimation. It was important to know that undead decimation could ignore all defenses and shields, ignore the bloodline quality and level segment of the magical beasts, and forcibly decimate all magical beasts with 10% of their blood remaining with a 100% hit rate. Not to mention the moon demon wolf. Even if it was a heavenly king body or even an emperor body magical beast with 10% of its blood remaining on the battlefield, it would have to go to hell when it met Pei Xingyi. The undead talent, after all, was the top sentinel talent that was number 1 on the Fault 18 years ago. The dominance and oppression presented by undead decimation on the battlefield not only chills the enemy, but also causes despair in the hearts of competitors. For the next half hour, the climax of Death Comes to the City of Moonlight will take place. The Imperial Beastmaster squads from the other 3 major academies were in agony. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape undead decimation. Captain, this moon demon wolf is bloodied. Quick, alas, it's been preempted by Pei Xingyi again. Undead decapitation again. Aha! Undead decimation, really overshooting the mark. This genius monster is as terrifying as death. It was only at this moment that the youthful crowd of Celestial Pride realized how miserable it would be to mess with Pei Xingyi. In half an hour, all the Beastmaster squads in this area of the Moon Wolf's lair had a record of 0. All the corpses of the magical beasts on the battlefield were all stepped on by Pei Xingyi. Moreover, Pei Xingyi's soul power was barely consumed, as the way he harvested the magical beasts all relied on undead decimation. The Black Phoenix, which had just warmed up, was useless, perched in the air above Pei Xingyi's head, with a languid posture, idly dozing off. So far, Scarlet Squad's battle record has exceeded 1,000 mark. This is the revenge of Pei Xingyi. As long as he wanted to, with undead decimation, he could take all the heads from all the Imperial Beastmaster squads with a 100% counterintuitive probability. As Stuart Snow said, "What are you messing with him for?" Entrance to Moonlight City. Pei Yingru witnessed everything that happened within Moonlight City through the images transmitted by the drone. She couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Scarlet Squad's first time participating in the dungeon trials. The total number of hunts actually broke through 1,000. This creates history. It has to be said that this talent of undead decapitation, in the field of grabbing people's heads, is the strength of the first of the faults. Pei Xingye stood on a hill piled with the bones of demonic beasts, overlooking the crowd of celestial pride at the bottom of the hill. At this moment, these so-called geniuses were once again turned into dregs by this red-pupiled teenager. In seconds, red pupils like blood, cold and unfeeling. The smile that hooked up at the corner of Pei Xingye's lips contained 3 points of coolness, 3 points of bloodlust, and 4 points of carelessness. The king's defiance oppresses the whole field. Pei Xingye, you're addicted to grabbing heads. Give us a chance to live. We're not even close to a passing grade right now. In the face of the crowd's hopeless complaints, Pei Xingye merely flicked his lips and spat out 3 icy words. Hands off. Once these words came out, all the Imperial Beast Masters in the room were like frosted eggplants, suddenly wilting. These 3 words, besides Pei Xingye, who else is qualified to say them? Geniuses, in the presence of this man, will always be crushed and unable to raise their heads and straighten their backs. There was no moonlight in Moonlight City, but Pei Xingye's red pupils seemed to emanate the light of death that crushed all the heavenly pride, casting a shadow over everyone's souls. Undead decapitation triggers frequently, and the death side reaps the entire field. At this moment, Pei Xingye was a living hell out of hell. Chapter 37, One Hand of the Gods, Double Phoenix Slash. Pei Xingye's sentence of slow hands was the late-night nightmare of all the proud sons of heaven this night. Usually, the talents awakened by a royal beast master needed to be matched with their own royal beasts in order to hit the true effect. The undead lineage talent, however, was fundamentally different from any other Imperial Beastmaster talent. Take for example Pei Xingye's awakened, Undead Decimation. It didn't need to rely on any other medium, and its supremacy was an absolute sense of objectivity. When Pei Xingye triggered Undead Decimation and went to harvest those bloodied magical beasts, his Imperial Beast, the Black Phoenix, didn't need to be involved in the battle at all. Therefore, this talent has a unique characteristic, which is extreme stability. Other Imperial Beast Master talents, to be effective, needed to fulfill a variety of conditions, required the Imperial Beasts to play a perfect match with themselves, and also made mistakes due to a variety of unfavorable conditions. And as long as Undead Decimation is triggered, it will not make any difference, but will 100% obliterate the opponent. At this moment, Pei Xingye himself was like a god of death, causing everyone present to look up. Great God Pei, this is the high-quality Imperial Beast nutrient liquid that I have in my bottom of the box. Please accept it with a smile. I'm willing to offer an Ice Eagle's Beast Crystal. Please spare me. Father Pei, you're an adult. I'll apologize to you. Moonwolf Lair, putting on a great show of lining up to apologize to Pei Xingye. Pei Xingye's divine operation of reaping 100% of the bloodied magical beasts made the Imperial Beast Masters of the other 3 academies fearful. It was important to realize that most of the Imperial Beast Master squads, at the moment, had not gotten a passing grade. If Pei Xingye had continued his operation just now, they wouldn't have had a chance to harvest even a single bloodied wraith. Qin Yunlin looked at the blackened Sima Xian and said in a cold voice, "Come over and apologize to my second master." Sima Xian gritted his teeth, defiance still written in his vicious eyes. Just then, a deafening wolf howl shattered the earth, sending a ripple of blood through the air. A black wolf with a huge body broke out of the darkness and reflected into everyone's vision. The size and tonnage of this wolf was about twice that of an ordinary moon demon wolf. The crescent mark on its forehead took the shape of a semicircle. Half moon demon wolf, mature body, second stage. The moon demon wolf clan, the hallmark trait of growth and evolution, was the moon mark on their foreheads. Ordinary moon demon wolves, which belonged to the juvenile body, had a moon mark on their forehead, a tiny crescent moon. The half moon demon wolf, on the other hand, was at the mature body rank, and the moon mark had evolved from a tiny crescent to the shape of a half moon. Everyone, don't rush out. As long as we make a move, we'll still end up giving Pei Xingye a graft. As the captain of the Thunder Squad, Sima Xian ordered his team members to take a defensive stance and never initiate an attack, because what had just happened was enough to prove that as long as the Thunder Squad combined their efforts and crippled this half-moon demon wolf, Pei Xingye's Undead Decimation would instantly descend. Captain, even if we don't make a move, Pei Xingye he's killing it. Sima Xian raised his eyes to see Pei Xingye standing directly on top of the Black Phoenix's back as the master and servant duo flew in. Don't panic, everyone. Undead Decimation may be overrun, but it can only be triggered if the wraith has 10% of its blood remaining. As long as we don't make a move, Pei Xingye won't be able to grab ahead. A member of the team timidly said, what if Pei Xingye secured the half-moon demon wolf with a single move? one move in a second? Head big joke in the sky. This half-moon demon wolf, at least, is a mature body, second stage. And the Black Phoenix is only a juvenile body, first stage. The difference between the two is as much as one large rank, and the strength of the bloodline can't make up for this gap. Normally, the blood volume of a mature-bodied magical beast was twice that of a juvenile-bodied magical beast. Pei Xingye harnessed the Black Phoenix and wanted to kill the half-moon demon wolf in a single move. Sima Xian died not believing it. Fierce gusts of wind swept up the undead fire, and the red-pupiled teenager stepped on the phoenix god beast, closing in on the raging half-moon demon wolf with a destructive force. Captain, let's assist Master 2 together, and help Master 2 keep the half-moon demon wolf's blood level down to 10%, so that it's easy for Master 2 to make a move to harvest. Xin Yunlin uttering these words meant that as Pei Xingyi's teammate, deep down, he also didn't believe that Pei Xingyi would be able to kill the half-moon demon wolf in a single move. Situ Shue's eyebrows raised as she gazed at Pei Xingye's back, a strong premonition arising within her. We don't have to make a move. In the next instant, Pei Xingye urged his soul power, and the Black Phoenix Zero frame started, releasing the ghostly and unpredictable falling phoenix slash. The cross-shaped fire beam generated out of thin air, cohesive and powerful chopping attack, like two crossed swords of the god of death, burning bearish undead fire, and clearly bombarded the half-moon demon wolf's chest. The wails of the magical beasts resounded through every corner of Moonlight City. Even if the half-moon demon wolf was a mature body magical beast, with its reaction speed and battle sense, it would not be able to capture and anticipate zero frames starting falling phoenix slash. So this chop is a 100% hit, Sima Xian secretly said in his heart. A single move of falling phoenix chop, wanting to cripple a matured body magic beast? A daydream. However, in the next second, Sima Xian's face changed in shock. The scene that happened in front of him was incomprehensible to him, overturning all his past perceptions. The half-moon demon wolf's face was in pain, and above its head, an eerie and terrifying death god's shadow emerged. The sharp scythe was already on top of its vein-strewn neck. Dead undead decimation triggered. How is it possible? It's so fake. A single move of falling phoenix slash is able to beat a mature body magical beast to the point of crippling blood? Pei Xingye has hangings. This guy definitely has hangings. You report Pei Xingye for hanging. Pei Xingye won't admit it, because he didn't just turn it on now, he just kept it off. Facts are facts, no matter how unbelievable they may be, and undead decapitation was the moment that triggered it. Miso, the scythe of the god of death showed no mercy, reaping the lives of the half-moon demon wolves. Wolf carcasses headless, blood stains muddy sand. Seconds up. He really killed a mature body demonic beast in one move. Sima Xian couldn't accept the scene in front of him, his hands clasping his head, his blood-filled pupils trembling violently as he stared dead at Pei Xingye's back. The entrance to Moonlight City. The gold medal instructors from the other three major academies were talking. A first-rank Imperial Beast Master, harnessing a juvenile-bodied Imperial Beast to kill a mature-bodied magical beast in a single move? I've never heard of such a miracle. Fighting across the ranks would have required teamwork, but this guy, Pei Xingye, is all by himself. Monster, simply monster. Pei Yingru, as the Chaos Academy's gold medal instructor and also Pei Xingyi's cousin, forced herself to calm down after being shocked and carefully analyzed the video replay captured by the drone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The thickness of the half-moon demon wolf's blood bar is twice as thick as the moon demon wolf's. To say that a single move of falling phoenix slash was able to beat a juvenile-bodied moon demon wolf to the point of crippling blood, this I believe. But the half-moon demon wolf is a mature body, second stage. Wait, this detail is. Pei Yingru perceived a crucial detail. When the Black Phoenix unleashed the falling phoenix slash towards the half-moon demon wolf, the crisscrossing beams of undead fire unexpectedly had an additional, almost overlapping, residual shadow. Remnants, overlap. So it is. Sayaka stored up her power to store 2 consecutive falling phoenix slashes during one of her previous defense rounds. So the falling phoenix chop that hit the half-moon demon wolf was a double chop. Storing up and storing skills, storing and storing freely, is supposed to test the operation level of the Imperial Beast Master. Pei Xingye's maneuver was able to allow the Black Phoenix to store 2 consecutive falling phoenix slashes, and then hit the double falling phoenix slash. That made it difficult for the opponent to detect and defend against, in an overlapping form with a zero-frame start. Since then, Pei Xingyi has created a brand new fighting style of overlapping skill flow. This hand amazed a crowd of pride in gold medal tutors operation, also known as the later generations of people one of the hands of God. Chapter 38, The Scarlet Moonlight Underground, a crisis in every direction. Falling Phoenix Slash, the best ultra-high explosive attack skill of the Phoenix-type Royal Beast. When Pei Xingye harnessed the Black Phoenix and struck the double Falling Phoenix Slash, Even a mature-bodied half-moon demon wolf would fall into a bloodless state in an instant, and magical beasts in a bloodied state would be treated equally in Pei Xingyi's eyes, regardless of bloodline or level. This was because once undead decimation was triggered, it meant that the blade of the god of death was destined to reap the life of the enemy. The black phoenix slowly landed on the ground, and a pair of scarlet phoenix eyes swept past the shivering two-headed black Xian leopard with a look of contempt for grass. Pei Xingye stood on the backbone of the black phoenix, holding the half-moon demon wolf beast crystal that he had just decapitated. He just stared at Sima Xian, clearly not saying anything, but causing an unrivaled oppression on Sima Xian's mental state. Under this terrifying oppression, Sima Xian couldn't even be bothered to care about his face and apologized on the spot. Pei De Shun. Oh no, righteous father, Lord Righteous Father, it was me who spoke out of turn just now. It's my fault. A man who recognizes the time is a wise man. Sima Xian's initial act of provoking Pei Xingye was abominable, but the good thing was that he was quick to admit his mistake. When he witnessed the miracle of Pei Xingye accomplishing a cross-step second kill with a single move, his heart completely submitted. Every Imperial Beast Master present at this moment, the lamentation spewing from their inner world was as one. Serves him right for monopolizing all the heat and fame of this freshman class. Serves us right for being roadkill in his seconds. The spiritedness of genius is always based on looking down on the world. When one day the genius raises his head, looks up at the sky, and can only see the soles of the feet of a certain peer, then it is destined to produce deep frustration. The corners of his lips hooked up in a self-deprecating smile, and from then on no longer call himself a genius. After all, any of the people present, even if they were high on prohibited drugs, would not be able to hunt down a mature-bodied half-moon demon wolf in a single move. Pei Xingye's maneuvering had once again pulled up the upper limit of a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master, making it difficult to look up to him. At this point, one has to recognize a fact. Nowadays, the Pei Xingye who participated in the dungeon trials was a few points deeper in strength compared to the Pei Xingye who had topped the Heavenly Cloud ranking a week ago. Yes, that's right. In just a week, this genius monster evolved again. The evolutionary effect presented in him is even more exaggerated than the evolution of the Imperial Beasts. Little Knight, is it hard to believe that your talent is even higher than Pei Ma? The bloodline is passing on, and the bloodline is evolving. Sister Me, I'm starting to look forward to your growth in your future even more. This week, every time Pei Xingye stayed up late to train, Pei Ingru silently watched. However, even though she had paid so much attention to Pei Xingye, she hadn't realized during Pei Xingye's training that he had developed such a godly skill as the double falling phoenix chop. Every time Pei Xingye fought, it was as if the strength presented to the public eye was merely the tip of his iceberg. This red-pupiled teenager seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious fog, making it impossible to see his true strength. The crowd was submissive as Pei Xingye single-handedly killed the half-moon demon wolf, while the other three members of the Scarlet Squad were happy for Pei Xingye and proud of him. At least at this moment, the way Qin Yanlin viewed Pei Xingye's eyes was even more affectionate than he viewed Technician 98, with adoration written all over his face. Captain, I intend to follow the second master next and learn to cultivate the overlapping skill flow, fighting style together. The explosive damage dealt by overlapping skills is too cool. Situ Shui gently shook her head and said flatly, his fighting style is hard for us to copy. Why? Situ Shui looked at Pei Xingye's figure and narratively analyzed it, storing power ahead of time, allowing the Imperial Beast to store 2 skills in a row, and hitting double-stacked skill damage in one move. That does sound cool, but looking at the essence through the performance, can we do a 0-frame start when we try to do this? After dealing explosive damage and the enemy is bloodied, are we able to complete the harvest consistently? Old Qin, don't forget that our Imperial Beast staging maneuver is easily recognized by the enemy because we can't master the 0-frame start. When the enemy is bloodied and we write it out, we are doomed to the possibility of mistakes, because of factors such as environment or psychology, which cause the bloodied enemy to escape. When Situ Shui said this, Qin Yanlin stared at Pei Xingye, who was not far away, with eyes like he was looking at a monster. Captain, you're right, the explosive damage of the double falling phoenix chop is certainly over the top, but the real overrun is Master 2's 0-frame starter, and his undead talent, undead decimation. Half-moon demon wolf, mature body, second stage, magical beast, with a blood bar twice that of a normal moon demon wolf. It was killed in seconds for a simple reason. 0 frames starting double falling phoenix slash. Give it 100 rebirths and it won't be able to dodge it 100 times. Undead decapitation triggers on 0 frames after being bloodied. This means that it has no room to struggle and no chance to maneuver before it is on the verge of death. Therefore, other than Pei Xingye, other Imperial Beast Masters trying to imitate and copy the overlapping skill flow fighting style would not be very effective. Situ Shui whispered to himself, from the very beginning, he has been walking a path that no one has ever walked and that no one has been able to replicate. Now that it was over, who would dare to provoke Pei Xingye from the other 3 major academies' Royal Beastmaster squads? They could only call Pei's father or righteous father with every breath. Soon, The Thunder Squad, including the one led by Sima Xian, also retreated in disgrace. Moon Wolf Lair. Only Scarlet Squad remains. The other squads, all dutifully went off to hunt in other areas. This is a farce caused by headhunting, and the dungeon trial continues. A domineering phoenix roar deafened the ears as undead fire and undead frost collided with each other, playing a highly combustible triumphal song rooted in the depths of the ancient mythological bloodline. Second Master, the Black Phoenix. That's right, a breakthrough. At this point in the trial, the Black Phoenix had harvested a large number of demonic beast lives. Its killing intent climbed, its experience skyrocketed, and it smoothly broke through the juvenile body. Second stage. This is good news for the Scarlet Squad. The Black Phoenix upgraded and evolved, which had accomplished the original purpose of the squad's participation in the trial. The next step is to get an S rating. Situ Shui spoke. Let's continue to go deeper into the lair and team up to hunt a full-bodied full moon demon wolf, and we'll be able to get an S rank rating. Side by side, the quartet marched towards the dark depths of the Moonwolf's lair. Generally speaking, within the gathering place of a magical beast colony, the closer to the depths of the hinterland, the higher the level of the magical beasts. Of course, the four major academies had long since probed every corner of Moonlight City in order to protect the students, and the highest-ranked magical beasts were the complete body segment. The magical beasts in this segment, for the Imperial Beastmaster Squad, as long as they were able to play a fantastic teamwork, they would have a chance to decimate one. However, in today's Moonlight City, the highest segmented magical beasts were really just full-bodied, just as the Scarlet Squad dived deep into the hinterland of the Moonwolf's lair. Underneath the lair, the thick grains of dirt were distinctly separated and sent out a slight vibration. A splash of scarlet moonlight actually erupted from the ground, like lava, trickling. Chapter 39, Sang Wui's Nightmare. The Emperor's corpse carries the coffin. As time passed, more and more Imperial Beastmaster squads exited Moonlight City. Each squad has a different goal, and some only seek to get a passing grade of C, so they decisively end the trial once they reach that grade. As for a portion of the ambitious squads, they stayed within Moonlight City and continued hunting. When it comes to ambition, Scarlet Squad is deservedly number one. The captain and team members vowed not to rest until they got the highest S rating possible. Beneath the earth, the Moonwolf Lair. The undead fire released by the Black Phoenix continued to dispel the darkness in front of the Scarlet Squad's eyes, pointing out the way forward. As he delved deeper into the hinterland of the lair, the number of wolves emerging grew larger and larger, and there were almost no more juvenile segmented moon demon wolves, and the worst-ranked magical beasts had also reached the mature segment, second segment. However, a challenge of this difficulty, for Pei Xingye, was tantamount to giving the Black Phoenix a wild brush of growth experience. Under the bloodline suppression and manipulation suppression, Pei Xingye's fighting across ranks was as simple as eating and drinking. Gradually, the mature-bodied magical beasts could no longer satisfy the Black Phoenix's upgrade needs. It must be said that the undead lineage plus ancient mythological bloodline is indeed the most difficult imperial beast to cultivate in this world at present, and the conditions required for growth are extremely harsh. Even if the Black Phoenix harvested a full-body ranked full moon demon wolf next, I'm afraid that it wouldn't break through the juvenile body, third stage. All in all, other than Pei Xingye's unique talent, the other Imperial Beast Masters simply didn't have the ability to cultivate the Black Phoenix. Along the way, the Scarlet Squad teamed up and fought, playing perfect teamwork, hunting and killing a magical beast, and braving towards the depths of darkness. But in the process, Situ Shui discovered a detail. Why are you distracted? Me? No, I guess. Pei Xingye denied it. But Situ Shui was like a roundworm in Pei Xingye's stomach, hitting the nail on the head. You haven't looked around much since you entered Moonlight City. Are you looking for that woman's figure? What woman? Sang Wei. Captain. You. Pei Xingye looked straight into Situ Shui's beautiful eyes as he realized that this woman's insight was far beyond her peers. That's right, Pei Xingye had subconsciously searched for Sang Wui's figure ever since he entered Moonlight City, but found nothing. This time, the Moonlight City trial brought together all the new students of the four major academies for this term. It was reasonable to assume that Sang Wui would also be there. However, Pei Xingye did not see Sang Wui's figure. Only Situ Shui didn't realize that what Pei Xingye was truly interested in wasn't Sang Wui himself, but rather Sang Wui's father, Sang Xian, and the world's only demigod bloodline, the giant lineage Imperial Beast. All of these were inextricably linked to the great battle of the Heavenly Star Vortex. It seems that the Battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking has created a very special emotion for you towards Sang Wui. After all, Captain, there is, after all, a deep connection between my mother and his father, and it is hard for me not to care about her. Situ Shui nodded and then said, Sang Wui did not participate in this Moonlight City trial. Didn't attend? No wonder we don't see her. Situ Shui explained again. I sent someone to investigate. Sang Wui took a sick leave after the Heavenly Cloud ranking competition, and hasn't attended school for a week straight. The exact condition, I don't know. Pei Xingye froze. Captain, How is it that you're more concerned about Sangwoo than me? Situ Shue's beautiful eyes flashed, her red lips slightly raised. Pei Xingyi, you're my team member. What you're concerned about, I'll be more concerned about than you. Any information you need, I can help you investigate in the future. No charge. Oh. To Pei Xingye, Situ Shui was a very special existence. Scarlet Squad had a captain like that, which gave people a very reassuring feeling. Her help to her team members never carried the intention of handouts or benefit exchanges. She was running this Imperial Beastmaster squad with all her heart. She pays attention to everything about each of her teammates. Since Pei Xingye was concerned about Sangwoo, she would be more concerned about Sangwoo than Pei Xingye. In the meantime, Black Lin City, Sang House. It was a priced ancient-style courtyard, one of the legacies left by Sang Xian to his daughter, Sangwoo. In broad daylight, the bedroom door was closed. On the bed lay a silver-haired girl covered in a cold sweat. There wasn't even a single gasp in the large mansion except for this young girl. 18 years ago, the great battle of the celestial star vortex left Pei Xingyi orphaned overnight. But what happened to Sangwoo is not the same. When Sangwoo was born, her mother died in childbirth. His father, Sang Xian, and Pei Xingyue's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, both fell in the great battle of the celestial star vortex not long afterward, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. Beside Pei Xingye, at least there was Pei Ingru, her loving sister, and Lan Hearingyou, and Sangwoo, as her name suggests, has no one on her side. For 18 years, she didn't even have a friend. Even when you're sick, you're just alone, locking yourself in your bedroom. Cold sweat and the nightmare continues. It's daytime and she's lying in bed with nightmares. Her long silver hair drenched in sweat and stuck to the pillow. When did she start having nightmares? Battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Technically, it was after she fought Pei Xingye. The intense sparring between the Ghost Giant and the Black Phoenix in the last round seemed to have triggered some kind of forbidden curse. Since then, Sangwoo had nightmares for a week straight, and had to take a leave of absence due to illness, giving up on this dungeon trial. In the dream world, Sangwoo was in a zone of earthly purgatory, surrounded by gushing lava and the hissing of magical beasts that shook through the soul. Barefoot, she fled aimlessly and ended up in the abyss. When she looked up, she saw this eerie scene, a chaotic depth, littered with the bones of dragons, phoenixes and unicorns. The sound of thumping footsteps came from far away. It's the footsteps of a giant. Immediately afterward, for giants whose physiques ran through heaven and earth were reflected in Sangwoo's shrunken pupils, the four giants stood in a square formation, while on their broad, robust shoulders they carried a heavy, blood-colored coffin. This image was forever fixed in the depths of Sangwoo's memory. Father. Sangwoo woke up with a jolt and breathed heavily. She pulled open a sliver of curtains. The sun shone brightly outside the window, while there was only dead darkness in the bedroom. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and hit herself hard on the head. Damn it! This nightmare again. What does the giant carrying the coffin in the dream signify? Father, back then when you fell in the Heavenly Star Vortex battle, what exactly happened? A giant carrying a coffin? No. That famous painting of the century, titled, The Emperor's Corpse on the Casket. Who is the world's most powerful giant-type imperial beast? None other than the four legendary emperor corpses, Drought Demon, Shogun, Ying Hook, Queen. Chapter 40, Scarlet Squad vs. Full Moon Demon Wolf, Moonlight City, Thunder Squad, Grade A, Shadow Squad, Grade B, Raid Squad, Grade B. Half a day had passed, and most of the Imperial Beastmaster squads, having reached their respective goals, chose to call it a day. The talent of this freshman class, as a whole, doesn't seem to be too far off from the previous class. The examination grades achieved by the Imperial Beastmaster squad basically fluctuated between B and A. The Scarlet Squad, on the other hand, was still continuing to delve deeper into the Moon Wolf's lair, and would never turn back until they got an S-rank rating. One of the most important conditions for achieving an S-rank rating was to hunt a full-bodied ranked magical beast. This was as difficult as reaching the sky for a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. To accomplish this feat, teamwork must be extreme, and it extremely tests the strategic sense of the Imperial Beastmaster. Deep in the darkness, a cold and furious wind swept in, forcing the Scarlet Squad quartet back 7 or 8 steps in a row. The undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix was also weakened by a few points due to this cloudy wind. Situ Shue's eyebrows furrowed as she said in a deep voice, "It's the full moon demon wolf. Prepare for battle." Who? Berserk wolf howls tore through the earth. The damp cave trembled violently, and a huge black shadow rushed out of the darkness and appeared in front of the Scarlet Squad. This giant wolf was more than 3 times the size of the half-moon demon wolf. On its forehead, the mark of the rolling moon emerged. This was the full body-level magical beast, the full moon demon wolf. When there was a huge difference in level, the bloodline suppression effect would be drastically weakened. The full moon demon wolf's gaze swept over the Black Phoenix, and there was not a trace of fear in the bottom of its eyes. Instead, it revealed its sharp fangs and let out an angry bloodthirsty bloodthirsty growl towards the Black Phoenix. After all, the Black Phoenix was only a juvenile body, and with the full-bodied full moon demon wolf, there was a difference of a full 2 major grades. Qin Yanlin was on instinct and got goosebumps. The aura of a full-bodied magical beast is too brutal. Huang Fu Boyi adjusted his mask, and although he didn't stutter when he spoke, his voice was permeated with uncontrollable trepidation. Our soul power. It seems that we will be interfered with by the full moon demon wolf. The Scarlet Squad Quartet were all first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. When facing a full-bodied magical beast, the soul power would be disturbed, thus affecting the effectiveness of the battle. So how easy is it to get an S rating? Bearing Phoenix Call, Pei Xingye struck out. The moment his soul power was activated, the Black Phoenix understood, spreading its wings and flying high, letting out a chirping cry like thunder breaking through the night sky. Hegemonic Phoenix Call directly consumes 50% of Pei Xingye's current remaining soul power. At the same time, this chirping cry manifested the exceeding strength of the ancient mythical bloodline, invisibly weakening the full moon demon wolf's attack and defense. Bold maneuvering, bold strikes. This was the confidence and determination that a good Imperial Beastmaster should have. The aura of the full moon demon wolf plummeted when the Baja Phoenix song came out. The goosebumps on Qin Yanlin's body quickly faded, and the trepidation in Huang Fu Boyi's eyes gradually disappeared. Go to war. Situ Shui gave the order, and the Scarlet Squad foursome joined forces to charge. Qin Yanlin rode on the backbone of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Horse, flying through the air and releasing the remnants of the beast's hooves entwined with electric currents to envelop the head of the full moon demon wolf. A full-bodied magical beast. Would it be so easy to get hit? The flexibility and agility of a full moon demon wolf was almost 4 times that of a half-moon demon wolf. With its strongly mounted limbs, it easily jumped out of the purple lightning heavenly horse's attack range with a flash turn. Captain, help me control it. Situ Shui began to power up, and the shadow demon spider burrowed out of the ground with this godlike entrance, stealing a direct attack on the back of the full moon demon wolf. Shoo shoo shoo. A tough and slender spider silk crazily wrapped around the limbs and neck of the full moon demon wolf. Cocooning. Dense spider silk wrapped the full moon demon wolf into a bloated cocoon ball. Petrify. Situ Shui unleashed her S-rank talent, cocooning and petrifying at the same time on the full moon demon wolf, striking a double control on the importance of having a control stream Imperial Beastmaster in the team. A flash of thunder. Qin Yanlin once again urged his soul power, and the unicorn on the forehead of the purple electricity heavenly horse released a furious beam of electric current, blasting towards the petrified cocoon ball. Crap, Captain. Your control time this time. Why is it so short? Done and done. Elder brother Huangfu, save me. Roar. The wolf whistle shook. The petrified cocoon ball was instantly torn apart by the sharp wolf claws, while the tip of the wolf claws released a crescent-shaped wind blade, spiraling and flying towards Qin Yanlin. At the critical moment, the shield opens. Huang Fu Boyi harnessed the 3-tailed illusory spirit fox and condensed the shield of the fox ancestor's shadow around Qin Yanlin. The shield barely withstood one attack from the full moon demon wolf and then shattered and failed. Qin Yanlin broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Huang Fu Boyi with grateful eyes. Having a good sub on the team increases overall fault tolerance. Situ Shui analyzed. After all, it's a full-bodied magical beast, and the effect of my control over it is very limited. Captain. Situ Shui glanced sideways at Pei Xingye beside her. The two had not known each other long, but there was a soulful understanding that no one could match. With just one look, Situ Shui read Pei Xingye's intentions. Captain. Second Master. Before Huang Fu Boyi could react, he realized that Pei Xingye and Situ Shui, at the same time, darted towards the full moon demon wolf. Shadow Spear. Situ Shui in the body of soul power agitation. Shadow demon spider released spider silk, cohesion of a purple and black spear, from the high altitude across a beautiful parabola. Pust. The shadow spear didn't hit the full moon demon wolf, but it stuck in the shadow at the feet of the full moon demon wolf. The full moon demon wolf's body was temporarily stunned and unable to move, so it could only clench its teeth and roar. Shadow demon spider, belonging to the shadow-type royal beast. One of the characteristics of the shadow lineage of imperial beasts is that all of their skills can be effective against the enemy's shadow. Therefore, the control system skills played by the shadow demon spider could also produce a control effect as long as they hit the shadow of the full moon demon wolf. This was unexpected by the full moon demon wolf, and although the control effect was extremely short-lived, it was enough for Pei Xingye, who had mastered the zero-frame starter. The phoenix chimed, and the storm descended. The double-falling phoenix slash accurately hit the body of the full moon demon wolf, and the wail of grief resounded through the chaotic battlefield. Qin Yanlin said excitedly, although there's a huge level difference between the black phoenix and the full moon demon wolf, the black phoenix is an undead imperial beast. Huang Fu Boyi nodded excitedly. That's right. The undead imperial beast's undead flame can ignore the enemy's defense shield and deal real burning damage to the enemy's main body. The most notable manifestation of the level gap is the difference in attack and defense values. At this moment, the full moon demon wolf's wounds were burning with emerald green undead fire, and its defense mechanism and shield advantage were gone. The full moon demon wolf wailed angrily as its ferocious gaze was directed at Sitishue. A full-bodied level magical beast possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It knew how to think, and it knew that out of the 4 imperial beastmasters in front of it, it had to prioritize taking out Sitishue. It was because Sitishue was a control stream imperial beastmaster. Rustle of skirts. The wolf's claws flew and the gale drank blood. The full moon demon wolf instantly approached Sitishue's face. Crap! At this distance, I'm too late to provide the captain with a shield. Huangfu Boyi was in a hurry to activate his spiritual energy, but it looked like it was too late. However, the corner of Sitishue's mouth, hooked up an arc of scheming success. Cocooning. Xin Yanlin's emotions ran high as he perked up. The captain used cocooning on himself and entered the game with his body just to trick the full moon demon wolf into breaking. Countless spider silks came from all directions, wrapping and entangling Sitishue. Cocooning, which is supposed to be a control skill against enemies, but if you use it on yourself, it's a defense skill. Scarlet Squad's leader, student Sitishue, is indeed an excellent leader. Sayaka will grow faster and faster when she becomes a partner with her. Outside of Moonlight City, Pei Ingru revealed a satisfied smile. She's Captain Scarlet, and it was Pei Xingyue who chose Captain Scarlet with her intuition. Chapter 41, Scarlet Blood, Giant Heartbeat. Sharp wolf claws, tearing through the cocoon shell. Situshue's slender and thin figure was exposed to the full moon demon wolf. The cocooning defense could only withstand the first attack of the full moon demon wolf. At this moment, Sitishue was only a centimeter away from the fangs of the full moon demon wolf that were quenched with venom, but to that extent, she had done her job. Because Phoenix spit behind the back of the full moon demon wolf. Pei Xingyi rode the black phoenix as his soul power vigorously erupted. The phoenix chirped and cried, and a huge undead fireball erupted from its mouth, ruthlessly smashing into the back of the full moon demon wolf's neck. The back of the neck area is the most vulnerable part of the full moon demon wolf. Sitishue used herself as bait, just to make the full moon demon wolf expose its weaknesses and breaks when it attacked her. The phoenix spit hit with precision. The huge undead fireball exploded instantly, and the miserable wolf howl drowned in the thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the full moon demon wolf lay sprawled in the crumbling dirt, the back of its neck area a bloody mess, its spine exposed to the air from the undead fire's persistent searing, and its gruesome injuries causing it excruciating pain. This was a full-bodied, one-segment, level magical beast, and under the cooperation of Pei Xingye and Sitishue's souls, it had suffered such a heavy blow. However, behind this fit, it caused the onlookers Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi to feel a pang of fear, because when Sitishue used herself as bait just now, the fangs of the full moon demon wolf were close to her chest. If, in the midst of the match, Pei Xingye even made a slight mistake, such as striking out as long as a millisecond slower, then Sitishue's fragile human body would be tragically killed by the wolf's teeth running through it. Her life is at stake. Doesn't she have any concerns at all? This was actually Sitishue's charisma. In her eyes, she would trust her teammates unconditionally. She would rather bet her life and was certain that Pei Xingye would not make any mistakes. The full moon demon wolf, which had suffered a heavy blow, was enraged, and it urged a large amount of moon demon power within its body to coalesce in the wound at the back of its neck to protect its fatal weakness. Pei Xingye frowned slightly. A complete body deserves to be a complete body. It knows that it has a long memory. If you want to attack its weaknesses next, it won't be as easy as it was just now, since the full moon demon wolf deliberately protected the back of his neck. What followed was a long drawn-out battle. Deep within the dimly lit moon wolf lair, the smoke from the battle erupted and churned like a tsunami. Scarlet Squad, under Situshue's command, played wonderful match after wonderful match. Even though the full moon demon wolf had reached its full body level, it could not withstand the Scarlet Squad's continuous blood grinding tactic. Sustained blood grinding flow tactics, as the name suggests, is about consuming at a distance and avoiding close encounters with the enemy. The core of this tactic lies in the undead frost released by the Black Phoenix. On the battlefield, frost flew and ice crystals filled the air. As the temperature dropped, the power of undead frost drilled into the nostrils, pores and mouth of the full moon demon wolf with impunity. Its lungs gradually freeze. It has difficulty breathing. It becomes slow to move and its ability to think is dulled. Under the interference of the undead frost, the mobility of the full moon demon wolves was drastically reduced. So naturally, they were casually pulled by the Scarlet Squad. Moreover, the Black Phoenix, Purple Electric Heavenly Horse, and Shadow Demon Spider all possessed long-range attack skills, which made the full moon demon wolf, which was only good at melee combat, cry out in agony. No matter how high this magical beast's level was and how strong its attacks were, if it couldn't even touch the fur of the Imperial Beast, it was bound to fall into a disadvantage. Against magical beasts whose level is much higher than the level of the summoned Imperial Beasts, the tactic of continuously grinding blood flow is the best tactic. Excellent pull. Full consumption. Scarlet Squad's teamwork has far surpassed that of other squads. Situ Shui, Pei Xingye. This squad has a great future with these two core characters. Outside of Moonlight City, Pei Yingru stared at the live image dropped by the drone with an appreciative gaze. The wisdom and composure that Situ Shui and Pei Xingye displayed in the group battle was something Pei Yingru had never seen in all the freshmen. Half an hour later, Qin Yanlin shouted, "Captain, the full moon demon wolf no longer has the strength to run." After half an hour of fierce battle, the blood level of the full moon demon wolf was whittled down to a residual blood state by the Scarlet Squad foursome. However, undead decimation hadn't triggered yet, so that meant that the full moon demon wolf's blood level was still above 10%. Situ Shui's eyes flashed with a killing intent. Thick essence. Let's step up our efforts and depress the blood level of the full moon demon wolf down to 10%. Aye, Captain. 4 men closed in and the fight continued. However, the full moon demon wolf, at least it was a full body. It had the dignity to not accept being pressured by 4 fledgling first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. In anger, the full moon demon wolf suddenly erupted, and with a flick of the wolf's tail, the power of the moon demon spewed out crazily, tearing through the earth and forcing back the Scarlet Squad's foursome. Anum, pattering sound. Anum, pattering sound. Anum, pattering sound. Second Master, your arm. Huangfu Boyi clearly saw that Pei Xingye's right arm, oozing bright red blood. Just now, Pei Xingye rode the Black Phoenix in front of his teammates and took almost 90% of the damage from Moon Demon impact. Pei Xingye was also injured as a result. The blood drips and falls into the cracks of the earth, and like a ride on a slide, little by little it seeps towards the depths of the earth, and a weird vibration arose from the depths of the earth. Plop, plop, poof. This particular throbbing sound was becoming clearer and clearer, but it had yet to reach Pei Xingye's ears. This sound, coming from the ground below the earth. This sound is called the beating of a giant's heart. Underneath this desert in the northwestern part of the Yanxia Empire was a moonlit city with no moonlight. So what's underneath Moonlight City? Deep in the earth, a drop of scarlet blood flowed into slightly open, dry lips. The heartbeat became more agitated. Signs of awakening appeared for the dormant undead. The story of 18 years ago. In this moment, because of a drop of blood, and rewrite the prelude to hand over a new era. Buzz rumble. An earthquake? The moon wolf's lair. A sudden and violent tremor caused the entire lair to shake. Above Scarlet Squad's head, quicksand poured down. The rock crumbled and crumbled underneath the Scarlet Squad's feet. Full moon demon wolfet. Mutated. Qin Yunlin let out an exclamation of shock, and Situ Shui's face turned ugly. Regardless of whether it was a royal beast or a magical beast, no matter what quality of bloodline it was, there was always a certain probability of mutation during the process of growth and evolution in the afterlife. All mutated imperial beasts and magical beasts are collectively known as mutant species, and the biggest physical characteristic of the mutant species is that the pupils are slit and take on the shape of petals blossoming in anger. At this moment, Pei Xingye looked at the full moon demon wolf, only to see that this wolf's eyes, whose pupils had split open with an irregular slit, looked like 2 blooming flowers. Not good. Full-bodied mutant species of full moon demon wolf. Outside of Moonlight City, Pei Yingru saw the scene through the live streaming image and hurriedly picked up her transmitter. Scarlet Squad, withdraw from the Moonwolf lair as soon as possible. That's an order. Chapter 42, Our Thoughts Are United. Shadow Phoenix / Moonwolf Lair. The space here was constantly being compressed by the sudden collapse. The quicksand that poured like a waterfall continued to be deposited, quickly flooding the ankles of the Scarlet Squad. The air became thin, and in this dim, oxygen-deprived and humid-harsh environment, it would have been difficult for the Imperial Beastmaster to perform at his normal level. What's more, the magical beast standing in front of the Scarlet Squad at this moment was a full-bodied mutant species full moon demon wolf. Pei Yingru's anxious voice was synchronized in the earphones worn by the Scarlet Squad quartet. Withdraw from the Moonwolf's lair as soon as possible. That's an order. Any magical beast, once it turns on its mutant species mode, its strength will insanely double. The Scarlet Squad, consisting of 4 first-ranked beast masters, trying to hunt a full-bodied mutant species of magical beast was simply impossible, and there was no precedent for it. Most importantly, in such a harsh environment, the remaining soul power of the Scarlet Squad quartet was already running low. Seeing that the Moon Wolf's lair was about to collapse and sink, the remaining soul power used to escape from life was the king. but this full moon demon wolf in front of everyone's eyes was clearly bloodied.
At this moment, Qin Yanlin's and Huangfu Boyi's faces were both written with entanglement and hesitation.
This trial is so close to getting an S rating. No one could have predicted that the full moon demon wolf in its bloodied state would somehow turn on a mutation. However, on the battlefield, how to deal with variables is one of the necessary lessons for young beast masters. Keep fighting, or should we retreat as soon as possible? It's a question worth pondering. Situ Shui didn't rush to make a decision, but instead looked at Pei Xingye beside her. You decide. This scarlet captain left the decision to this red-pupiled teenager. In the air, a strand of pitch-black fur drifted by. This was a strand of wolf hair shed from the full moon demon wolf, which slowly fell into Pei Xingye's left palm, triggering the data reading function of the overlying god's hand. The overriding god's hand flashed with a purple gold stream of light, and the data panel of the full moon demon wolf was reflected in Pei Xingye's eyes.
Name of imperial beast, full moon demon wolf. Rank, complete mutant, 1 paragraph. Bloodline, epic quality. Attributes, moon system plus wolf system. Talent 1, full moon body. Strengthens the ability to sustain combat, with full endurance,
able to maintain high-intensity combat for long periods of time, and weakens the perception of pain nerves.
Talent 2, Rager, the lower the blood, the higher the attack. Mutation skill, Wolf Fong Storm.
Current blood level, 13%. Pei Xingye's attention was focused on the current blood level data field.
After the full moon demon wolf mutates, its blood level is the same as before the mutation. After the Scarlet Squad's continuous consumption,
it only had 13% of its blood bar left. Only 3 percentage points of blood left before triggering undead decimation.
How could Pei Xingye not be moved?
He was certain that as long as he killed this full-bodied mutant species of full moon demon wolf, the Black Phoenix would have a great chance of directly advancing to the juvenile body, 3rd stage,
before the gilded sycamore matured.
This was a good opportunity for the Black Phoenix to accelerate its evolutionary speed,
and once it missed it,
there was no telling when the next time would be.
However, given Pei Xingye's character,
he wouldn't gamble on the lives of the entire team for his own selfishness.
One move.
As long as we kill the full moon demon wolf with one move,
we won't be delayed in escaping the moon wolf's lair.
Situ Shui pursed her lips and shook her head. The mutated species of full moon demon wolf has formed a large storm of wolf's teeth around it,
and we can't guarantee that the attack we hit can accurately hit the back of its neck. Captain, what if we join forces and attack its shadow?
Pei Xingye,
you mean, well, combos.
Situ Shui even shook his head. For a Royal Beastmaster to strike a combination technique between Royal Beastmasters and Royal Beastmasters,
at the very least, a lot of time needs to be invested in duo training, and the two of us don't know each other for more than a month. Captain, do we still need time to bond with each other?
The smile that spread across the red-pupiled teenager's face caused Situ Shui to freeze for a moment before spreading a smile as well.
Partners,
it takes time to deepen the bond,
but the understanding between partners is often innate.
Situ Shui, the scarlet captain that Pei Xingye had chosen with his intuition.
As for Pei Xingye, he was the ultimate partner that Situ Shui had taken an immediate liking to. Until then,
the two had never experienced duo training together. That said, the two have never teamed up for a combo. This test of souls about tacit understanding is destined to unlock the soul of the Scarlet Squad's regiment.
By the way, Pei Xingye, even if we succeed in cooperating, are you sure the attack power is enough?
Don't worry, triple falling phoenix slash.
It's enough. 3 times?
You guy,
Captain, we intend to unite.
On the verge of collapsing and churning with quicksand in the moon wolf's lair,
Pei Xingye and Situ Shui stood side by side.
The youthful and tender face is written with the perseverance of a man who has become a great man. Pei Xingye raised his left hand and Situ Shui raised her right arm. Both shook their fists at the same time.
Boo! The two fists clashed, and the intention was united.
The psionic power is passed from one gobbler to another.
The Imperial Beasts and the Imperial Beasts, hitting amazing combos.
The Shadow Demon Spider releases thousands of spider threads, carrying the rich power of darkness and shadow,
injecting it into the body of the Black Phoenix.
The undead fire that burned on the Black Phoenix's body turned a purple-black color that contained the power of shadow at this moment.
Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash.
The cross-shaped chopping attack that stacked 3 layers was like a ghostly phantom,
cutting through the void and coming straight at the full moon demon wolf.
A storm of wolf teeth formed around the full moon demon wolf,
protecting the back of his neck. However, the true target of the Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash was the shadow of the full moon demon wolf. The chopping blow hit the back of Wolf Shadow's neck with precision.
The effects of the shadow force are shown here.
Roar or howl of an animal. The full moon demon wolf wailed in agony,
and although it was the shadow under its feet that was struck,
the back of its main body's neck area instantly exploded, showing cross-shaped burn cracks, broken bones, and charred flesh.
This is because the damage dealt by the Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash when it hits the enemy's shadow remains the same as the damage dealt to the enemy's main body.
Huangfu Boi, Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash.
This is the combination technique of the captain and second master.
Qin Yanlin was shocked. something's not right. You guys have this tacit understanding. Have you talked about it? Or have secretly received a license? It wouldn't be. Captain, you're already pregnant. The Scarlet Squad was built less than a month ago. Pei Xingye and Sita Shui, too, hadn't done a single tandem training session so far. However, these two were in actual combat, and they were fighting a combination technique of unity of intent. Falling Phoenix Chop, which was originally a zero-frame starter, came out like a ghost. Fusing the shadow power of the Shadow Demon Spider, it directly steals the shadows of enemy units, making the enemy even more defenseless. This was the first combo technique that Pei Xingye and Sita Shui had jointly developed. Shadow Phoenix Slash, the triple chopping attack that was stored in advance and added with the power of shadow. The full moon demon wolf instantly ended up in the bottom, spitting out blood from its mouth. It gave an angry look and tried to get up to fight again. It wanted to tear these few First-Order Imperial Beast Masters in front of it to pieces. However, a chill enveloped its entire body. The Death Void, suspended above the wolf's body, the sharp scythe of death was silently set on its neck. At this moment, the blood level of the full moon demon wolf, which had eaten all of the damage from the shadow falling Phoenix Slash, had dropped to less than 10%. Undead Decimation. Triggered, Pei Xingye made a blade wipe neck gesture towards the despairing full moon demon wolf. Scold, the undead decimate and the dead descend. At the end of his life, the full moon demon wolf's disorganized pupils reflected the smile of death. It was the evil smile of the red-pupiled boy. Scarlet Squad successfully hunted a full-bodied mutant species of magical beast. This achievement made a brand new history for the first try of all the freshmen. Chapter 43, Overthrowing God's Hand, Digging Through Moonlight City, Shaky Moon Wolf Lair. Full-bodied mutant full moon demon wolf, died by the death scythe of undead decimator. All the experience transformed from killing this magical beast converged in the Black Phoenix's body. Click here. The black bones on the Black Phoenix's body suddenly produced crazy distortions, and the bone joints clicked, which was a characteristic of the undead system Imperial beasts turning on their evolution. The fully unfurled Phoenix bone wings were even more voluptuous than before. The Phoenix crown on his forehead emerged with a complex and mysterious spell seal totem. The air was filled with undead fire and undead frost, which intertwined with each other and collided in a steamy fog, as if they were gasping for breath from the King of Hell. Pei Xingye reached out the hand of the Overgod, gently caressing the bone wings of the Black Phoenix and opening the data reading. As expected, I've promoted the juvenile body, 3rd stage. In this trial, the Black Phoenix breaks through evolution from a juvenile body, 1 stage, into a juvenile body, 3 stages. Everyone knew how difficult it was to cultivate the Black Phoenix and how slow the rate of evolution was. This was even more proof of how terrifying Pei Xingye had fought in this trial. Harvesting a full-bodied mutant species magical beast was something that no first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster had been able to do in the past. When you witness the entirety of Pei Xingye's trial, you'll marvel at his Divine Beast Sentinel technique. But if you ignore the process and only look at the results, then you are filled with shock at the undead decimation and undead talent, not to mention the complete body level of magical beasts, even if it is a metamorphosis body, overlord body, monarch body. Regardless of the level of the magical beast, as long as there was only 10% blood left in front of Pei Xingye, that was Pei Xingye's kill line. Huangfu Boyi excitedly said, Second Master, after killing this full moon demon wolf, the Black Phoenix has been promoted to the juvenile body, 3rd stage. Xin Yanlin's face turned pale. Everyone, it's too late to celebrate. The Moonwolf lair is about to collapse. Situ Shui decisively ordered. Target achieved. Let's withdraw. Yet it seems a little too late to retreat now. Rolling. The moment the Scarlet Squad rushed out of the Moonwolf's lair, the lair completely collapsed, accompanied by endless quicksand, sinking deeper into the ground. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the scene in front of them caused everyone's hearts to rise up in their throats once again. Xin Yanlin, how did this happen? Huangfu Bo-yi, mutant species, are all mutant species. Pei Xingye had always been calm and collected, and at this moment, a hint of panic couldn't help but show in his red pupils. It wasn't just the Moonwolf lair that had gone wrong, but the entire Moonlight City. At this time, the remains of the city buried in the ground, showing the tragic situation of the collapse of the earth. The broken walls suffered a devastating blow early, into the turbid smoke in the broken pieces. Between the crumbling rubble and dirt, blood-tinged magma oozed outward, as if the blood meridians of a demon were rumbling. The raging and brutal demonic aura, wrapped in a scarlet fog, covered every corner of Moonlight City, suffocating. The young Imperial Beast Masters from the 4 great academies screamed and fled under the siege of the Beast Tide. This was a dungeon trial for the young generation's prideful sons, so why had the hunters suddenly become the prey? It was only because all the magical beasts within Moonlight City, at this moment, all turned on their mutations and entered the mutant species mode. Mutant species of magical beasts. Compared to normal magical beasts, the data panel is enhanced on all fronts. Juvenile-bodied mutants are still good to deal with. However, mature and full-bodied mutant species were simply too much for most Imperial Beastmaster squads to raid. Furthermore, this wave of beasts that erupted in Moonlight City was cascading in numbers, and they were not defending at all. Using all of their strength to launch an attack, they went forward and backward. They stepped on the corpses of their companions just to swallow these young Imperial Beastmasters into their bellies, to satisfy their bloody appetites. Click! It was the sound of a magical beast biting the neck of an Imperial Beastmaster. Crisp and piercing. Grimace! It was the sound of a demonic beast's sharp claws, running through the heart of an Imperial Beastmaster. Blood fontaining out. Sudden changes have reduced Moonlight City to a blood-soaked hell. The news of the Moonlight City riot quickly reached the ground. The gold medal instructors of the 4 major academies rushed into the entrance of Moonlight City to come to the rescue. These young kids, all of them were talented and good seedlings. They were the future pillars of the Yanxia Empire. If they died in Moonlight City, it would be a huge loss for the country. Such a loss was something that Yanxia Empress Long Junning could not afford. An army of Imperial Beastmasters is on its way. Even Long Junning was also on her way here. To her, the person she cared most about within Moonlight City at this moment was Pei Xingye, the son of her late husband. Underground, the ruins of Moonlight City. The inhumane mutant beast plague continues to unfold. More and more students, dying under the fangs of the beasts, their bones turned into mincemeat and plastered to the exposed throats of the beasts as they roared. The Scarlet Squad had very little physical energy and soul power left after the previous hunting trials, and was pushed to the brink of extinction in the face of such a large-scale mutant species beast plague. Pei Xingye, he was the national scholar. He was at the top of the heavenly cloud ranking, but he was, in the end, just a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. The cruel real world is not the fictional world where those enlightened protagonists exist. When the gap between the enemy and us, like an unfillable moat, Pei Xingye can only be reduced to the background plate of this disaster. How small it seems. His disheveled white hair, dusty, blood sliding down the wound in his head. So where is the so-called protagonist aura? Raiding a mutant species of full moon demon wolf requires the Scarlet Squad to play subtle coordination, requiring Pei Xingye and Situ Shui to perform the combination technique Shadow Falling Phoenix Chop with a superbly high degree of soul tacit understanding. However, at this moment, the Scarlet Squad quartet was surrounded by dozens of mutant species of full moon demon wolves. Qin Yanlin cried out, "What the hell? All the magical beasts in the entire Moonlight City have all mutated in an instant? This is still a fight. Guys, let's not resist. Let's all pull out our IDs and hold them in our mouths so that the families can claim the bodies." Situ Shui clenched her pink fists, her voice low. "Do you think that these mutant species of magical beasts will leave us a whole body?" As it stood, the Scarlet Squad would last for a minute at most before they were reduced to feces excreted by the mutant species of magical beasts. Just then, Pei Xingye's ears opened and closed. Is this the wind? Pei Xingye was certain that this rock wall behind her was hollow. Falling Phoenix Chop. Soul power surged as the cross-shaped chop blasted through the thick rock wall. The rock wall collapsed, presenting an irregular hole, which was the last hope of escape for the Scarlet Squad, humming and rumbling. However, the collapse was induced above the cave entrance. Pei Xingye once again urged his soul power, and the Black Phoenix spread its wings with a body that was overpowered by its strength, barely supporting this hole. "You guys go first." At a time of life and death, Pei Xingye's voice was as flat as water. "Second Master, go!" Pei Xingye pushed with both hands, first pushing Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi out of the cave. Situ Shui stood by Pei Xingye's side, her eyes determined. "I'm the captain. There's no way I'm leaving you behind." The Black Phoenix's physical capabilities were limited, and its bony wings struggled to carry the weight of the collapse, and began to make the sound of fractures, and the hole grew smaller as a result. Pei Xingye directly picked up Situ Shui and threw her with force. Situ Shui's slender and lithe stance went through the hole, and after a stagger, she was assisted by Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi. "Pei Xingye, you asshole." This was the first time Situ Shui had lost her temper with Pei Xingye, but her heart had long been filled with worry for Pei Xingye. The hole narrowed again, and the Black Phoenix was alone. In Situ Shui's field of vision, opposite the narrow cave entrance, was the thin and lonely back of a teenager facing dozens of mutant species of magical beasts. Rolling, the space collapsed once again, and the already narrow opening was completely sealed off by debris and quicksand, making it airtight. "Captain, calm down, let's get back up." Pattering sound. Out of the corner of Situ Shui's eye, a tear streaked out. "Pei Xingye, is this selfless? Willing to sacrifice your own life to save your teammates? So hard to be an undead sentinel. So hard to finally see the light to turn your life around. So hard to get on a path to getting stronger. This Akatsuki boy would give up his life so easily? Everyone has escaped, so I have no worries next. The state holds the dungeon trials in very high regard. Every dungeon, surveyed and maintained by professionals, would not reasonably be subject to such an accident. Now, the sudden outbreak of the mutated beast disaster in Moonlight City indicates that the underground of this city is hiding secrets. Pei Xingyi facing the great tide of beasts. Heartbeat acceleration is human physiological instinct. Red pupil flashes of excitement in face reveals the wildness. Is Born King's unique demeanor. I looked up the information in the Chaos Academy library. The reason for the formation of mutant species of magical beasts is mainly related to soul stimulation. Such a large-scale mutant beast disaster means that there is a high probability that there is an extremely powerful undead buried underneath this Moonlight City. And I, Pei Starry Night, it's an undead sentinel. The teenager raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his eyes as hot and sizzling as the lava around him. Even if I dig through this city, I will dig out that powerful undead. I'll save my own life. At this moment, if you stand in God's view, the Moonlight City where Pei Xingyi was located was like a coffin lid for a hearse. Beneath the coffin lid, the decaying dead stir from their slumber. A splash of scarlet moonlight attempted to penetrate the endless layers of mud and rock to complete an intimate contact across 18 springs, summers, autumns and winters with the teenagers overriding God's hand. Poof poof poof. It was the teenager's ever-accelerating heartbeat. Poof, poof, poof. It's the eternal, unending heartbeat of a giant. The two heartbeats are gradually on the same frequency. Chapter 44, The Limit of the Sixth Order. Not Sister's Limit. Latest news. A large-scale mutant beast disaster has broken out in Moonlight City, and as many as 500 new students from the current year's 4 colleges are trapped inside the city. The situation is critical. The 3rd Regiment of the Yanxia Army is on its way to Moonlight City for support. Communication network signal collapse. Temporarily unable to access the scene graphic images. Please see follow-up report for details. The dungeon trial was the most common means of assessment used by the Imperial Beastmaster Academy to train its students. The state attaches the utmost importance to this and spends a lot of manpower, material and financial resources every year to maintain order in every dungeon and check all potential safety hazards. Because of this sudden outbreak of the mutated beast disaster in Moonlight City was beyond everyone's expectations. This is a disaster that has attracted national attention. Students trapped in Moonlight City are now struggling under the clutches of death, which naturally included Pei Xingyi. Saya, where are you? Please answer if you hear me. A swift silhouette broke into the fractured Moonlight City. She was the Chaos Academy's gold medal tutor, Pei Yingru, whose segment had reached the 6th rank of Imperial Beastmaster. The moment she entered Moonlight City, her eyes instantly turned wet and red, and her heart sank to the bottom. What came into view was a bloody ruin. Hot lava, spewing from torn crevices in the earth, engulfed a mangled corpse. This disaster is destined to reap many young lives. After all, the students participating in this dungeon trial were all First-Order Imperial Beastmasters who had just turned 18. Facing the huge tide of mutant species beasts, they were powerless to fight back. For Pei Yingru, the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of her, perhaps among them is her brother's bones. She shook her head, casting away the bad distractions. It won't, definitely not. Saya, you must be alive. Pei Xingyi. Pei Yingrua's cries ushered in a group of ferocious magical beasts. They moved quickly through the sea of fire, swaying savagely, emitting bloodthirsty hisses and swarming toward Pei Yingru. The whereabouts of his brother are unknown. Whether he is alive or dead, Pei Yingru turned her grief into anger, releasing her soul power as her long hair flew. A force of cold ice that seems to come from the yellow springs of the Ninth Sepulchre, sweeping through the broken and bloody battlefield. In a flash, all the magical beasts that swooped towards Pei Yingru were coagulated with thick ice crystals, reduced to a stiff ice sculpture that fell to the east and west. At this moment, a butterfly with a huge body emerged behind Pei Yingru. The butterfly spread its wings and was as much as twice the size of the juvenile body of the Black Phoenix. Ice crystals as sharp as knives stirred around it, and coldness erupted, directly freezing the souls of the magical beasts. Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly. This was Pei Yingrua's native imperial beast. The quality of the bloodline is legendary, and the level has reached Overlord Body. 1 paragraph. Pei Yingrua's soul power surged as she harnessed the Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly, displaying the operating level of a 6th Order Imperial Beast Master. Even though these magical beasts in front of them were all mutated species, all of these magical beasts had a considerable gap between them and the Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly in terms of rank. Yellow spring frost gushed and filled the air, and every flap of the graceful butterfly wings froze a piece of magma, as well as the internal organs of dozens of magical beasts. Saya, sister, no matter what, all to find you. In order to find her brother, Pei Yingru defies all odds and charges towards the depths of the ruins of Moonlight City. Along the way, she saw some stranded students, but she didn't stop at all. People were selfish, and she wasn't wrong. She just wanted to save her brother now. If she had been delayed one more second by saving another student, it could have been something she would have regretted for the rest of her life. Saya, answer me if you hear me. Sister is here. Don't be afraid. Sister will protect you. Pei Donglai didn't skimp on the consumption of her soul power, and with her own strength, she went forward and killed in the midst of the great tide of beasts. Time passes minute by minute. Gradually, Pei Donglai's breathing becomes difficult, the sweat seeping out of her forehead, also mixed with the blood overflowing from the wound. She's a human being, not a god. In such a harsh environment, human physical fitness appears to be particularly vulnerable. What's more, the constant stream of mutant species of magical beasts continue to consume Pei Donglai's physical energy and soul power. Plop. Physical energy overdrawn. Pei Donglai fell to her knees in a pool of blood, the excited hisses of countless magical beasts coming from her side. This is the limit of a 6th Order Imperial Beast Master, but not a sister's limit. If you don't make a way, I'll kill through you. At the moment, she was not a gold medal instructor of the Chaos Academy. She was just a plain and ordinary sister. In the midst of the bloody battle, her mind always flashed back to Pei Xingye's naive and simple smile and that pair of bright red pupils. These memories, like painkillers, made her forget the pain of her wounds for a short while, and riding the ice spirit overlord Butterfly, she killed her way through the depths of a sea of fire and beasts to find her brother's bloody path. This massive mutant beast disaster caused the terrain of Moonlight City to be twisted and broken and chaotic. The road is not a road. The bridge is not a bridge. As far as the eye can see, there is only endless quicksand and debris. No one can distinguish between the southeast and northwest and up and down. The map in Pei Donglai's hand lost its meaning, and she could only use her intuition to feel her way around. Moonlight City was so big that finding someone was like finding a needle in a haystack. She didn't know Pei Xingye's exact position. She only knew that she couldn't stop. As long as those legs keep going, there is hope. Another quarter of an hour passed. Pei Donglai still hadn't found Pei Xingye's figure. Her expression had anxiety written all over it. Her thoughts were out of control, subconsciously trying to brainstorm the worst possible outcome. Pei Xingye, if you're still alive, respond to me. Don't scare your sister. Sister, please. At this moment, Pei Donglai's afterglow saw not far away from the ground. There is actually a black hole in the ground. What's with the hole in the ground? Pei Donglai hurriedly rushed over, holding the mindset of trying, riding the ice spirit overlord Butterfly, rapidly falling down. After landing, Pei Donglai reopened her eyes, first hearing the sound of someone digging something with their bare hands, and then whirling back to her eyes. Belatedly, the siblings looked at each other in deep, thick emotions exploded in the moment. Sis, what are you doing here? Familiar voice, familiar face. Pei Donglai froze for a split second, rushed over in 3 steps, and embraced the grimy, bruised Pei Xingye into her arms. Saya, that's great, you're alive. Alive. Rolling hot tears, like pearls on a broken string, smashed onto Pei Xingye's shoulders one by one. The weight of this affection, heavy, made Pei Xingye's nose sore, as if his eyes had gotten into the sand, flooded with blood and water. Sis, I'm fine, don't cry. Is it badly hurt? It's full of blood, it's all blood and bones. How painful must this be? Sister will first give you a simple bandage, and then take you to escape. I'll definitely take you out. Looking at Pei Donglai's tightly locked brows filled with worry and concern, Pei Xingye's heart flowed a burst of warmth. This woman should be the most caring, loving woman in the world. The fact that she came to me alone means that she thought of the worst and was ready to die with me. Pei Donglai, my sister forever. During the process of bandaging her wounds, Pei Donglai couldn't help but ask, "Little knight, what are you doing digging such a deep hole in the ground? You've broken your hand." At this moment, Pei Xingye was still 50 meters away from digging through Moonlight City. This means that his hand, the hand of the overlying god, is far from its hand. Only 50 meters left. Chapter 45, one of the 4 great imperial corpses, the drought demon, who, Moonlight City, deep in a hole in the ground. Pei Donglai was bandaging Pei Xingye's wounds when the roar of a magical beast came from above her head. The sense of smell of a magical beast is extremely sharp for human blood. Even if Pei Donglai didn't find this place, the mutant species of magical beasts would still come in force, smelling the smell of blood. There is no doubt that this is a sure death. Pei Xingye hadn't answered why she was digging a hole in the ground here, but Pei Donglai no longer had the heart to care about that. Sayaka, pull yourself together, the beast tide is coming. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Crap, It's too late. We are surrounded. Above the hole in the ground, a dense and bizarre red light suddenly lit up, which were the eyes of the metamorphosis mutant species moon demon purgatory scorpion. Their strength, compared to the full-bodied full moon demon wolf, was one tier higher. The venom they carried was enough to cause imperial beasts below the full body level to die of poison within a second. Sasha. They swarmed in groups, their lava-soaked tails, raising their sharp, pointed poisonous hooks, crawling frantically against the rock walls of the hole in the ground, and darting down towards the siblings in the depths of the hole in the ground. For a 6th-order Imperial Beast Master, killing a metamorphosis body-level magical beast single-handedly was as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Facing the siege of dozens of metamorphosis body demonic beasts, one could also have the power to fight and escape without a problem. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the two siblings, the number of moon demon purgatory scorpions could be described as an inverted waterfall. The human eye, with the naked eye, can't even measure their numbers. On the battlefield, the advantage of strength disappears into nothingness when the enemy and we are too great a disparity in numbers. How could Pei Donglai, a lone person at the 6th stage position, possibly hold back an entire colony of moon demon purgatory scorpions? The two siblings fell into a desperate situation, as if this dark, damp hole in the ground was the grave they were about to rest in. But before exhausting her last ounce of soul power, Pei Donglai still resolutely stood in front of her brother, doing what a sister should do. In this era, everyone has different reasons for becoming stronger, but ultimately, they all go the same way: to guard the people they consider most important. In Pei Donglai's eyes, her brother was all she had. She was burning the last of her soul power, and she didn't give up even though she knew that it was a battle that was impossible to win. She willingly accepted death in battle, but if these magical beasts wanted to devour Pei Donglai, they would not do so unless they stepped over her corpse. Frosty Chaos, Butterfly Flower Sting, Ice Boundary. She continuously urged her soul power and harnessed the Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly, releasing one powerful skill after another. The yellow spring frost from beneath the 9 hells dispelled the scorching heat emanating from the ground and froze the magical beasts that poured down from above the hole in the ground. Cut it out. Click, 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 click. One moon demon purgatory scorpion can't break the Ice Spirit boundary. Then 2, 3, thousands. The enemy had an absolute numerical advantage, and Pei Donglai's back, fighting alone, became more and more wretched. Gradually, shocking wounds appeared on the body of the ice vampire Overlord Butterfly, and 7 or 8 moon demon purgatory scorpions succeeded in sneaking in from the shadows, their sharp poisonous hooks ruthlessly inserted into its wounds, injecting a steady stream of venom into its blood vessels. The Icebuster Butterfly lost its ability to fly, and its originally beautiful wings rotted and withered as they were eroded by the venom. Master and servant connected. A line of blood spilled from the corner of Pei Donglai's lips, slowly dripping down her delicate chin. This is a battle that simply cannot be won. There was not even a glimmer of life to be seen. Above the hole in the ground, a wave of beasts had enveloped it, the entire hole in the ground, forming a closed cage, and the two siblings at the end of their strength, like two scarred beasts trapped in the cage. Pei Donglai forced himself to keep his sanity as he swung his over-god's hand and frantically dug into the dirt and rubble beneath his feet. For Pei Donglai, hope was at her feet. Not only does he have to save himself, he has to protect his loved ones, but in Pei Donglai's eyes, the fire of hope had already been extinguished. In the face of such a huge beast-tide invasion, she alone, a 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, was powerless to return to heaven. With little soul power left and physical energy once again overdrawn, the Ice Spirit boundary produces spiderweb-like cracks, and the ferocious magical beasts are determined to eat this pair of siblings, who, Pei Donglai exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, as if she had accepted her fate of being killed here. Saya, I'm sorry, it is my sister who is not capable enough to take you to escape. Actually, your sister is really happy and relieved for you that you've gotten to where you are today. But compared to the national top student, or the top of the Tianyun list, what my sister wants more than anything else is for you to be a happy, healthy, ordinary teenager. Being an undead sentinel is too tiring. You always have to prove yourself over and over again under the critical eyes of the world. You always have to work harder than other people your age to make a name for yourself. If sister was strong enough to protect you, you wouldn't have to be so tired. Sister doesn't want you to become such a good Imperial Beast Master. She just wants you not to be tired all the time, and wants you to eat well, sleep well, be happy every day, and keep all the bad emotions away from you. It's my sister who is incapable of giving you even this ordinary life. These heartfelt words from the heart, in Pei Donglai's chest cavity accumulated for many years. She had too deep and too much guilt about her brother. She blamed what happened to her brother all on the fact that she wasn't strong enough to protect him. Cut it out. The ice boundary was overwhelmed and completely collapsed. The Ice Spirit Overlord Butterfly ran out of strength and turned into a stream of light, drilling back into Pei Donglai's Imperial Seal. Pei grew burned out. The raging tide of beasts was like a tsunami that covered the sky and enveloped the heads of the siblings. Pei Yingruo's face showed deep helplessness. She had never resented her insignificance and blamed her weakness as she did in this moment. It's a good ending to be buried here with Saya. Pei Yingru closed her eyes and prepared herself to accept death. But the stubborn, red-pupiled boy behind her hadn't given up yet. The hand of the overriding god, swinging frantically, the fingertips full of power, digging away cupped handfuls of mud and sand and pieces of rubble. Digging up the earth with your bare hands is not something humans can do. But Pei Xingye's left hand was not a human hand in the first place. The hand of the overmind is able to speed up digging whenever it senses the scent of the undead. It's getting closer. What a strong aura of the undead. My judgment was correct. There is a powerful undead buried beneath the ground of Moonlight City. In Pei Xingye's eyes, the entire Moonlight City was just a coffin board. All he had to do was dig through the Moonlight City, lift the coffin panels, and deed the mysterious undead inside. It's the only way to salvation. It's the only way to protect your sister. Closer. The undead scent is stronger. The scent of the imperial body undead. Juvenile body, mature body, complete body, metamorphosis body, overlord body, monarch body, heavenly king body, emperor body, star god body. This was the 9 hierarchical sequences of imperial beasts, and Pei Xingyi smelled the odor of imperial body undead as he dug. Buzz. Pei Xingyi suddenly froze, her ears ringing. He felt an intimate connection between his soul and some powerful soul force. At this moment, Pei Xingye was kneeling in the deepest part of the hole in the ground, the overlying god's hand supporting the hard ground. He dug through Luna City. At the moment, beneath his feet was a vast barren land with thousands of miles of scorched earth. At the end of the line of sight, 5 winding mountain ranges lay dormant in the depths of the lava. Magnificent! What is this place? Poof. Heartbeat? The heartbeat of a giant. So I am now, standing in the palm of a giant's hand. The vast desert land is the palm of a giant. The 5 mountain ranges at the end of the line of sight are the 5 fingers of the giant. The overriding god's hand came into close contact with the giant's palm, and the data readout was reflected in Pei Xingyi's eyes. The giant's sentinel ceiling. One of the 4 great imperial corpses. Amazing Emperor Demonostrad Demon. Chapter 46. The god of death slaughters the city. Long June Neen airborne, but collapsed in fallen Moonlight City. At the moment, looks like the top lid of a coffin, with secrets and truths from the past buried under its thickness. In the darkness, a red-pupiled teenager, with his left hand, dug through this top cover with his bare hands. At the moment, beneath Pei Xingye's feet was a huge, boundless palm. If you take a long view from God's perspective, the palm of this hand is shaped almost exactly like a human being. In this era of universal imperial beasts, there were countless types of giant-sized imperial beasts, yet only the giant-sized imperial beasts of the demigod bloodline possessed palms shaped like those of humans. Pei Xingye knelt down on one knee, and the overlying god's hand, which had a purple-golden halo flowing from the surface of his skin, was supported on the ground, closely connected to the giant's palm. The drought. This name kept echoing in Pei Xingye's mind. 18 years ago, the world belonged to the era of the greatest generation. The 2 brightest jewels of the 7 kingdoms of the human race were not the 7 kingdom lords of the 7 kingdoms, but Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian. Sang Hyun, the world's first giant beast master. The entirety of the imperial beasts he had contracted in his life, without any exceptions, were all giants of demigod bloodline. The drought demon, Shou Chen, Ho Cheng and Ingo are the strongest combatants under his command, and are known as the 4 great imperial corpses. Pei Xingye could be certain that the moment he dug through Moonlight City with his bare hands, he was standing on top of the palm of the Dryad's right hand. It was well known that Sang Xian fell in the Celestial Star Vortex War. Why would the giant-type imperial beasts under Sang Xian's command be buried in the ground of Moonlight City? Pei Xingye didn't have time to think about these issues. His only obsession right now was to protect his sister. Deep in the hole in the ground, a tide of beasts churned. Pei Yingru, who had exhausted her last ounce of soul power and given up her resistance, fell to the ground and fell unconscious under the onslaught of the raging demonic chi. Looking at her sister who had fallen into a fainting spell, Pei Xingye raised a pair of bloodshot eyes. Who says there's no moonlight in Moonlight City? At this moment, the teenager's red pupils were like 2 round blood moons, dispelling the darkness and gloom in the depths of the hole in the ground. All the unfavorable things in the world are caused by the lack of strength of the person concerned. I, a first-order imperial beast master, cannot guard the one I want to guard. But if these limits, then here and now, beyond the limits. Pei Xingye pursed away the blood at the corner of his lips, revealing an evil and awe-inspiring smile as he called out softly in a low voice. Stygian bloodshot. On the broken and barren ground, Pei Xingye's shadow suddenly turned blood red. Gollum. Strangely, the bloody shadow boiled out of thin air, like a burning blood water. Shadow form. Switch. As Pei Xingye's words landed, the boiling blood on the ground, as if it had come to life, climbed upwards against Pei Xingye's feet. In an instant, blood and water enveloped Pei Xingye's entire body, arming a gorgeous and mysterious blood-colored robe. This is the effect of the opening of the underworld blood shadow, Pei Xingye's shadow, armed with Pei Xingye's body, so that Pei Xingye into the shadow form immune to all physical attacks. In shadow form, the blood-robed Pei Xingye's eyes seemed to be flowing with blazing magma, and the soul power in his body was like a rolling Yangtze river, unceasingly flowing. The Stygian blood shadow's data panel was once again reflected in Pei Xingye's mind. Stygian blood shadow. After switching shadow forms, you can forcibly contract an undead imperial beast of any bloodline and any level. Gain 1 Hades Overlord. If you are in shadow form, you will be able to fight with your beast, which will maintain its overlord status at all times, ignoring any control skills, and will not be interrupted when releasing skills. Gain effect 2 Hades Wrath. After 18 layers of wrath are stacked, increase the value of the imperial beast's attack by 100%. Side effect 1. The higher the bloodline and level of the imperial beast harnessed by the contract, the shorter the shadow form maintenance time. Side effect 2. After getting out of combat, the shadow form cuts back to the main body. The main body falls into a coma and weakens. The fainting time depends on the combat load. The shortest 3 days to start. Reversing this awful big picture at the cost of a 3-day coma. It's a deal that's bloody profitable. Pei Xingye bit his finger and blood spilled out. The hand of the overlying god, once again, touched the giant's palm. Use blood as a guide. Undead blood pact. Pei Xingye, in shadow form, ignored the constraints of his own segment level and forcibly contracted the emperor body. 3rd stage, ranked giant type imperial beast dryad. The raging tide of beasts filled the hole in the ground. A ferocious roar pierced through this shattered underground castle. Humans simply cannot survive in this environment. However, just at that moment, a brilliant scarlet red lighted up in the midst of the ominous darkness. Poof, poof, poof. The giant's heartbeat directly suppressed the souls of thousands of magical beasts. The oppressive feeling of an emperor's body ran through the entire Moonlight City. The scarlet light shone brighter and brighter as the giant's form slowly rose in the dungeon. In the midst of the chaos, Pei Xingye's vision was blurred. He could vaguely see a giantess with hellish chains wrapped around her body, grasping the dense tide of beasts with her bare hands, and with just a slight force from her fingertips, a mountain of dead, blood-spattered bones coalesced in her palm. This is absolute segment suppression. The highest level of the mutated magical beasts within Moonlight City had only reached the metamorphosis body. Facing the dry drought demon of the emperor's body, they didn't even have the courage to flee. The hand of the overriding god inadvertently touched the long crimson hair of the drought demon. Pei Xingye was unconscious. Her body was under a huge load, and she couldn't see the complex and obscure data panel at all. But vaguely, he seemed to see the word invincible in the dense data. The giant-type imperial beasts, as soon as they appeared, would overturn Pei Xingye's perceptions. The first time, it was the ghost-weeping giant summoned by Sangwei. The second time, it's this moment, when he awoke the dryad from its slumber and contracted it to become his own imperial beast. He realized that the potential and upper limit of the giant bloodline far exceeded the specialized content written by those experts in the library. The system beep sounded. Successfully contracted the first emperor body imperial beast. The host summons the dryads to battle, requiring the opening of the Stygian blood shadow. The current host's own segment is not equipped with a drought demon, and the shadow form has a duration limit of 30 seconds. A plugin that forcibly boosts strength is always accompanied by serious side effects. Pei Xingye was only a first-ranked imperial beast master, and the dryad segment reached the imperial body, and the greater the gap between the two, the shorter the duration of the shadow form would be. The next 30 seconds are what I traded 3 days of coma for. I'm going to kill my way through this dungeon. 30 seconds to death, and it's on. The bloody feast of slaughter quietly unfolded in the dark and gloomy underground. The giant's fist, like a meteorite falling from the sky, wherever it passes, the great tide of beasts is reduced to slimy meat mince. The giant's feet were like inverted mountain pillars, crushing countless magical beasts' dead souls. The battle of the giant system of imperial beasts is so simple and unadorned. Pei Xingye will see everything in his eyes, and cannot help but associate it with the first time the human ancestors hunted. The most primitive wildness erupted into the extreme desire to hunt. Spectacular. Just spectacular. Giants, truly the most special existence of all imperial beast species, bar none. These 30 seconds that Pei Xingye had harnessed the drought demon, his ego felt as if he had spent a long century. His heartbeat was on the same frequency as the drought demon's, and his blood boiled at the power and ferocity the drought demon displayed. For a moment, Pei Xingye even felt that the giant and himself were kindred spirits. After 30 seconds had passed, the entire underground became incredibly quiet. The battle is over. Sis, I did it. I can protect you. It was dark and night followed, and the fight between the Imperial Beastmaster and the magical beasts is the main theme of this dark age. The Yanxia Empress Long Jun Ning, who was riding the black and white dragons, appeared in the sky above the ruins of Moonlight City. How's it going? Reporting to the Lord of the Kingdom. The crisis is lifted and casualties are minimized. The inexplicable mutant beast disaster must be investigated for the hidden agenda behind it. I'm afraid I can't find out. Lord of the Kingdom. Long Jun Ning's dragon pupil was sharp. What do you mean you can't find out? Latest news. Within Moonlight City, all mutant species of magical beasts, all slaughtered. At this moment, there wasn't even a single magical beast corpse in the ruins of Moonlight City deep underground. This meant that the crowing tide of mutant beasts all had no bones left, and Moonlight City was brutally massacred. Who did this? It hasn't checked out yet. Judging by the scale of the mutant beast disaster, the person who could slaughter the city by himself was at least an 8th order or even 9th order beastmaster. Long Juning was silent for a moment and asked, "Where is Pei Xingye?" "We just rescued Pei Xingye and his sister Pei Yingru. The siblings are unconscious and are receiving infusion treatment." "Show me." Long Juning, by nature, was extremely suspicious.